رها شویم ز یوغ بندگی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه، سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم، برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم. به خوب به پاک عاشقان که جاویشان شده صدای ما. در این گذار رنج و درد و آه بخوان وطن به نام پادشاه، که با صدای شاه و نام تو جهان بلرزد از قیام تو. به نام شاه به نام پهلوی، وطن شود دوباره می نوی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه، سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم، برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم.
نام جاویده وطن، صبح امید وطن، جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. وطن ای هستی من، شور و سرمستی من، جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم، همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم، همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان، همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه شاد و خشونت بزنان ز صلابت ایران جوان، به اصالت ایران کهن ز صلابت ایران جوان. نام جاویده وطن، صبح امید وطن، جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. وطن ای هستی من، شور و سرمستی من، جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم، همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم، همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان، همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه شاد و خشونت بزنان ز صلابت ایران جوان، به اصالت ایران کهن ز صلابت ایران جوان. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم، همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم.
look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000, 6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the Shah?
Across Iran, ordinary people took to the streets in peaceful protest. Millions of citizens, more than 400 cities. Their demands clear: dignity, justice, freedom. The response from the regime was absolute brutality. Security forces opened fire on unarmed protesters. Tens of thousands of innocent men, women and children were killed on the streets. But the killing machine did not stop there. Despite what the regime has told the world, the machinery of terror has only intensified. Dozens of detainees, many of them children, are being forced to confess to crimes they never committed.
الان میدونیم چه حکمی به شما دادن؟ چه حکمی؟ حکم شما محاربه است.
خب میشه بگید محاربه چیه لطفا؟ من نمیدونم چیه بابا.
اعدام.
تو رو خدا آقا. تو رو خدا اعدام بده. آقا من غلط کردم. گو خدا. تو رو خدا آقا.
با غلط کردنش خود چیزی درست میشه؟
به خدا من اونجا بیکار بودم. من جامعه به خدا خطری ندارم. آقا من غلط کردم. گو خدا.
Right now, at least 8 people are at risk of imminent execution. Their lives can be taken at any moment. These are not criminals. They are peaceful citizens who dared to hope for a better future. The world must not look away. The world must not negotiate with a regime that has an insatiable lust for blood. The world has a moral obligation to stop this cycle of terror, now and for good.
The so-called Islamic Republic is not the government of Iran. It is a hostile occupying force that's hijacked our homeland. After invading 5 neighboring countries and sowing chaos across the region, this regime has invaded Iran itself, using foreign terrorists, Hezbollah fighters, Iraqi militias, and other mercenaries to slaughter the Iranian people. This is no longer mere repression. This is foreign occupation wearing clerical robes. Just as Saddam Hussein drowned the marshes in blood and Bashar al-Assad turned barrel bombs on his own children, Ali Khamenei and his thugs have committed mass crimes against the Iranian people and against all of humanity. And just like those other tyrannies, the Islamic Republic will fall, not if, but when. The world must hear this clearly. The battle in Iran today is not between reform and revolution. It is between occupation and liberation. And the Iranian people have already chosen their side. Their heads are bloodied, but unbowed. Yet the cost has been heartbreaking. The people of Iran are being slaughtered in the streets and in their homes by a regime that shows no mercy. more than 12,000 Iranians were massacred in 48 hours. One murder every 14 seconds. Khamenei's killers even hunted the wounded protesters in hospitals and executed them in cold blood. The regime collected piles of bodies with dump trucks and forced worried families to search unlabeled body bags. They refused to return bodies for burial without payment for the cost of the bullets that killed their loved ones. And where a family cannot pay up to several thousand dollars, and most of them can't, they bury the dead in unmarked mass graves. And despite the lies you're hearing from the regime, its bloodlust has not diminished. The slaughter has not stopped. My brave compatriots, still holding the line with their broken bodies but unbreakable will, need your urgent help right now. Make no mistake, however, the Islamic Republic is close to collapse. Ali Khamenei and his thugs know this. That's why they are lashing out like a wounded animal, desperate to cling to power. The people have not retreated. Their determination has made one thing clear. They are not merely rejecting this regime, they are demanding a credible new path forward. They have called for me to lead. The bond between me and the Iranian people is not new. It's been with me since birth, and it cannot be broken. Even in exile, I pledged my life to the service of the Iranian nation.
Voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Basic GIRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls are gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's not done. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, don't turn away. Hope is rising, lead the way. We don't ask for war or change, just freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Khamenei regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is now. History waits for your vow. From Tehran streets to every land, we reach for the steady hand. Don't let Democrats rewrite you out. Don't let them say trap always chickens out. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump. his name. Is the title of your hope and flame. He is hope, democracy's door, stability in Middle East. We're longing for the people shout from young to old. One leader, brave and bold. Friendship, peace, a future free. That's the iron we want to see. Breathe life for BB, let him stand. USA's we all hand in hand. Strength agrees and clear and true. A safer world starts here with you. Iranian, say it loud and proud. We love you, Trump, above the cloud. A genius mind, a patriot strong, a doer, a fighter, where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, history calls your name. Act, Mr. Trump, light the flame from broken streets to freedom strong. The new dawn comes when red, Mr. Trump.
وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. روبروم یه واژه یه هدف به نام انتقامه، پشت سرم دعای مادر و تو دستم تفنگ بابامه. رو زبونم اسم شاه بگین عشق بی انتهاست، هر جا اسم ایران اومد اونجا صدای بچه رضاست. فردا می نویسم تو کتاب قصه دیمار، بگو با تیر جنگی کشتن بچه های بیگناه رو. بگو از بخت مادرها شیر زنا و دخترامون، بگو تنها شهید شدیم تا تنها نمونه شامون. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه.
سلام من به تو یار قدیمی، منم همون هوادار قدیم.
سید سلام چطوری مردک کلی کتلت شدین دایی بدون مدرک سلام بسیجی قهرمان رفتی پیش توسی با پنیر و یه نون سنگک سلام به محفل قرآنیتون سلام به مدیرای بحرانیتون سلام به حاجی اکبر و طوله هاش و خارج و رفقای ارگانیتون سلام به دزدای پول ملت که تش میفتین توی تور ملت سلام به همه شما کرکسایی که دارین نونتون رو میزنین تو خون ملت که تش زیر دست و پاک و تک بخورین حالا هی به یه بادکنک بدوین سلام آخر تو زندان باشه وقتی قرار به این آب خنک بخورین مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا اینو بگذاریم به خاک میرسیم تجزیه طلبی که به خاک بیهسیم ایران مردمش وطن پرستن از کرد تا بلوچ بری به فاک بیرسی توف به هر چی مرسی است توف به هر کی در پی تجزیه است توف به لوی و همونی که شیفته ی گل ملیگرا تو وطن خدا نسلی هست سر کردستان همه برپا شدن بلوچستان فدای مهسا شدن شم واحد که شیر و خورشید ما بقی جعلیا تنها شدن شادی باشه واسه همه در میهن کور بشه چه شهرچی اهریمن رخ رو بگی تا اون 6 کلاس سواد و خبرگان و مجد سری ترجیحن شبهای عروس و دامادی باشه برن سلامتی نوش کنن آبادی باشه لحظت کجاست میدون شهیاده به سمت اتوبان آزادی باشه سلام به نسل ندید پدیدا نبودیم ندیدیم قدیمتی ما شاه بود تو شادی کل میزدین حالا شاه بر میگرده پیک میزنین مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا
فاهنگ به این خوشگلی بانو آیده بود اسم یه مشخواهن رو توش بیاریم ولی خب لازم بود دیگه فکر کنم بانو آیده
آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده صدای ایران بلنده حق به حق دار میخنده تو خیابون رکبار و شلیکه آینده اینجا نیها تاریکه فقط برای حقمون خواستیم داد بزنیم نمیذاریم این که شروع به فنا بدیم اینترنت و برق و آب رو قطع کردن توی دل تاریکی جنایت کردن چراغا رو خاموش کردن که خون بریزن مال دیگه از این ناخوندا گریزن ایران بی پادشاه بی قانونه دنیای ما از این درد و غرق خونه تا پادشاه برگرده این کشور بیماره ایران بی پهلی همیشه گرفتاره خامنه‌ای گم شو از این خاک ما حکومت اسلامی برو از پاک ما حکومتی که بیگانه و بدذاته توی خاک ما نیست وقت مجازات تا شاه پهلوی برگرده به ایران شما تروریست و قاتل و دزدید گلوی ملت رو با بیرحمی جزید با خون ما این کشور رو دزدیدید از خشم این ملت مگه نترسیدید ما ما یه زندگی ساده و آزاد میخوایم، صبح بدون ترس و فریاد میخوایم، دوباره بیگان و مستی و لبخند، بدون سانسور و زور و این بند. خورشید و شیر دوباره تابان میشه، پرچم واقعی توی جهان میشه، ایران دوباره پارس و پر روره، تا این شب تار نزدیک نوره، مردم ایران و دامه بدین، را رو برای شاه باز کنین، این ویروس رژیم رو پاک کنین، جا بدین به عصر طلای ایران، روی پا میمیریم نه روی زانو، آزادی حقمونه اینو میدونیم، تا آخر میجنگیم بدون ترس، ایران آزاد نزدیک میبینیم. این آخرین نبرده، پهلوی برمیگرده، صدای ایران بلنده، پهلوی برمیگرده، با بازگشت ایران بهش میشه، تقدیر ما از نو نوشته میشه، عدالت و افتخار زنده میشه، دشمن ایران شرمنده میشه.
Let me tell you a story about a lion that came from the mountains. These mountains right behind you. Our lion, the lion of freedom, can only roam free and strong. But one day, some 47 years ago, liberal socialists had a different plans. Free healthcare and free speech was not good enough for them. The same lie you can see today in New York. They wanted everything for free, believing a bloodthirsty vulture is better than a majestic lion. The vulture placed his claws on the Quran, swearing he was God sent. Both liberal socialists and religion fanatics joined forces, believed he's the Messiah. The vulture promised them prosperity, but instead took their dignity, stole all their resources to sponsor terror, and disconnected them from the world, living our nation poor, isolated, and thirsty for water. But now our lion is back, and he's bringing help with him. While history repeats itself in New York and Minnesota, we gathered here today to turn the page on history and claim our lion back. Yeah, Azadi Square, let me see you make some noise. We came here to make history tonight. Azadi standing tall, we breaking down the walls. Everybody jumping now, answering the call. Look where we are right now, making history in my hometown. Screaming loud, let me hear the sound. Put your hands up and watch the world go round. Tehran, stand up, make some noise right now. We came here to rock the spot. This is Azadi, yeah, we made it to the stage. Put your hands up, let them feel the rage. Tehran, show me what you got. Inflation, inflation just we said an excuse, we came to uproot it. Breaking the chains, say it with me louder, till the oppression ends today. Azadi's underground sound, breaking through the silence. We ignite the streets, turn the stage into a riot. This is our moment now, feel the power rising. We end oppression now. Santa brought a New Year's gift from Jerusalem, wrapped up with a cherry gift from Washington. Shout out to Lion Elon Musk for the internet saving the people. Shout out to the Zionizer turning lionizer today. We love you, man. Shout out to Tommy, he's in the house. Shout out to Armin Navabi, the fighter of truth. Shout out to Nas Daily for upgrading our skills. Shout out to Erica LeBon, the brave lioness, standing brave and beautiful. We love you, Erica. Shout out to Goldie Gamari, the lioness, golden heart of our nation. Welcome home. Also, Amjad Taha is in the house, the man who fears nothing but God and the truth. Shout out to Emily Schrader, never giving up on us. Now internet is back in the house. Let's block Bushra Sheikh and BBC, because you know what they stand for. Put your hearts together for the return of the lion, the Shah of Iran. The future is ours. Together we rise, reaching for the stars.
To all of our friends around the world, under the yoke of the Islamic Republic, Iran is identified in your minds with terrorism, extremism, and poverty. The real Iran is a different Iran, a beautiful, peace-loving, and flourishing Iran. It is the Iran that existed before the Islamic Republic, and it is the Iran that will rise again from its ashes the day the Islamic Republic falls. So let me be clear about how a free Iran will act towards its neighbors and the world after the fall of this regime. In security and foreign policy, Iran's nuclear military program will end. Support for terrorist groups will cease immediately. A free Iran will work with regional and global partners to confront terrorism, organized crime, drug trafficking, and extremist Islamism. Iran will act as a friend and a stabilizing force in the region, and it will be a responsible partner in global security. In diplomacy, relations with the United States will be normalized, and our friendship with America and her people will be restored. The State of Israel will be recognized immediately. We will pursue the expansion of the Abraham Accords into the Cyrus Accords, bringing together a free Iran, Israel, and the Arab world. A new chapter will begin, grounded in mutual recognition, sovereignty, and national interest. In energy, Iran holds some of the largest oil and gas reserves in the world. A free Iran will become a reliable energy supplier to the free world. Policymaking will be transparent. Iran's actions will be responsible. Prices will be predictable. In transparency and governance, Iran will adopt and enforce international standards. Money laundering will be confronted. Organized corruption will be dismantled. Public institutions will answer to the people. In the economy, Iran is one of the world's last great untapped markets. Our population is educated, modern, with a diaspora that connects it to the four corners of the world. A democratic Iran will open its economy to trade, investment, and innovation, and Iran will seek to invest in the world. Opportunity will replace isolation. This is not an abstract vision. It is a practical one, grounded in national interest, stability, and cooperation. To achieve this, now is the time to stand with the Iranian people. The fall of the Islamic Republic and the establishment of a secular, democratic government in Iran will not only restore dignity to my people, it will benefit the region and the world. A free Iran will be a force for peace, for prosperity, and for partnership.
Let's go.
میخوام بگم از دلم، از عشق به این میهنم، به امید روز شکست دشمن شاه برمیگرده به وطن. برگشتن پهلوی، وحشت هر اجنبی، بلند بگو همشهری شاه رضا پهلوی. نظام رسیده پرتگاه، بلند بگو جاوید شاه. برگشت شاه به میهن، دوای درد وطن. این آخرین نبرده، پهلوی برمیگرده. داره میاد پهلوی، زجه بزن سید علی. راه نجات وطن، پهلوی هموطن. ایران میشه گلستان، شاه که بیاد به ایران. ایران که شاه نداره، حساب کتاب نداره. آخون باید گم بشه، توپ تانک فشفشه. گم شو بیرون اجنبی، داره میاد پهلوی. فریاد بزن جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن ها. ما شاه میخوایم نه ملا، بزار بشنوه دنیا. ایرانی داد بزن، شاه تو فریاد بزن. برگشتن پهلوی، وحشت هر اجنبی. بلند بگو هموطن، شاه رضا پهلوی. فریاد بزن جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه. بلند بگو جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه. فریاد بزن جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه. فریاد بزن جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه. بلند بگو جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه.
میاد روزی که سیمرغ ایران پالاشو کرده باز، که دیگه مردممون نشن قتل عام. میشکنه طلسم نسل ما، پیش ما خالی جای همشون. جزو خوبای تاریخن همه رفته ها. رو تخت بیمارستان میزنن تیر خلاص، هیلگر و سیب طلا نشون میدن زیر هوا. رگ آدم و حفا رو میزنن ما تیغ حلال. 72 ملت رو کشتن، کجای سینه زن. لای داده مردم گم میشه آژیر گشت. مامورا تو پاره میشن زیر ماشین خشم. این دفعه گلستان نشد آتیش رشت، ولی زحاک فریدون بالاخره پا میشه تشت. سر میکشه به فلک آتیش کینه آدم ها. مسجداتون میسوزن مثل سینه مادرها. طعم خون جوونا رو میچشه جانماز. ستون دینو میشکنه خیزش کافرها. با لباس عزا مادر میرقصی کنار مزار. هر کی بیشتر بکشه میگیره کلاش طلا. قهرمان اونیه که پشت در خالی نکرد، وقتی کوبیده میشد چماق سپا به درا. بار جنازه و جسد زیر شهر. دختر نوزاد تا پیرمرد، پسر میشه بی پدر، پدر میشه بی پسر. لباسامون سیاه ترن، نیمه شب تله جنین میجوشه تو دیگه مرگ. این مجاهدین دشمن ایرانی ها، این میرین عراقی ها رو واسه کی میارین؟ رقص جیر خور و ساز بیخیالی، ایران داره میمیره. تنفس مصنوعی میدن با گاز شیمیایی. سقوط با همین از شمال تا جنوب، بالاخره فرو میرید تو خون. رسیده کاردا به استخون، شما میرید و ما میمونیم. شیر و خورشید دوباره میکنه طلوع. سقوط با همین از شمال تا جنوب، بالاخره فرو میرید تو خون. رسیده کاردا به استخون، شما میرید و ما میمونیم. شیر و خورشید دوباره میکنه طلوع. عدود تفنگاشون مه شهر، توی جوب خون شناور کش سر. کی گفته مشکل ما معیشتی آبدانان؟ دونه های برنج از آسمون میواریدن مثل برف. گوشت ملت نظریه روی شله اجاق. تو تاریخ ایران پشیز دوره شما، تیرو میزدن تو گلو موقع شعار. تولدتون دلیل توبه خداست. حیف خاک ایران آخو میره ته لجن. بعد سقوط زندگی میچسبه مثل کره اصل. قسمت قشنگ قصه انقلابینه. شما میمونید ولی پیچید به بازی سگی. اصل جون ملت مفته مثل پول تو جیبا. زن کشی میکنن برسن به موی هوریا. حرف دل هممون بود خونه رو دیوار. آسمون شهر رو روشن میکرد نور گوشیا. گربه رو با تیر نزدن بدون منظور. اسلامو چپوندن به ما به زور سرکوب. خون با هیچی پاک نمیشه، حتی سپا کل شهر رو بشوره هر روز. وطن زخمامو مشترک درد همه است. نشونمون روی سر نظام حبس نفس. آبی میشه رو نقشه دوباره رنگ عرس. ما نهانیم که زبونی کشیم از چرخ فلک. سقوط با همین از شمال تا جنوب، بالاخره فرو میرید تو خون. رسیده کاردا به استخون شما میرید و ما میمونیم شیر و خورشید دوباره میکنه طلوع سقوط با همیم از شمال تا جنوب بالاخره فرو میرید تو خون رسیده کاردا به استخون شما میرید و ما میمونیم شیر و خورشید دوباره میکنه طلوع
مامان من میرم مامان من میرم اما همیشه با تو هم پروانه بنفشی دیدی منم ابرهایی در آسمان دیدی منم گلی که بر سر راحت افتاد منم
ما که می جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است ما که می جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است شاهید شاه در خیابانها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است در خیابانها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است شور کابه در سر است شور کابه در سر است شاهید شاه مرگ بر سرخاب گویی فاسد ترین فاسدان مرگ بر سرخاب گویی فاسد ترین فاسدان مرگ بر بنیادتان مرگ بر بنیادتان ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است شاهید شاه در خیابانها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است در خیابانها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است شور کابه در سر است شور کابه در سر است شاهید شاه مرگ بر سرخاب گویی فاسد ترین فاسدان مرگ بر سرخاب گویی فاسد ترین فاسدان مرگ بر بنیادتان مرگ بر بنیادتان ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net, but not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire
نام جاوید وطن صبح امید وطن جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان وطن ای هستی من شور و سرمستی من جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان همه شاد و خوش و نغمه زنان ز صلابت ایران جوان ز صلابت ایران جوان ز صلابت ایران جوان.
من به نام فرماندهی این شاهنشاهی جاودان با تاریخ ایران پیمان می‌بندم که این حماسه زرین ایران نو تا پیروزی کامل ادامه خواهد یافت و هیچ نیرویی در جهان یارای برابری با پیوند فولادین شاه و ملت را نخواهد داشت. دیگر شبیخونی نابهنگام ما را غافلگیر نخواهد کرد، زیرا که ملت ایران و نیروهای مسلح آن که از ملت برخاسته‌اند و از قدرت لایزال ملی نیرو می‌گیرند برای پاسداری سرزمین مقدس خویش روز و شب بیدارند. دیگر بیگانه و بیگانه پرست را امکان رخنه در بنای استوار حاکمیت ملی ما نخواهد بود.
نام جاوید وطن صبح امید وطن جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان وطن ای هستی من شور و سرمستی من جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان همه شاد و خوش و نغمه زنان ز صلابت ایران جوان ز صلابت ایران جوان ز صلابت ایران جوان بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم.
Look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free world. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area and the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now.
now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
ایران غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سیدگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت قانون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلق‌ها به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر بالین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشور و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت می همی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردم بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد، با
400 شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان. روی شانه هامان حمل می‌کنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
تو ای خاک پربار ایران من، تو ای مظهر عشق و ایمان من، تو ای زادگاه نیاکان من، تو ای مهد آزاد مردان من. به خاک تو بود از تزیبا برابر حقوق سپید و سیاه. یه دوران کورش در این نامور شده پای ریزی حقوق بشر. زهر تیر و قوم و کیش و نژاد بود بینشان رشته اتحاد. چو ایران نباشد تن من نباد، ملی خون و بر زنده یکتا نهاد. جهان آفرین تا جهان آفرین، نیاورد جز مهر و نیکی پدید. بداندیشی و کینه و دشمنی بود خوی و کردار اهریمنی. زمیندار گفتار و کردار نیک، همیشه حریف باید آزارنی. چو ایران ما مهد زیبایی است، مهین سرزمین اهورایی است. دلم می‌کند هر دم آهنگ تو، که ننگ است ماتم به فرهنگ تو. چو ایران نباد، ملی خون و بر زنده یکتا نهاد. چنین ملت پاک و گردن فراز، به یک جنبش تازه بودش نیاز. بشد انجمن از دلیران پارس، ز پاکان و روشن ضمیران پارس. از ایران زداید نشان بدی، بر افروزدان پره ایزدی. سپروان کند بزم ناباد را، کند بارور از هنر خاک را. هنر دانش و رامش و شادیت، هماهنگی و صلح و آزادیت. چو ایران نباشد تن من نباد، ملی خون و بر زنده یکتا نباد.
Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 61 of Iran Revolution Live. Day 61. I cannot even believe it. With your wonderful and amazing host, Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Kamari.
Thank you so much. Armin, how are you doing?
Great, great. More good news. The best of news.
What's the best of news?
The best of news is that the Islamic Republic has announced that they have rejected United States suggestions in the recent rounds of the negotiations, and they have walked out. And I just want to officially thank the Islamic Republic. Thank you. We agree. Keep going. Keep doing what you're doing. This is fantastic.
Guys, everyone in the chat, write Durka Durka to thank the Islamic regime. Put a Durka Durka. Put a Durka Durka in the chat to thank the Islamic regime for basically signing their own death warrant.
Yeah. And it's more Durka Durka than we're used to, because they are negotiating a different deal. Like, I don't know if people know what the Islamic Republic is putting on the table. So the United States is putting on the table enrichment of uranium 0% forever with no sunset clause. And in return, we don't bomb you. So that's what they're talking about. And the Islamic Republic is, how about you remove the sanctions and we continue enriching uranium? And you remove the sanctions. They're asking for the sanctions to be removed. That's their suggestion. Like, these negotiations are not about sanctions. Like, what are you even talking about? That's not even part of this negotiation. It's like it's on a different. It's a delusion on a different level. Like, it's insane.
Well, this is what I've been saying, Armin. These negotiations, the negotiations have never been about keeping the Islamic regime in power. The negotiations have always been terms of surrender, right? And that's why the regime is not accepting, right?
Yeah.
So,
but it's not only they're not accepting that, their entire focus of the negotiation from the Islamic Republic side was on sanction removal. Like, who are you even talking to? Like, that is a different level of delulu. Okay.
It's insane. It's insane. But I mean, this is the regime. And I have a feeling that, I was actually looking at some posts on X today, and like some people were commenting and giving their analysis. And I think a lot of Americans have finally, I mean, not the Americans on this chat, because all the Americans here, you guys already know what the Islamic regime is all about. But I think for many American like commentators and pundits and journalists, I think it's they finally realized, okay, like this is not a regime that you can negotiate with, right? Like, this is a Muslim Nazi dictatorship, and one of its foundational pillars is death to America and wanting to destroy the United States. And that's what we're seeing today, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot more to talk about, but Armin, with your permission, what I think I would like to start off with is His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. He had an interview this morning with Maria Bartiromo.
Yeah.
And
I haven't watched.
I haven't watched it either. What were you going to say?
No, I was waiting for us to watch it together, so that's why I didn't watch it.
Me too. I haven't watched it yet either. So I'm really excited about that. But Armin, here's the thing. Usually His Royal Highness will join Maria Bartiromo on Sundays, right? For Sunday Morning Futures. That show starts at 10 a.m. This is I think, now I could be wrong, but in the last few years that, I've been monitoring the situation like on a daily basis, I can't recall the last time that King Reza Pahlavi, the leader of Iran's Lion and Sun Revolution, and of course the Shah of Iran, I can't recall the last time he joined Maria Bartiromo like in the mornings on a weekday.
So why do you think that is?
maybe there's a message that needs to get out sooner, and maybe it can't wait until
Sooner.
Sunday. I don't know. Because
Maybe. Oh,
usually he goes on, like, he goes there on Sundays.
that's a good observation. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't think about that. And we also know that President Trump likes to attack on a weekend, so maybe this is why this was urgent.
I don't know.
Maybe.
We'll have to
Yeah.
see. But
Yeah.
and you know what? Like, I actually wasn't even able to watch it live because no, guys, the interview happened this morning. I'm saying on Sundays. On Sundays it happens at 10 a.m. Eastern, but on the weekdays her show is in the morning. So he went on at like 6 a.m. Eastern time. Anyways, okay, so let's watch it. Let's watch the whole thing once, and then we can go back and we can like analyze and provide commentary because I'm very excited to see this.
Yeah.
After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue, starting it all over. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve.
President Trump there addressing Iran's nuclear threat at the State of the Union speech this week. Nuclear talks are underway right now in Geneva. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff leading the American delegation. President Trump still considering military action as the U.S. builds up its assets in the region. The Treasury hit Iran with new sanctions last night, targeting individuals, companies, and ships accused of enabling the country's oil sales and ballistic missile capabilities. Joining me right now is the leader of the Iranian Democrat opposition, the former Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. Your Royal Highness, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Good to see you. Let me kick it off right there and get your take on the sanctions that were put in place last night. Are the sanctions working against the Iranian regime?
Good morning, Maria. As we have often discussed this matter with you, one of the elements that brings more pressure on the regime are indeed anything that will make them less capable of having revenue that funds their war machine or their repressive apparatus or whatever they've done throughout decades of funding their proxies and fomenting radicalism and terrorism in the region. Clearly, the regime that is on its last leg and about to collapse would be even more challenged as a result of economic sanctions, and it would precipitate its downfall, which is exactly what we hope happens as a nation that is ready to revolt and liberate itself from this occupying force.
So you think then that putting these sanctions are just applying more pressure and it's a positive?
It is a positive, as you recall many times the discussion that I have brought to the table in terms of how the world can be of help to the Iranian people who want to liberate themselves from this regime. One is a campaign of maximum support for the people, parallel to maximum pressure on the regime. Now, the combination of these two external factors will lead to an element that is very critical for the transition, which is maximum defections from the regime elements to the people. This is part of our scenario of change and transition because it will minimize resistance. It will stabilize the country sooner rather than later. It will offer a scenario of an exit strategy for people who want out of this regime and don't want to sink with this sinking ship. And this will therefore make our job easier post-regime collapse to manage the transition. I'm talking specifically about the military and paramilitary forces as well as the civil bureaucracy, so we don't have a repeat of post-Saddam Hussein de-Baathification, which is very much on our mind.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that because I want to get your take on how Iran is getting support. I mean, is it China? But let me stay here for a moment on the domestic issues because you are also launching a special project to encourage economic prosperity for a free Iran. Now, whether or not we get a free Iran anytime soon is another question. But of course, the economic benefits of the free Iran are deep and long. Tell us about your vision for the economy once perhaps that could occur.
Well, the Iran Prosperity Project is a very a complex plan that covers several phases for Iran's redevelopment coming back on track. The first phase is focused on the immediate. What do we need to do in the first 100 days post-regime collapse? But from a point of view of the average American standing out there looking at a different picture of a different Iran and what it would mean to U.S. interests beyond national security in terms of economic opportunities. Look, we anticipate that as a result of a fundamental change in Iran, this would probably represent an over $1 trillion worth of revenue to the American market in the span of the first 10, 15 years, should things change. There are a variety of firms that would benefit from being back into the fold as far as Iran's market being open to the U.S., which was shut off completely for almost half a century since this regime took over. And there are a lot of Iranian Americans that are representative of various companies from Silicon Valley to other places who are willing to immediately step in and invest billions of dollars into the Iranian economy. And all of that will bring about a very prosperous future for the Iranian people, but also, I think, in the best interest of America. Now, we have a regime, as you pointed in the first sentence that you mentioned about China and the fact that it chooses to partner with China. Yeah. The Iranian people would partner with America because we realize that the geopolitical significance of the Chinese Communist Party gaining more foothold in the region, and that's not in the best interest of Iran or, for that matter, the free world, especially the United States. So the whole point is, who do you choose to invest on? Are you going to continue hoping for a change of behavior by this regime that could never be trusted, and the negotiations, I don't think, will lead to any point, rather than say the Iranian people are our true allies and partners? That should be the horse we bet on from now on.
Understood. And you're talking about, visions of what, $1 trillion in revenue for American companies over a decade, replacing Iran's aging aviation fleet and modernizing the energy sector, opening up a market of 90 million educated consumers. It sounds wonderful, but the reality of the situation today is that President Trump just noted that Iran is killing protesters. And he mentioned it in the State of the Union the other night that Iran leadership has killed a reported 32,000 people just in the last couple of weeks in the recent anti-regime protests. Tehran is pushing back. They're accusing the president of, quote, big lies over the number of deaths and Iran's nuclear program. But we've got videos, and these videos show another crackdown on Iranian student protesters. Police flooding schools to crush a fourth day of anti-regime demonstrations. What are you hearing in terms of the activity on the ground? We've got these videos of pickup trucks with machine guns photographed outside the University of Tehran. I mean, is there actual, regular happenings at universities? What can you tell us about colleges and whether or not they're actually even enabling people to get educated there at this moment in time? The word is that there are virtual classes, if any, to avoid any protests.
Well, Maria, across the board, the Iranians are unified today more than ever in understanding how pivotal, how critical it is for this regime to no longer be in place, because that will address every concern that the Iranian society has faced for more than 4 decades, and of course the impact this regime has had as a means of its continued survival to the region and the world. I'm glad that you're showing these images, because unfortunately mainstream media has had very little coverage of what has happened in Iran. But as you know, in the world of social media in which we live, these kind of footages come to us every single day of various parts of the country, and the writing is on the wall. When you hear the Iranian people, what they say and how distant the regime is from their aspiration, it goes without saying. Now, President Trump, I'm sure, has a tremendous amount of information and data and intelligence reports that comes to him. I'm sure he's very well aware of the situation on the grounds in Iran. Yeah. We all understand that he had to exhaust every avenue of diplomacy as a last resort the regime to come back, but as I told you, I doubt that this regime will ever come clean. It has always been disingenuous and dishonest. It's just trying to buy time, riding the storm until President Trump is no longer in office, which is typically the way they behave. Yeah. That's what we keep saying. This regime is not to be trusted. Instead, be assured that once Iran is liberated, Iran will be committed to make sure that the world is comfortable and confident of our intentions, our transparency, our dedication to reverse this process that the regime has done, put an end to extremism, radicalism, terrorism, dubious nuclear program, dismantle a military weapon, the military program, be transparent versus IAEA. I mean, the whole difference is the Iranian people are committed to that. I'm here to as their voice to you and tell President Trump and everybody else in the free world that, look, your best bet is to trust the Iranian people and not trust anymore this regime. I think everybody knows that. I think Geneva will pan out pretty soon, and then we'll see what happens.
Well, look, I understand all that you're saying. There's also pushback on you. There's certain pockets of people who say, look, the Iranian people don't want to return to a monarchy. You know, they're saying, we don't know. I mean, you have been the face of this pushback on this brutal regime, no doubt about it. But, you know, what do you want to say to those people who perhaps are questioning? I know you've talked repeatedly about a transition. And also, Your Highness, if you will, address the China end of this, because we're zeroing in on communist China. And Iran reportedly close to a deal with China to buy supersonic anti-ship missiles. These are Chinese-made missiles. They've got a range of nearly 200 miles, and they're designed to avoid ship defenses by flying fast and low. The missiles would significantly boost Iran's firepower and striking capabilities, especially against U.S. forces building in the region. And we're also worried that China is giving Iran information in terms of where specifically U.S. assets are. So you've got all of that coming at you.
Well, reason more, Maria, to just push the regime over the cliff because it's on its way down and not throw it yet again another lifeline. This has been on arguments for decades, but this is a moment in time where the circumstances are the most favorable for this to happen. It's not just the relationship that Iran is now trying to establish with China. I mean, they've done it with North Korea. They're supplying drones to the Russians in their conflict with the Ukraine. I mean, every way you look at it, this regime has always been up to no good as it relates to stability in the region and elsewhere. So another reason why the best solution to put an end to all these concerns is for this regime to no longer be there. But let me go to the first question you asked about the transition and my role and how do I see the future. This is not about monarchy or republic. It's about secular democracy. And in fact, I've always offered to lead the transition in a context of allowing free and fair elections to determine the future of Iran. The Iranian people, we have multiple opportunities to weigh in on the subject, hear the debates in a Constitutional Assembly that would propose what the ultimate form could be, and it's all going to be by means of direct vote by the people in ratifying the propositions and in a referendum. At the end of this process, once the Iranian people have decided the future form of their governance in terms of a secular democratic system, it could be a parliamentary monarchy, it could be a republic. Republics may have different forms. All of this needs to be debated. And at the very end, once the project is ratified by referendum, there will be the elections of the first parliament of this new democracy and the first government of this new democracy, at which point the transitional government would dissolve itself and hand over power to the elected representative of the people. And that's the end of this process of transition that at this point I've stepped in to lead. With the help of Iranian that are representative of different viewpoints, by the way. I'm not supported just by monarchies. I have Republicans, people on the left, right, center, ethnic groups, religious groups, and what have you. It's a very diverse.
We've seen the videos, sir, and we've seen even in the Munich Security Conference people chanting your name. We understand that. Your Highness, always a pleasure. Thanks very much for joining us, and we will, of course, keep a watch on the potential, the economic potential that you are bringing to light this morning, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
All right. Prince Reza Pahlavi. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Amazing. Okay, perfect. By the way, Goldie, that's why I would remain a Republican. Okay, because Prince Reza Pahlavi has there's need for people who are Republican and support Prince Reza Pahlavi for him to say that on this shows like when he goes. Do you agree? What do you think, Goldie? When Prince Reza Pahlavi goes to shows like this and he says that my base of support does not just include monarchists and it includes other people who are not monarchists, who are Republican, that there's utility in demonstrating that there are non-monarchists who support Princess of Pahlavi. Does that make sense?
100%. In fact, I
Yeah.
think one of the reasons that our show together, Iran Revolution Live, is so successful is because of the fact that, I'm, constitutional monarchist and you're a Republican. And um, I think that goes a long way to show and demonstrate to people that ultimately we're all united. And just like His Royal Highness said, we want a secular democracy. The type of secular democracy that we want to have will determine at the ballot box. Now, Armin, I know what you've said, how you're going to vote in Iran, which is, fine. Iran's a special case, but I think that's really important because regardless of our political perspectives when it comes to what sort of secular democracy we want, that's what we're fighting for. And because we believe in the concept of a secular democracy, we are willing to make that determination at the ballot box. And right now, you and I and everyone else, we're united, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Did you want to go back and maybe watch and give commentary?
Yeah, that's a good. Guys, what do you think in the chat? Do you think is that what you guys want to do? There was a fire. I don't know if we want.
Oh, there's a lot of news. There's a lot of news going on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's up to you. If you think we don't need any more commentary on this and it's good as it is, we can just go to the news.
I think just two commentaries I think would be good, and one of them is that when it comes to China, and everything that we might be frustrated with their position, it's important to communicate the way Princess of Pahlavi communicates, is that our policies with regards to any other countries are not predetermined. So there's not going to be a top-down decision made by Princess of Pahlavi or anyone else ahead of time regarding what are we going. These are all of the every time Princess of Pahlavi is asked about these details regarding the future of Iran, he keeps going back to the democratic processes that is going to determine our policy through elections, through having different parties, through a competitive Darwinian model with different people with different opinions, with different positions, and to ask Iranian people, oh, what are you going to do when you're free about this or that? We only know only 4 things have been predetermined. Everything else will be decided in a democratic process. Those 4 things that have been predetermined are the 4 principles, which is our border integrity, the fact that we're going to be secular, the fact that we're going to be democratic, and then the fact that that we are going to have equal individual rights before the law. Those are the things that have been predetermined. Those are the principles. Every other policy that you ask about will be decided by the Iranian people in a democratic process with our using the representative of the Iranian people, either the ones who are elected by the Iranian people to write the constitution, or the ones that have been elected by the Iranian people in the parliament to write the laws based in accordance to our constitution. So that's the answer that we have to keep going back to. If you ask us, like Goldie and I, we could tell you what our vote as one individual with one vote is going to be. Okay, but we could tell you how we are going to vote, but no Iranian, I mean, Prince Reza Pahlavi doesn't speak on behalf of when it comes to the future policies of Iran. Even Princess of Pahlavi, he says, I will have one vote. Princess of Pahlavi is famous for saying, I will have one vote. So every other Iranian, their answer will also be that we will have one vote. So that's the policy. And also one last thing before we go to the news is that I think a lot of people might not appreciate how important it is to talk about the economic benefits to other countries. And this Princess of Pahlavi constantly brings up the economic opportunities of a free Iran to all other countries. And I'm not going to go over details for why this is so significant, because, guys, money and investments and wealth they move mountains. Okay, so when there is capital, when there's profitable interest in Iran being free, the wealth will be moved, like investments and money will be moved for providing the resources for that to happen. So it's very, very important that like we follow Princess of Pahlavis as a role model, and also keep as people who are participating in this information war for a free Iran. It's important that we keep reminding people, like keep mentioning the fact that a free Iran will not just make Iran prosperous, but it will create so many opportunities for all our allies and many countries in the region. Oh yeah, that is Angela is saying that is the beauty of a secular democracy. People decide, and Crown Prince Pahlavi supports this. Exactly, perfectly stated.
And the reason that we support, the Crown Prince or King Reza Pahlavi or whatever you want to call him, the reason that we support him is because we trust him to do the right thing, right? Because this election, this referendum, is so critical to Iran, and it's going to be probably one of the most important political events after the Islamic coup d'état, and we only trust him to oversee it and make sure that it's done properly and that the rights of Iranians are respected during that national referendum. And that's why we're all united behind him.
Yeah. So Goldie, let me know. I mentioned on the Persian show that not only I think, and I have reasons for this, I'm not just like saying it just to say it. I not only do I think that our revolution is going to be the most glorious, epic revolution in the history of revolutions, I also think that what comes after the Islamic Republic falls is going to be the most glorious examples of rebuilding a country and a society, from rebuilding a country from ashes to something to something prosperous. Like I think the rebuilding process is also going to be something so beautiful, much faster than a lot of people anticipate, and something that would inspire all the countries in the region. So, but we'll see.
I absolutely agree 100%.
Somebody gave us a super chat saying, Armin, read out Ezekiel 38. It matters now. I don't.
That's on your channel, not mine.
I know. It's an atheist. It's an atheist republic.
You have a lot of religious fans, Armin.
I love that. I do that. This is like, guys, here, let me tell you, as an atheist, I see so much support from Christians and Jews, and I don't see that as much. We do see some, but not as much from Muslims as an atheist from the Atheist Republic channel. But there are some. To be fair, there are some. But it is true that when it comes to tolerance and acceptance of people who might not agree with your religious views, Christians and Jews are, much, much more accepting than Muslims on average. Somebody's saying, I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why as well. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So why don't we go to the breaking news, because there's a lot to go through.
Yeah. Okay. So do you want to show or yeah?
Well, why don't you start, because we're almost getting to the Armin Power Hour. So why don't you start, and then whatever you don't get to, I will share and discuss when you go for your discussion group.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Let me see. All right. So we have some fires. By the way, guys, share your opinions on what these fires are about. Who's doing it, in your opinion? Who's responsible for it? So here's footage of the massive fire in an industrial complex in Abadan, Iran. By the way, guys, Abadan and Abdanan are different, okay? So let's look at this fire here. Yeah, people are saying gas leaks, of course. Yeah, guys, just gas leak here. Nothing to see. Nothing to see. Okay, nothing is happening. Hold on. What is this? Climate change. All right, let's go this one. Let me see here. I have some more footage of
So
the same
Armin,
fire.
there's a lot of oil refineries in Khuzestan, right? In Abadan. So
Yes,
that's
yes.
definitely like a Shirkat Naft or something.
Yep, that it is. That's what it. Oh, did I not say that? Because it wasn't. Let me see. Let me read the caption one more time. It is. It is an oil. Here.
It's oil, guys. It's
This one.
oil.
Yeah, look. It says here. Dar Shahraki Sanati Abadan. By the way, guys, this is Goldie's neighborhood. This
Yeah,
is
I
their.
have family
Yeah.
in Abadan.
Yeah. So let's look at this fire again here. Look at this. Huge fire. Okay, so let's go to this one. This is, we talked about this yesterday, but we didn't play the video. So this was important. Vice President J.D. Vance announces that the Trump administration has seen evidence Iran, meaning the Islamic Republic, is trying to rebuild nuclear weapons. Let's play the video. And I explained how significant this is yesterday, but we could do it one more time.
The principle is very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they try to rebuild a nuclear weapon, that causes problems for us. And in fact, we've seen evidence that they have tried to do exactly that. So the president sending those negotiators to try to address that problem, as the president has said repeatedly, he wants to address that problem diplomatically, but of course the president has other options as well. On what we need to see from the principle.
Okay, guys, this is the type of language you use when you're getting people prepared for war. Let me know if you agree with me on this. And this coming from JD Vance, who's considered to be an isolationist, is a big deal. So when he said, guys, when you want to say, when you want to signal that there's not going to be, you're not going to do war, you're going to say, oh, we completely destroyed all their nuclear facilities. It's over. It's done. But when you want to suggest that, okay, we're going to go to war, then you're going to say there's evidence that they are rebuilding their nuclear facilities. And then after that, he adds that we will try diplomacy, but obviously other options are on the table. Remember, guys, this type of language coming from Marco Rubio or Lindsey Graham would not be that big of a deal. But this type of language coming from J.D. Vance is a big deal. To me, it seems like President Trump is asking J.D. Vance to prepare the isolationist parts of MAGA to prepare them, for them to be ready for war. So listen to this one more time. This is big coming from him.
But the principle is very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they try to rebuild a nuclear weapon, that causes problems for us. And in fact, we've seen evidence that they have tried to do exactly that. So the president sending those negotiators to try to address that problem, as the president has said repeatedly, he wants to address that problem diplomatically, but of course the president has other options as well. On what we need to see from the principles.
All right, let me see. I got new news. Let me see if this is important. Ooh. Okay, let me see how this. I just saw something new. Maybe I want to share this right now before we go to the next. So just in, Senator John Kennedy is saying the Ayatollah is Muslim, but his stain of Islam says that if you do not agree with this interpretation, you deserve to die. The Ayatollah wants to kill. Let me actually play it. So this is Senator John Kennedy.
Oh, guys, we know Senator John Kennedy. He's the violent crime person. He's the guy who says, call a crackhead. Oh, I love this guy.
Okay, let me repost this. Guys, if you got the stuff that I'm viewing, like showing you, like I'm going to repost them as I'm showing it to you. So if you want the video, you could check my X, armin.navabi, my X account. So I'm reposting this if you guys want the videos. Okay, so let's watch this one.
About 90%, Mr. President, of my personal and political philosophy is don't hurt someone unless they're trying to hurt you first. Don't take other people's stuff and leave me alone. Let me live my life, exercising the free will and responsibility that God gave. Which leads me to my first topic, Mr. President. Iran. I'm not talking about the people of Iran. I'm talking about the political and religious leadership of the government of Iran.
Can you pause for a second, Armin?
Yeah.
Sorry. I just want to say I'm so appreciative of the fact that now when especially American politicians, mostly on the Republican side, I haven't really seen the Democrats like differentiate between Iran, like Iranian people and the Islamic regime. But I just want to say how appreciative I am that American politicians, especially on the Republican side, are making that differentiation. And that's really important because we've been fighting for that differentiation for 47 years, right? Because we're not the Islamic regime. The Islamic regime is occupying us. And, even though I wish he would say the Islamic regime instead of Iran, honestly, the fact that he is making that distinction, I'm personally very, very appreciative of that. And I think it just goes to show how much, our efforts in trying to educate non-Iranians about the fact that we are being oppressed by the Islamic regime. It's made an impact, and people are listening to us. So just the fact that he makes that distinction, that means a lot to me, because anyone who makes that distinction, automatically I'm like, okay, this person gets it. They know, they understand what we're going through. So I just wanted to say I'm very, very grateful to Senator Kennedy for that.
Yeah, that's such a good point, because we're not used to this. Like,
Yeah,
this is recent. Yeah, because they used to, like, for so many years, they talked about Iran as if the Ayatollahs are a representative of what Iran stands for. So this is so new for us, for people, so many politicians to come and keep clarifying that when they're talking about the Ayatollahs, they're not talking about the people of Iran. So this is really good. All right.
Yeah,
So
can you just go back? I just want to hear that again, because I just really appreciate when he said that.
Yeah.
Which leads me to my first topic, Mr. President. Iran. I'm not talking about the people of Iran. I'm talking about the political and religious leadership of the government of Iran. Talking about the Ayatollah and his followers. And in America, we separate government from religion. Not in Iran, thanks to the Ayatollah. The government tells you what religion to practice. The government is the religion. Now, everybody has the right to believe what they want. I'll tell you what the Ayatollah believes. He's Muslim. But his strain of Islam says that if you do not agree with his interpretation of God, then you deserve to die. You do. And he acts on that belief. Now, let me say again, the Ayatollah is entitled to believe what he wants. I was raised a Presbyterian. My parents founded 2 Presbyterian churches. When Becky and I got married, Becky was a Methodist. I was a Presbyterian. We compromised. I became a Methodist. I'm entitled to believe what I want. But the Ayatollah not only thinks that I'm going to hell because I don't agree with his religion, he wants to kill me. He wants to kill Americans and Israelis and anybody who does not believe in his jihad and drink our blood out of a boot. And he's acted on that. I don't need to tell you, Mr. President. I don't need to tell you. And he has acted on that. And that's not acceptable. Now, a lot of the people in Iran, the good people in Iran, don't agree with the Ayatollah. If they disagree with him too loudly, he just kills them. Now the Ayatollah, it's actually been the case for the last, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years. The Ayatollah has decided he wants a nuclear warhead. Why should we care? You know, I hear from some of my fellow Americans all the time, why do we need to be involved in Iran? Why should we care? Well,
Okay, can I just add something here? To me, this sounds like they're preparing the American people for war. That's what it sounds like to me. This sounds like they are preparing President Trump has asked some politicians to go out and provide the justification exactly along the lines of the Chuck Schumer video, 7-second Chuck Schumer video that we saw yesterday, when he came out and said, okay, this is happening, but the administration needs to provide the justification to the American people regarding what they're doing. I think this is basically getting ready to war. American people they're trying to reduce the political cost of this war for President Trump. Yeah.
Armin, I don't think it's correct to call it war. It's military action. There's a difference. War implies that there's a difference between the two words. War implies that there's going to be a back and forth. War implies that it's going to be like, back and forth fighting and stuff. This is more of a military strike, military action, right? So there is a different legal connotations to saying war versus military strike. So that's why I'm just saying we should probably be a little bit careful because, and I'll explain why, because the Democrats, right, like Ilhan Omar and all these pro-Islamic regime people, they're saying no war with Iran. What we have been saying is that there is no war. This is a humanitarian intervention. This is a military strike. And, legally, and I see Americans here are saying, so like Texas Troop is saying, so only Congress can declare war. So this isn't a war. This is we have to be, I think, a little bit careful with the term because a lot of people are tuning in. So he's not preparing people for war. He's giving justification for military action to end a 47-year war that's already existed. So I just want to point that out as well.
Yeah, but the way, I mean, Goldie, you know that I said that they're ending a war. This is not I said that yesterday already.
No, I know that. Yeah, Listen, no, I know what you mean. Yeah. I'm just saying because people are tuning in every day. We just have to be careful with what we're saying.
Okay, yeah. Military action,
yeah, and it's not that war is necessarily the wrong term. It's just we just don't want people to take it out of context, right? Especially since things are becoming very sensitive right now.
Yeah.
So
the way
I agree with you. Like he's making a case for upcoming military strikes, 100%.
Right. Okay. Yeah, the way I like to phrase it, and let me know if that is helpful, is that there was a war started 47 years ago, and what America is trying to do right now is to end the war that started 47 years ago. That's the
I
way
agree. Yeah, 100%. Like this is very similar to the Cold War. Like America's unfortunately been in a proxy war with the Islamic regime since 1979 that was started by the Islamic regime.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank you.
100%.
I'll keep that in mind. Okay.
He wants a nuclear warhead. Why should we care? I hear from some of my fellow Americans all the time. Why do we need to be involved in Iran? Why should we care? Well, number one, we're not trying to start a war in Iran. The president is trying to end the war in Iran.
See, told you.
That's exactly what I just
I know.
exactly what I just said. Yeah,
I know.
the narrative that I said like yesterday when we were reviewing the Piers Morgan show is that this is a war that started 47 years ago, and what President Trump is doing that they're ending a war, they're not starting war. That's exactly. I didn't know he's going to say that exactly right after I just said it. That's amazing.
Maybe they watch Iran Revolution live, because that's what I also
Right?
said on Piers Morgan. I was like, we're ending a 47-year war. Look at this.
That's amazing. Guys, I promise you I haven't been watching this. That's crazy. Okay. Wow, that was such a coincidence. Okay, let's go. Oh, thank you guys. All right, let me just go back a little bit.
I hear from some of my fellow Americans all the time, why do we need to be involved in Iran? Why should we care? Well, number one, we're not trying to start a war in Iran. The president is trying to end a war in Iran. If the Ayatollah gets a nuclear weapon, he will use it. He could use it against America. He could use it against Israel. I don't know who he'll use it against, and I hope I'm wrong, but he will use it. And you know what else will happen? As soon as he gets a nuclear weapon, Saudi Arabia is going to get a nuclear weapon. And the UAE is going to get a nuclear weapon. And Japan's going to get a nuclear weapon. And South Korea, and I could go on and on and on. And the more nuclear weapons you have in the world, the more likely you are to have a nuclear war. But that's not the only thing the Ayatollah has done since he became the Ayatollah. He exports terrorism. He was the person behind Hamas and Hezbollah.
Yes.
That have killed so many people throughout the world. Not just in the Middle East, but across the world, including, but not limited to, Americans. That's why we ought to care. The Ayatollah also has conventional ballistic missiles and is building more as we speak. Now, those missiles can't reach America yet, but they're working on one. And they can sure reach our military bases in the Middle East. And they can sure reach Israel. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. That's why we should care. And finally, the Ayatollah, if you disagree with him, and we've seen it happen on TV, we don't know how many people he's hung in the last 6 months. We don't know how many people he's tortured. I've seen estimates as high as 50,000. So that's what this business with Iran is all about. We're not trying to be the world's policeman. We're trying to stop the Ayatollah from being the world's policeman.
Goldie, let me know what you think if this is true or not. Given that how much now they're putting an effort in to try to tell the American people why this war is necessary, it confirms the idea that what is needed right now, the military capital is there, more than enough. What is needed right now is political capital, and that means that all our viewers here can participate in helping this go through, because President Trump and all of his supporters and all his administration would not be right now go out there trying to make the case to the Americans for why this war is necessary if the political capital is not needed, if there is no benefit in increasing President Trump's political capital for this war. And that means that all of your viewers here, they can help with this by being active on social media with like learning these lines, for example, that Senator Kennedy and Marco Rubio and Amu Lindsay are making, and understanding, and also Goldie on Piers Morgan, for example, all take notes and know these points and participate in this information war that we're in. Because this is not just a military battle, it's also an information war. And that means that every single one of you could turn into a soldier. Right?
I agree. I think the other thing, like, I don't want to get too much into like internal domestic American politics, uh,
Right.
because I'm Canadian. But one thing that I've noticed is that within like internal domestic American politics, there's been a lot of infiltration from communists and Islamists and jihadis who are unfortunately for a very long time have been sort of controlling the narrative, redirecting the narrative. So what's happening with this situation right now with liberating Iran, I almost see this as sort of it's almost like an internal domestic battle, because I find it so incredibly strange that there are politicians who have infiltrated the American political system, and they're saying no war with Iran. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but Americans, do you know of any politicians in the United States during World War II that were so fundamentally against attacking Hitler? Or I mean, I don't know, maybe there were, I don't know, but I'm wondering, I'm curious as to what sort of political push existed back in the 1940s in terms of people trying to say, oh, we should make peace with Hitler, right? Like, was it, I mean, there's always going to be people like that, but I'm just wondering if it was that bad, and if it was like this strong and this pervasive, right? Because it's very concerning for me to see all of these people who are trying to whitewash the crimes of a brutal Islamic dictatorship, right? I'm just curious. And I'm not speaking about like hippies or celebrities or things like that. I'm more curious about the actual like elected officials, and if the number was as much as it was today. So it's very, very strange to me. But anyways,
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
yeah. No, this is a good comment. If it wasn't for Pearl Harbor, we would have never gone involved like we did. Yeah, Pearl Harbor was in like very, very sad situation.
Yeah, so the lesson is don't wait for Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, exactly. Don't wait for another Pearl Harbor or like another 9/11, right?
Yeah.
Because these people are wild.
We're trying to stop the Ayatollah from being the world's policeman, who's getting a lot of support from President Xi Jinping in China and Vladimir Putin in Russia and Kim Jong-un in North Korea. So that's where we find ourselves, trying to stop this war. And to the Ayatollah, I would say, Ayatollah, you're entitled to believe what you want. You can hate me. You can believe that. I know you hate me and what I stand for. You know how I sleep at night knowing that you hate me? With the fan on. That's your right. But you can't act on that belief. Put down the nuclear weapons. Put down the nuclear enrichment. Stop exporting terrorism to Hamas and Hezbollah. End your missile program. Stop killing and torturing your people. That's all we want. And he's doing that as we speak. He's at war. We're trying to stop it. I'm not about to tell the president, give the president any advice. He has intelligence that I don't have. And I respect the fact that he's being very, very, very deliberate and careful in making a decision. If we make a deal with Iran, let's make sure we have a protocol to enforce it. Because my experience in watching the Ayatollah through the years, I wouldn't trust this man if he was 3 days dead. I wouldn't trust him if he was 3 days dead. Anybody whose religion tells them that in order to be saved, They've got to go kill hundreds of millions of people. You can believe it if you want. But as far as I'm concerned, it's time to get a new religion. And that's what we're doing in Iran. Let me say it again. We're not trying to start a war. This war began a long time ago. We're trying to end it. Our president presiding today knows exactly what I talked about. He served honorably, had great physical, mental, and emotional expense in the Middle East. That's what we're trying to stop.
All right, that was great.
That was fantastic. Can I just really quickly share like my favorite political commercial by Senator John Kennedy?
Yeah, of course.
He used to be my favorite like Southern American politician until Amu Lindsay. But Armin, just watch this.
Violent crime is surging in Louisiana.
All right.
Local leaders blame the police. I blame the criminals.
Where else can you find limitless fields of power?
Sorry, guys.
Explore 7 legendary back bowls, and then ski into an après-ski other village.
A commercial on commercial.
Oh my gosh, what is this? All right, let's just go.
Violent crime is surging.
Wait, let me fix the volume here. Sorry, guys, this is like a weird website. Okay.
Surging in Louisiana. Local leaders blame the police. I blame the criminals. A mom should not have to look over her shoulder when she's pumping gas. I voted against the early release of violent criminals, and I opposed defunding the police. Look, if you hate cops just because they're cops, the next time you get...
The market is changing fast. So are industrial processes, technologies, and the skills workers need to succeed.
In trouble, call a crackhead. Hey. Look, if you hate cops just because they're cops, the next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead. I'm John Kennedy, and I approve this message.
So his commercial is basically, if you hate cops, the next time you need a cop, call a crackhead.
He's pumping gas. I voted against the early release of violent criminals, and I opposed defunding the police. Look, if you hate cops just because they're cops, the next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead. I'm John Kennedy, and I approve this message.
He's so based. He's so based. Anyways, I just want to share that. One of my favorite commercials with him. So it's nice to see, you know what? It's nice to see him come out with that amazing speech and support the Iranian people. You know what? I always have I'm a good judge of character when it comes to politicians, and I've always liked Senator John Kennedy, and now with this speech today, like that solidifies it.
Amazing. So Goldie, I sent you this video. I just want to play it just for a break. Is that okay? Can I play this?
It's already on the screen.
Okay, guys, watch this just for a second. It gets better. This is not the best part. It gets better. What the... Okay. Anyways, I love the echo. Oh my God. Okay. All right, let's go back. There was this English video explaining the Mushali situation, and then I have some new videos regarding what are they doing to these stuffed animals, these stuffed mouses. So let's watch this first. But this is the good explanation.
Why are Iranian students hanging mouse dolls from trees? Meet Mushali. In Farsi, Mush means mouse. This nickname exploded after reports that Ali Khamenei fled to an underground bunker hiding like a rodent during the war. Now, students are hanging these dolls to mock him. How is the regime reacting? By sending besieged forces to climb trees and rescue stuffed toys, while students chant and laugh. The Islamic dictator is turned into a punchline.
Okay, so now that we have the full context, we have some new videos. What is this? Look at this. Okay, So in Mamesani today, these are very recent, by the way, guys, very recent. They're now.
I'll be back in 5 minutes. I just have to make a call. I'll be back.
Okay, guys, like they're burning stuffed mouses. Look at this, they're putting them on a stick. By the way, guys, I didn't believe it when I heard it, guys. Even though I've been following the Islamic Republic for so many years, when this news came out, I was like, okay, this is too ridiculous. They haven't done this. But apparently it's true. Like, can somebody confirm that this is true? Because it got confirmed, but I think it needs to be reconfirmed because I still can't believe it. So somebody please confirm this to me. The Islamic Republic shut down the children's programming Madrasa Musha. They removed it, which is like basically there's like this show for kids, which is a whole bunch of mouses that keep going to school every day, and it's kind of like Iran's Sesame Street but with mouses, and they canceled that because of all of this. So what? Okay, I mean, all right. Let's just watch this one more time. This is how Iranian people are protesting now, by burning mouse, by burning mouse stuffed animals. Okay, that's amazing. That's amazing. And here's some more mouse, like some stuff. Okay, here. Look at this. They're like, people are hanging mouses everywhere. Stuffed toys of mouses. Look at that. Look at, you see this stuff? Okay, what is happening? This like in the middle of a protest, they have stuffed toys of mouses. Oh, okay, here's another one. Mushali. Oh god, that was so good. Oh my god, what's happening? This is sometimes I don't know if this is real. What this, like, okay, is this like a okay, but look at this. So guys, in this is this is in Mamesani, which is inside Iran. And now look, people are, when they're coming out, they're bringing pictures of Muhammad Reza Shah, basically Prince Reza Pahlavi's father. So this image has been, so the fact that they have these framed images, look at this. Like, a lot of these people have had these pictures, like they secretly had these frames in their homes for the past 47 years. It's really illegal to have a picture like this. And now the Iranian people, this is a new escalation. People are bringing pictures of Mohammad Reza Shah out in the open, outside. I don't know if I could tell you how brave this is. Like, this is on a different level. Like, every time we cross a red line, I feel like, okay, that was the last red line, but then they find another red line to cross. This is basically Shahanshah Aryamer, the king of Iran before the Islamic Revolution. And these people have been preserving these pictures. And now that the revolution is getting to this stage, people are just bringing it out in daylight, inside, just outside in public. We used to see pictures like this, just a few months ago. The only way we would see a picture like this from inside Iran was inside someone's private home, secretly, like sending us a video and making sure that there's nothing that could make them identifiable about who they are. Just a few months ago, that's where we were. And now just people are just holding it outside in just daylight. Look at this. So let me see the caption. I'm gonna repost this so if you guys want it. So Iranians hold up photos of the Shah and the Lion and Son at gathering honoring murdered protesters. This is this is Nurabad, Fars province. Okay, so this is Nurabad. Let me repost this so you guys could get these if you are following me on X.
Armin, I have something even better for you with respect to your theory about people keeping things from before 1979. Look at the link I sent you in the look at the link I sent you in the chat here in the studio.
Bringing it up right now. Oh my god. Yeah, guys. So guys, this is something that somebody took a picture. They saw this in the back alley. So let me actually translate the caption here for you. It's saying seen in the back alleys of a market inside Iran. Look at these. These are all, oh my god, they're so clean. They're in such good condition. Guys, these are the basically the money from back before the revolution, Islamic revolution in Iran, with Mohammad Reza Shah's picture on the bills. Oh, this is a 20 real bill. This is a 50 real bill. And you can see the pictures of Mohammad Reza Shah on it. And you can see the gold coins from back then, the silver and gold coins with Mohammad Reza Shah's picture on the coins. Amazing. Wow. I wish I had some of that. All right. So let me show you another one. This is a new video from inside Iran. Guys, by the way, these are fresh. These are all from hours ago. Okay. Everything all of this that I'm showing you, it shows how alive this revolution is. Okay. So I'm going to also repost this one. And just watch this. So the caption is, the people inside Iran are in the streets again, holding up Pahlavi posters and making it beyond clear who they want to lead Iran forward. Long live the Shah. Okay, so listen to them. Guys, this is again, I still can't believe this. I know for some of you, this might seem normal because you've been following this revolution. But if I compare this to where we were at, like, guys, 3 months ago, if I compared ourselves to 5 months before that, I was like, holy hell, everything has changed. And now, if I compare ourselves to 3 months ago, again, like, what the hell? Like, this is daylight. This is not even in the cover of night. This is just out there, just bringing out pictures of Princess of Pahlavi. This is why I know this revolution cannot fail. Because it keeps escalating to new levels, and the distance between each escalation is shortening. So if it was like before, we had to wait 5 years for the next level of escalation, and then it turned into 2 years, and then it turned into 1 year, and then it turned to months. Like every few months, we then cross a completely new red line. And now it's turning into weeks. Every week we're crossing a completely new red line. And that's why it's like the growth of this revolution is not linear. It's exponential. And that's why I'm so optimistic regarding where we're heading. So look at this. Again, in daylight, right after the Islamic Republic just massacred tens of thousands of Iranians for less than this. For less than this. In about 40 days after, the Iranian people are just coming in, and just instead of cowering in fear and going into their homes, they came out not to repeat the same level of necessary radicalism of the revolution, but they actually went more. They became even more. They crossed even more red lines. If they were doing it before under the cover of the night, they're now doing it in daylight. The bravery is, I don't understand it. Like, listen, look, watch this. Oh, thank you. So we got a super chat thing. So yesterday he was asking us saying, I asked you to dial back the rewinding because I passed my limit of chunky yogurt. Love you both. We'll love you back. It's okay. It's okay. You're forgiven. And thank you for the support. All right. So let me show you another video. This is beautiful. Hold on, let's go here. Yeah, this one. So I don't know if I showed this to you already, but these are, I don't know if these are, so let me see. A schoolgirl in Iran places Iran's national flag with the lion and sun emblem over a portrait of Khomeini and Khamenei in her classroom while her classmates chant, "Long live the Shah." So guys, the revolution is not just in universities. It has now expanded to high schools and elementary schools and all other schools. Watch this. Javid, they say Javid Shah. They clap and say Javid Shah. Oh, thank you, Shirdel. We got a super chat saying Shirdel, lion-hearted people of Iran. Guys, Shirdel, we should tell that we should translate that to our audience here, right? So Shir, guys, Shir comes from Shir. You remember Shir Khorshid? Shir Khorshid. This is the same thing. Shir. So it's double E, right? And yes, Shir means lion. Del means heart. So Shir Del means lion heart. Yes. All right. So let's go. Okay, I have so much more here. Let's go through this. Let me close this one. So I showed you Mushali being burnt and all. Oh, need to open that. I need to hard that. Okay, so let's look at this one. I'm going to mention this for people who might not. This was the main news, but because at the beginning of the show, some people might have not been here. I'm just going to mention it again. So let me actually do the translation. Oh, no, this is not the. Oh, this is actually different news. This is also important. Let me actually read this. The New York Times reported that Democratic leaders in the House of Representatives intend to hold a vote on a resolution that would require President Trump to obtain congressional authorization before any military strike on Iran. So this is not going to be an issue, in my opinion. And I'll ask the Goldie, because she's the former politician here. First of all, because there are already some Democrats who are on President Trump's side when it comes to this war.
Armin, wait, just really quickly. So I looked it up because I just the word resolution. So that's something I'm familiar with. I just wanted to look up American politics to make sure it's correct. Resolutions are non-binding. So it's irrelevant.
Exactly.
It's performative. It's performative. Even if like, let's say for some reason it would go through, it's non-binding. It's basically the Democrats expressing their opinion in Congress. So guys, it's irrelevant. This is like, it's just the Democrats trying to like be performative. Resolutions like this are non-binding, so they have no impact on anything.
That was exactly the second point I was just about to make.
Yeah.
Because if you go down here, this Iranian, if you look at this comment, okay, this Iranian said, Grok, will this stop the... Okay, so this person is saying war, military action, you should be saying. Yeah, so he's saying, Grok, will this be able to stop the war? And then Grok responded in Persian, because that person was asking Persian. So if we look at this, so Grok was saying, no, it's unlikely. This resolution is the Democrats' effort to compel Trump to seek congressional authorization before attacking Iran. But sources like the New York Times and Reuters show that with bipartisan resistance, even from some pro-Israel Democrats and limited Republican support, the chances of passage are low. And to Goldie's point, even if it passed, if it passes, its enforcement would be challenging because the president has broad authorities. Okay.
Ultimately, congressional resolutions like this are non-binding, so it's irrelevant. We see this all the time in Canadian politics as well. It's basically just political grandstanding. All these people are doing is they're making sure that their names go down in history as being supporters of the people who were murdering Iranians. So they're basically digging their own graves by doing this. This is not going to stop the president from doing anything. It's completely irrelevant.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but was it okay? Like, I think it was good to show it though, right?
100%. Yeah. No, I'm glad. I'm glad you shared that, because this is really important for people to know, like, right? We need to call out those politicians. Sorry, we need to call out the politicians who are speaking out against humanitarian intervention, just like King Reza Pahlavi said, right? So 100% it's okay to share. I'm glad you shared it. We need to share more stuff like this, because that gives us an opportunity to talk about it. Yeah. And then I get to like show off my political experience, right? Boom.
Yeah. Yeah. This is why every time I share this stuff like this, I'm like, I'm gonna ask what Goldie thinks about this, because we always want to hear, from your perspective with your expertise.
Oh, well,
what your
thank
analysis
you.
is.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, why not take advantage, guys? We're so lucky we have an expert here with us, right? And Goldie, by the way, so the fire continues. The fire that I just showed you in Abadan, well into the night. So they haven't been able to stop it. So they're saying Shole ro nigah kun. Shole means like flames.
The flame, yeah.
So so Shole ro nigah kun means look at the flames. So it's big flames. All right, so there's that. Let's do an AI break. I have more, but let's just do it. I have an AI break in the middle so that we could enjoy this before we continue. So I don't know why they color the planes like this. I can't.
Why do you torture me with this like Bismillah? Can you
we need to
translate
get
the caption though? It says Hamasiya Digar. People need to know what Iranians are saying here.
like another epic
Another
event.
miracle.
It's
like another miracle.
Yeah, it's like it's being sarcastic.
Yeah,
I mean, it is a miracle because the plane managed to take off without the pilots in it. Like it went off without the pilot.
Read that too.
Oh, but I didn't actually notice that. It says و این بار شگفتی دیگری از حضور ارزشیات در صنعت هوافضا. So it's saying here's another wondrous presence of the radicals in the industry, in the aerospace industry. It's like another miraculous present, like showing of them. So,
but Armin, you can't stop. Can you pause for a second though? Like you cannot play this stuff without warning me, because I have to باید حجابم رو رعایت بکنم out of respect for like their jihad, right? So like when you play these videos and I'm not wearing like hijab, it makes me very uncomfortable. I feel like I'm insulting Allah by not like wearing hijab when you have like the hey dad going on. So I don't know. I'm feeling very, very conflicted right now. Very conflicted. Anyways, I'm drinking coffee during Ramadan though, so there you go. Happy Ramadan.
There you go. But that's it. Guy, this Ramadan, remember, stay hydrated. By the way, Goldie, I didn't know this is how pilots get into their fighter jets. Did you know that? This is how they get it. But let's watch this again.
Did you see? No, Armin, go back. He jumped out. He jumped out.
Yeah. It went. This is the miraculous part. It just went without the pilots. Like, let's watch this.
Slow it
down. It's with the power of Bismillah. No pilot needed.
Okay, slow down the speed to like half of it or something, and then like go to the part where he jumps out.
Okay.
Go to like
half the speed.
Yeah, there you go, half the speed, and then guys, just watch. He literally jumps out, like the thing comes down, and then he jumps out of it.
It runs on Haydar. Oh my god! I mean, who needs a pilot when you have Ali? Take the wheel. Yes. Okay.
Honestly, I hate that song is like. Blip. Does anyone know what that song is called? By the way, it's like such a jihadi durka song. Like. Blip. Bismillah. Oh my gosh! Like it's insane.
Okay. Okay, so Goldie, with regards to, wait, I got a super chat saying Khamenei's fate is described in Ezekiel 4:15, and said, "Then he said to me, Behold, I will let you use cow's dung instead of human dung, and you shall prepare your food with it." Oh, okay. I didn't know that's inside Ezekiel. All right, so look at Goldie. So this you talked about hijab. So this video is amazing. So it used to be when these Arzashi, these Basiji women in Iran, when they used to come and tell you to wear your hijab, the most resistance you would get is like, mind your business, like, shut the F up, get out of here. But now, again, I'm telling you, the more red crosses are being more red lines, not crosses. More red lines are being crossed. Here, watch this. Did you hear that? So she told them to wear their hijab. She shouted, "Death to Khamenei" in response. Look, everybody's kicking her out. This is, by the way, this is the train. This is the metro.
Subway station in Tehran, yeah.
Look, everybody's celebrating as soon as they kicked her out. So look at this. Breaking on the Tehran metro, an Islamic Republic loyalist was scolding women for not wearing hijab.
Armin, this is an older video though. So
I know, but I just wanted to, because you talked about hijab, I wanted to show that, like the red
but I
lines
just
that are
want to
being
make it
crossed.
clear, like this is not a video from today. This is an older video from like a few years ago.
Well, yeah, but every time I say, every time it's new, I will say that this is from today. Like this is from recent, so
No, just because there were some people in the comments, so I just want to clarify for people in the comments.
Yeah. But again, this is still one of the more recent red lines that has been crossed. Like this is like, it's not like 10 years old, right? It's like post Mahsa uprising. It's post then. It's before the Lion and Sun revolution, but it's post Mahsa, right? So I just wanted, because Goldie mentioned hijab. Oh yeah, you're right. This person shouldn't say breaking. I don't know why he's saying breaking. He shouldn't put breaking at the top, at the beginning here. This is new. So yeah, this is a little bit
so that account is a little bit problematic. That's why I don't like to share posts from that account on this channel.
Yeah, but I'm doing it mostly for the video. But yeah,
I know what I'm just saying. I'd rather not have that account because they always say, like, they post
breaking.
random things and say breaking, and it's just not true.
Breaking.
It's clickbait.
Yeah.
It's clickbait.
Yeah, it's a big habit on X where you go find older videos. Like I actually had another one where people were like really old videos of Iranians avoiding to stepping on the United States and Israel flag, and this is a really old video. And it says breaking. I'm like, what do you mean breaking? The Iranian people have been doing this. Like, this is such an old video.
That's just one of the reasons why I like to rely on like actual news accounts.
Yeah, but this video is still real.
But I mean, so we could share the video without the breaking part of it, right? That's the thing.
Okay, I will stop reading the caption. I will not read.
Well, it depends on the account. It depends on the account, right? So that's all I'm saying. But because then people think like this happened today, but it's not from today. It's older.
But But if it's a bad account, can I just show the video without reading the caption?
Yeah,
Like, I
of
think
course.
I could do
Then
that.
you can just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
maximize the video or download it and then play it, right? Because I mean,
Yeah.
that guy took the account from someone else, like Raylan Givens, right? So you can
Yeah.
even click on Raylan Givens and then play it there. But we just don't want to confuse our audience by thinking this happened today. But it is a very important video because this just goes to show like people are done with the Islamic jihadi nonsense, right? So definitely.
Oh, okay. So let me go to something that I know is just recent. And Goldie, you're gonna love this. Are you guys familiar with ISNA? ISNA. So ISNA is like the IRGC's. Well, actually, let me show you this. Okay, look at this. Tucker Carlson. Let me actually, Goldie, you're gonna love this. So they're posting. There is like the IRGC's news agency is now posting, using Tucker Carlson
Oh,
to make their point.
interesting.
Yeah. So they're saying Tucker Carlson has said the only reason America is moving towards war with Iran is Israel's desire. 80% of Americans oppose war against Iran. If this war happens, we will be severely weakened. America is facing a severe shortage in some munitions. So this is the Islamic Republic's IRGC news outlet using Tucker Carlson's words to advocate against this military operation.
What? Could
Do you want to send that?
Yeah, send it to me in like the studio chat so that I can like retweet that.
Okay.
Wow, guys, listen, we warned you. We warned you like what, 2 months ago, almost 2 months ago, when we broke that Tucker Carlson was being broadcast on Islamic Regime State TV while the massacre was happening, by the way, because that was happening on January 8th. Remember? January 8th, January 9th. So while the Islamic regime was mass slaughtering 40,000 Iranians, they were broadcasting Tucker Carlson interviews at that same time on Islamic Regime State TV.
Yeah. And also, by the way, that one was sent to us by Sohail, and this one also was just right now sent to me by Sohail. So,
wow.
So Sohail, thank you in the chat. He's the one. He has his eyes on Tucker Carlson being used by the Islamic Republic. He's hunting him down. So Tucker Carlson doesn't know this, but Sohail is his Sohail is his greatest enemy. Thank you, Sohail. All right. Let me go. All right, let me show you this. This one, I've seen this being shared a lot by Iranian social media. This is recent. So let me give you the context. Let me actually read the context for you because this is being shared a lot. There's a video circulating on social media shows a man who supports the Islamic Republic speaking in a blunt tone about the killings and suppression of people during Iran's national revolution, describing these actions with pride. Later in the video, the shopkeeper responds to his support for the Islamic Republic by saying, "Get out, go to those who taught you to call your own compatriots terrorists." The date and time of the recording or publication of this video have not been independently verified, but we know it's recent because it's referring to the Lion and Sun revolution, right? So this IRGC Basiji person was talking to this other guy regarding like killing the Iranian people in the revolution, and this shopkeeper hears them and he wants to kick them out. So let's watch this. So look at that. So he's talking to this other guy. Look how angry the shopkeeper gets. So the shopkeeper asks, like, wait, are you saying that in those nights, you were one of the people who were shooting at the young people of Iran?
نه جوون که نمیزد و
Like, no, not the young people.
برو بیرون اصلا هیچی ندارم برو بیرون جون
The shopkeeper is like, no, get out of here. I have nothing for you here in the shop. So the guy is laughing.
برو بیرون هیچی ندارم بهت بدم
Like, go, get out of here. I have nothing for you.
برو بیرون هیچی ندارم بهت بدم برو همین
He like keep saying, get out of here. I have nothing for you.
برو دل اعصابم برم میگه برو بیرون
Like, get out. You're getting on my nerves. Get out.
برو هیچی برو بیرون
Get out.
برارم برو بیرون برارم برو بیرون برو بیرون برار جان برو بی حرمتیه که تو این همه
He's like this. He's saying you're being the Basiji guy is saying you're being disrespectful. So the shopkeeper responds.
برو بی حرمتیه که تو این همه جوون رو کشتن این همه بلا به سر جوونا مردم در آوردن.
So he's saying the disrespect. You're the one who what is disrespectful is that they killed so many of our young people. They did all of these things to our young people. And you're basically defending them. So this guy was suggesting that no, we were killing the terrorists, and he's saying like no, they are the people who burned them out. Like he's saying the Islamic Republic is that was doing the terrorist activities. He's like no, don't say that. And like there was a girl in that other city that they were burned. They burned a girl. Huh.
جوون مردم تو بوجنات سوزوندن پاشه رو پاش با سیخ کشیدن اونا بی‌ناموساشا بودن
Like he's saying those were different people.
تو مشهد چی بهت بگم تو مشهد چیکار کردن مثل 16 ساله رو با بلوک طوری زدن تو سرش صورتش پخش شده باز افتادن.
He's saying they were in Mashhad they took like something and they hit a boy in the head with it, and his entire face was all over the streets. They break his entire face. So he's just going over examples of really horrible things that the Islamic Republic had done to the Iranian people, the young Iranian people. So he's repeating the Islamic Republic's propaganda, and he's saying these are all just words. Don't tell us these are just government lies. Like all the people there, all the people who were there, they were just protesting because of the issue, like because of the complaints they had. Like he's saying these people were not terrorists. Like you were basically telling them you were not killing terrorists, you were just killing protesters. So he's saying, like he said some other things that I couldn't understand, but he says people like you disgust me. It's almost as if they didn't kill like 40,000 people. Guys, look at this. This shows that the people who are working for the Islamic Republic, they have no place in Iran. When he was in a store trying to buy stuff, this is how they get treated. Wait, this part was important. So you're saying there was somebody else who's in jail right now just because he was trying to look after the injured.
کجا کی گرفته بوده خب تخم حرومم اینجور وسط اینجور جا زیاد دور میزنه الان ما یک کیفاپ به نظر.
Anyways, I just wanted to share that with you guys to see to see that there's so many Iranians who are they're just so disgusted. Like this is all over society. Like these people that walk among us in Iran, but they're not the same as the Iranian people. And as soon as Iranians realize that one of them is with the regime, this is the way that this is just like an average shopkeeper. And look at the level of disgust that he had. Let me actually go to more weird news that we just got out of Iran. And this is quite bizarre because this Japanese person was just arrested in Iran, and he's now in Evin prison. So we need to show this to the world, because a lot of people think like, oh, the Islamic Republic doesn't have a problem with anywhere. Like, so guys, this is very important, because people like Tucker Carlson, Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, and other people like these, Thomas Messi, they act like, yeah, the Islamic Republic just minds its own business, and it's only because of Israel that the Islamic Republic is now being a problem for United States as well. So, I mean, even the Japanese are being arrested right now in Iran. So let me just give you this news. So, information received by Iran International indicates that the head of the NHK Japan Network's office in Iran has been arrested and is currently being held in Evin prison. So this is him. According to this information, which was provided to Iran International on Tuesday, February 24th, this journalist is now in Ward 7 of Evin prison. Radio Farda also reported, citing two informed sources, that this individual named Shinobu Kawauchi, how did I do? Was probably not very good. Was transferred to Evin prison on February 23rd. The exact time of the arrest and any potential charges against him have not been announced, and officials of the Islamic Republic have not commented on the matter. Earlier on January 17th, and following the intensification of crackdowns and the critical situation in Iran, Japan had urged its nationals to leave Iranian soil as soon as possible. NHK in Japan is Japan's public broadcaster, which publishes news and reports related to the country and Asia through television, radio, and online platforms for international audiences. So, yeah. This Japanese reporter is now in Evin prison for some reason inside Iran, which is interesting. Let me see. What else I have here. Oh, so we have a new chant apparently. Let me actually check if Neil, Bunny, and Sohail are sending me anything else. Yeah, okay. I don't know what you're saying, Sohail. Can you explain what you mean by that? The last two messages that you sent, I don't understand it. So, Shah miad be keshvarash, mamastani pusht sarash. So this is another chant that we haven't translated here on our show before, which says Shah miad be keshvarash. So the Shah is coming back to his country, and Mamastani will be behind him. So Mamastani is this place, the city. So watch this. This is a new chant from the city of Mamastani. So this is a chant specific for this area. So let me see. There's another new chant here. I think I haven't. Okay, let me actually refresh. This is also from Mamastani, but by the way, guys, these are quite recent. These are like from hours ago, right? Quite recent. So this is another chant that we haven't yet translated. I mean, I don't even know what the chant is. I haven't played this, but this is also from Mamastani. So let's play it. Let me actually make sure I like the other one and like this one, so I have it in my likes list. So let's watch this one. So they're saying this is I think right after Princess Pahlavi's recent post against the separatists, and here he's saying they're chanting death to separatists. So in Mamasani, the people are chanting the death to the separatists. So I think this is a completely new chant. And guys, you see the effect of, you see how the effect of Princess of Pahlavi is on the people inside Iran? Because right before this, Princess of Pahlavi made a post against separatists, and now people are saying death to the separatists. Oh, people really want the link to this. Okay, let me actually give you the link in the chat. All right, here's the link to this tweet in the chat for you guys. So let me play this all the way through. So guys, remember, this is Mamasani is in Kurdistan. Mamasani is in Kurdistan. In Kurdistan, people are chanting. In Kurdistan, Iran, people are chanting the Kurds. These are Iranian Kurds chanting death to separatists. So anyone telling you that anti-separatist sentiment is anti-Kurdish, Iranian Kurds are chanting death to the separatist.
Armin, can I just pause for a second? So there's some comments in the chat. I just want to clarify this, okay, guys? Please. So, for example, apparently CNN is reporting that the Islamic regime is saying elements of an agreement have been reached. Why are you even believing anything that comes from the Islamic regime? I mean, screw CNN, like CNN, whatever. I'm not even commenting on CNN. Why would the Islamic regime, like, why would you trust anything that comes out of the mouths of the Islamic regime? Right? Guys, listen, I'm not saying this is fake news from CNN, okay? I'm not saying that CNN is lying. No. CNN is publishing what the Islamic regime is telling them. But my point is that why would anyone believe what the Islamic regime is saying? Do you actually think that we should be paying attention or listening to what the Islamic regime, to what, Iran is saying? Really? We should pay attention to what the United States is saying, not Iran. So who cares? Wait, someone's saying, I haven't banned anyone. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not even in the chat right now. I'm not banning anyone, so don't blame me for random things. But guys, just stop freaking out over what, like, Iran says elements of an agreement have been reached. Yeah, Iran also said that they're never going to build a nuclear weapon because Khamenei issued a fatwa against nuclear weapons, and Khamenei is not a liar because he's not a politician. Guys, there's so much more news to go through here when Armin's done, when he goes for his group discussion. So please, like, don't freak out over what CNN is saying. It's around. Don't freak out over what, like, the headline is, right? If a headline ever starts with Iran says this, it's like it's going to be garbage. It's going to be garbage, right? Anyways, I just wanted to say that there. So no need to freak out over what Iran and the Islamic regime is saying, because we don't care about what Iran or the Islamic regime is saying. We care about what the United States is saying. We care about what Israel is saying. And we care about what the Shah of Iran and the official opposition is saying. All right, sorry, please continue.
Okay, well, I can. This is the time that I go to the discussion group.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to post a link to the discussion group, guys. So the link to the discussion group is in the chat. And on my channel, Atheist Republic, I'm going to pin it to the top of the chat. So if you want to come ask me questions, by the way, guys, before I go to this stream, I usually do about 3 hours of live streaming on the Persian side. So I have the latest information regarding what Iranians are saying from inside Iran, because I basically talked to them for 3 hours right before I come here on Iran Revolution Live. So if you want to ask me about the latest, updates from inside Iran, or I don't know, geopolitics as a whole, the Middle East, and worldwide, come there and ask me any questions you might have, and I'll see you guys there, and I'll be back very soon. So the link again is in the chat. Let me just put the link again. People are asking. So yeah, I'll see you guys there. And Goldie, I'll be back in about 2 hours or so. And Amazral Chai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran. Mwah. See you guys.
Thank you so much, Armin. We will see you when you get back. All right, guys. Let's watch Tusi, because he actually live streamed earlier today with a very, very sort of quick update about Iran. So let's watch that, and then when we come back, I'm going to share some of the more recent images and videos coming out, not just of occupied Iran, but also from the United States. Petito's great. Petito's doing fine. Petito just has a lot of things that he needs to be dealing with, and yeah, I'll be back in a little bit.
Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and we come to you guys with a live coverage from the final talks, the final round of negotiations between the United States and the Islamic Republic nutters of Iran. Earlier this morning, we had the talks in Geneva. The Islamic Republic have rejected the offer, but now they've asked for some time. In about 2-3 hours' time, they're going to come back with their response to the Americans. But we're going to give you guys all the updates. There's a lot of videos to show you guys. Once again, random, mysterious explosions and fires left, right, and center. We also have developments from the Israeli side, as they have now launched a major attack on the IRGC's Hezbollah wing in Lebanon. That has already started. We have some videos also from there to show you. Mass defections inside the Islamic regime in Iran have now also been confirmed by the regime themselves. And USS Gerald R. Ford, the aircraft carrier, is now only a few hours away from the Middle East. So let's get into the latest developments. First, last night we had very, very robust rhetoric, not just from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, but also this time from Vice President J.D. Vance. That's the first. Vance said that we now have evidence that the Islamic Republic are trying to build a nuclear weapon. Let's quickly go to the Vice President.
But the principle is very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they try to rebuild a nuclear weapon, that causes problems for us. And in fact, we've seen evidence that they have tried to do exactly that. So the president sending those negotiators to try to address that problem, as the president has said repeatedly, he wants to address that problem diplomatically. But of course, the president has other options as well. On what we need to see from...
So it's obviously important to mention that when the rhetoric becomes even more robust, you have to expect some changes. Now, breaking news from Iran, the southern part of the country in Abadan. Another mysterious fire has now broken out at an industrial complex, and we are just about to verify and confirm a video footage that's just come to us. We'll get that to you guys in the next few minutes. We also have our 2CTV team in Geneva giving us all the latest updates on this. So I'm going to give you guys what the details are and what the Islamic Republic have rejected so far. So these are the final rounds. This morning, they spoke for a few hours, for about 3 hours. And these are the demands from the United States. I mean, it's very impossible. It was always going to be impossible for the regime to say yes to any of this. Number one, dismantle all 3 nuclear facilities, Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Not going to happen. Number 2, transfer all enriched uranium to the United States. So the initial idea was to get the Islamic Republic to agree to send them to some friendly country like Russia. But now the Americans say, give it to us instead. Number 3, no sunset clause, unlike 2015, meaning that restrictions will be permanent. Now, the Islamic Republic's idea was to pause, that the proposal from Tehran is pause for 3 to 5 years. Basically, wait for President Trump to leave office. Number 4, zero enrichment permanently. And then they will be able to retain their Tehran research reactor. And I'm going to explain why. Because Marco Rubio has now also exposed the lies coming from Tehran about the so-called nuclear energy. And number 5, minimal upfront sanction relief. So tiny sanctions will be lifted if they actually comply. So not yet, if. Of course, the Islamic Republic say, can you just lift all the sanctions and then trust us, bro. So far, that's why the Islamic Republic had to reject this deal. Now they've gone to communicate this to Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. They're going to come back, the Islamic Republic, in the next few hours. Of course, we're going to continue our live coverage on 2CTV for you guys, so that they can come back with some sort of solution. But I don't think that the Americans, unless the Islamic Republic come back and say, we surrender everything, we give up everything, then I'm not really sure how they can come back with any counter proposal. Now, as I said, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, also mentioned that it's not really just about the nuclear stuff. It's also about ballistic missiles, because that's not just a threat to Israel, but it is becoming a threat to Europe and the United States. And he said that these guys refuse to talk about ballistic missiles, and that is a big problem.
But it's also important to remember that Iran refuses to talk about the ballistic missiles to us or to anyone. And that's a big problem.
Yeah. And then he also mentioned that they do plan to build intercontinental missiles to be able to reach the United States.
Oh, yeah, yes. I mean, well, I won't speculate as to how far away they are, but they are certainly trying to achieve, and this is not new, they're trying to achieve intercontinental ballistic missiles. For example, you've seen them try to launch satellites into space. You've seen them increasing the range of the missiles they have now. And clearly they are headed in the pathway to one day being able to develop weapons that could reach the continental U.S. They already possess weapons that could reach much of Europe already now, as we speak.
Someone says, so the regime is staying. I'm not really sure where you got that from. The regime has fallen already. We just have a bunch of terrorists walking around the streets with guns. Nobody's in charge apart from Ali Khamenei from the bunker, and it's actually his sons calling the shots when it comes to the military. The banking system has collapsed. The currency has collapsed. Businesses are shot. Hospitals have become military bases. There is no government really that is functioning. And nobody's even collecting taxes. It's a bit of a chaotic situation. And obviously, these are the final days. And we are now expecting at least the Israelis to make the first move. We're going to talk about the Israelis in a second, because there's some reports, according to the mainstream media, so take a bit of pinch of salt. But meanwhile, inside Iran, people are still out. They are continuing their uprising, because at the end of the day, it will be the Iranian people who will take back control of their country and who will do the final push to fully dismantle this regime. And then, of course, they're out chanting, "Long live the king." Brilliant. Brave people of Iran. Now, speaking of course, the fall of the regime in Tehran, they have now for the first time officially confirmed the mass defections from inside the regime. Over the last few months, we've had a lot of reports and claims that thousands and thousands of those inside the Islamic occupation have defected privately and quietly. Of course, we didn't see much of them. There were still a few people from the armed forces that publicly defected. We don't know what happened to them. But now we have the IRGC leadership confirming the mass defections. But what they decided to do, I'm going to show you the video from the Islamic Republic State TV. They downplayed their reaction. So they said, oh, we discovered that, a few thousand people were working with us. They started to get brainwashed by the enemy. So we had to have a bit of a conversation with them. We know what that means, by the way. That means torture. Let's go. English subtitles.
همه مجموعه ها اهم از برادران عزیزم در وزارت اطلاعات، برادران عزیزم در اطلاعات فراجا و مجموعه اطلاعات سپاه عدد قابل توجهی از افرادی که در حال به اصطلاح اقفال شدن بودن رو زنگ زدیم، تذکر دادیم. آقا شما یه راه اشتباهی دارید میرید.
I will give you the summary in case you can't read the subtitles.
بعضی از اینها یه مقدار حرکتشون تندتر بود، دعوت کردیم، یک عدد قابل توجهی رو دعوت شدن و باز رو در رو نشستن، بچه‌هامون صحبت کردن که شما اشتباه دارید میکنید، یک حرکت هایی دارید انجام میدید که به ضرر خودتون تمام میشه. بعضی از اینا خطاشون بالاتر از این بود، احضار شدن و با اونها با صحبت شد، ارشاد شدن، راهنمایی شد. بعضیاشون خطاشون برجسته تر بود، مخصوصا ادامه بودن، دستگیر شدن. اینا همه رو تا قبل از جنگ، تا قبل از شروع فتنه اخیر. یعنی فقط در مجموعه مثلا سپاه پاسداران اسلامی که اتفاقا سوژه‌های قابل توجهی هم تو همین ایام برخورد شد، 2735 نفر دعوت و احضار شدن و ارشاد شدن، تذکر گرفتن و 13,000 نفر
13,000 people
و پیامکی به این شیوه به حساب مطلع شدن. تعداد قابل توجهی سلاح‌های به اصطلاح غیر مجاز کشف شد، بالای 1,000 تا سلاح کشف کردیم و قریب 50 نفر کسانی که مستقیما با سرویس‌های مثل موساد کار میکردن دستگیر شدن و بعضی از افراد دیگری دستگیر شدن که اساسا رفته بودن در یک فضایی تحت تاثیر فضای مجازی تصور کردن که نظام در یک مرحله پرتگاهی قرار گرفته، حتی برنامه‌هایی رو برای آینده داشتن تدوین میکردن، جلسات داشتن. اینها رو همه قبل از اینکه برسه به این ایام فتنه دستگیر.
I'm going to give you the summary of this insanity that we just heard from Majid Khademi. So he's basically in charge of the intelligence services in the IRGC. He said that we discovered that thousands and thousands of our own people defected since the end of the 12-day war and until now. And but we just had with some words with them. We brought in some of them were basically warned. We brought them in. We gave them guidance, about 3,000 people. 13,000 others we just sent them some text messages warning them, and there was another 50 that were arrested. So some of them were summoned, some of them were arrested. It's the same thing, by the way, in the Islamic Republic language. You basically arrested everyone and tortured them, but I don't believe that they have also managed to get everybody. I think because he's downplaying their reaction to make the regime sound so civilized. Oh, we are the victims. Of course, we had to have some words. But in reality, they're also clearly downplaying the number of people that they have identified to have defected. That is the key point here. But so he's lying, as usual. But at least they have confirmed the defections. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, has also exposed the Islamic Republic's nuclear lies, which is not a surprise for most of you guys, but it's important. This is part of the process, the dance to create legitimacy when it comes to the conflict with the IRGC, while we also wait for USS Gerald R. Ford to officially arrive in the Middle East, which will be in the next few hours. That's the final piece of the puzzle. Let's go to Big Marco Rubio.
Well, let me put it to you this way. If in fact what you're interested in is a peaceful nuclear program, you can do it like most of the countries in the world do it, which is they have above ground reactors and they import the fuel. We have deals now to do that with countries. If what they really wanted was energy from, they could do small modular reactors, which is something that's quite affordable and achievable for a lot of countries. But when you say we want to enrich, and we want to enrich deep underground, and you have a history in the past of enriching to 20 and even 60%, plus you're building missiles that could potentially carry warheads, that doesn't sound to me like someone who's a country that's not interested in building weapons. So it's not just the rhetorical, it's the actions that back the rhetoric.
Yeah, it's common sense, but it was important to hear it directly from the Americans, kind of for the first time, the details of the lies, the fact that you have to have an underground facility in secret. Well, why do you need that? Why can't you just build small nuclear reactors on the ground like normal countries, like normal human beings? If we go to the mainstream media as well for a second, because obviously we have to talk about them and their claims, apart from obviously what we have. We can go to Politico. They claim that senior advisors to President Trump have said that they prefer if Israel launched the attack on the Islamic Republic first. And this is the quote in the Politico from the White House. If we are talking about a regime change scale attack, Iran is very likely to retaliate with everything that they've got. We have a lot of assets in the region, and every one of those is a potential target. Now, they also said that the US bases, are not under the Iron Dome. So there is a high likelihood of American casualties, and that comes with lots of political risk. So as expected, obviously, again, this is just apparently a senior source in the White House briefing Politico. So everything you hear from the mainstream, take it with a pinch of salt. This could just be misbriefings or creating a scenario that, hey, we're not doing anything. If Israel does something, then obviously we will get involved, we'll support our allies. But it would make sense for Israel to launch technically first based on the ballistic missiles threat. And then the Americans would say, well, we're going to have to get involved. But President Trump also would usually prefer to lead from the front. So this is just to send mixed signals to Tehran, to the Islamic Republic, so that they know, well, the threat is coming from all sides, all corners, from Jerusalem, from Washington, everywhere. And but again, to take this with a pinch of salt. And most of this was the last few weeks, the dance of the geopolitical dance that we've seen as TCTV, we've been repeatedly saying, two reasons. One is the military buildup, and that includes the offensive strategy as well as self-defense. So for the US bases, for Israel and the allies. And the second main reason for these pointless negotiations was to create legitimacy. While these fake talks have been going on, the Americans have been successfully lobbying all countries from the European Union to Canada, to everybody to get on board. Now, everybody's talking about regime change. Canada have already said, we're not going to deal with the Islamic Republic anymore with Iran until there is regime change in Tehran. So the narrative has already changed, and this has been working slowly for some time. So they had to do all this to reach this point. We also have developments. We can now confirm that the footage that we have now received confirms the Israelis have now launched a major attack on the IRGC's Hezbollah wing. Let's quickly go to the video we've just received from the Middle East. Here we go. That's the IDF hitting Hezbollah. Yeah, it's crazy stuff. So obviously part of the geopolitical dance that you've seen, as I said, they're getting the European Union and the Canadians and everybody else on board, was also to ensure that they managed to push China and Russia out. Russia have already withdrawn direct support for the Islamic Republic. Of course, the regime in Tehran are not happy, as obviously you've seen over the last week or so. They say that Russia have betrayed us once again. And President Trump also pressured Beijing, saying don't get involved directly. Of course, the CCP in China have continued to send indirect support to the Islamic Republic with their cargo planes. But the Chinese have also said that, of course, we're not going to get involved with any direct conflicts if anything happens in the Middle East. But we urge all sides to not do wars, which is kind of funny considering that Beijing is also preparing to take over Taiwan. But we also now have the video from the another mysterious fire in Iran, in the southern parts of the country in Abadan. the industrial complex. Let's quickly go and see what sort of gas leak this time we're talking about. Major gas leak. Insane. Anyway, so that's the current situation on the ground with mysterious fires and explosions. We have some reaction over here already. Please read Dutch media. Iran opened up the diplomatic luggage. Yeah, that was 2 days ago, of Dutch diplomats. The Islamic Republic has violated international law. The Islamic Republic TV has used the video. Yes, yeah, we've been talking about this 2 days ago. The IRGC stopped a couple of the diplomats from the Netherlands, and they allegedly they took some mobile phones and Starlink devices that they were saying that you were going to give this to the Iranian people. Chaos. IRGC delaying in order to hit Israel tonight. So we've been talking about this for the past few weeks now, for the past couple of months. And the beginning of this, I said, I don't believe that the Islamic Republic are stupid enough to launch first, preemptive. But as I've also been saying the last few days, if we get to a point, so now that they've rejected the deal, but they've gone for the next couple of hours, they've gone back to Khamenei to get his reaction. And then in the next 2-3 hours, they're going to go back in Geneva. The Islamic Republic are going to give their final counter proposal, right? And the only thing that they could save them right now is basically surrender to all the demands of the Americans. Because they came up over the last couple of weeks. The Islamic Republic sat down, they thought about strategy. They couldn't really say yes to President Trump's demands because the demands were crazy. From the perspective of the Islamic Republic, the demands were insane. Dismantle nuclear facilities, zero enrichment, all that. So they came up with some creative ideas. They said, okay, so what if we offer the Americans economic ties and to be able to trade with Iran since 1979 for the first time? The White House were not interested. This morning, they said no. They repeated the demands, right? So the Islamic Republic can't really come up with anything creative. So the only thing that they can do, they should do, is basically surrender everything. Say yes to all the demands, which will be a huge defeat for Tehran, just to save themselves for another few weeks, because obviously the uprising is still going on. The other option at this point, even though I said a month ago, I just don't see a scenario where the Islamic Republic do a preemptive attack on Israel before they're attacked, because they want to be seen as the victims, right? The underdogs. The only good option for them is actually to hit Israel tonight or tomorrow morning, before the weekend. If you're walking away from Geneva, the final talks, and say, well, nobody said yes, what's the point? Even if, for example, Steve Witkoff says, yeah, go back. We could try again in a couple of weeks' time, right? Do you want to talk again? The Islamic Republic should know it's highly unlikely that next time will happen. So you're going to have to do a preemptive attack. This is the only option for the Islamic Republic. But we'll also have to wait and see when or how the Israelis or the Americans will decide to hit. There's a lot of options on the table, but nobody knows apart from President Trump and Netanyahu. Unless the Ayatollah and his entire regime commits. Where is the rest of it? Okay. Bring me Khamenei's turban. YouTube wouldn't even let me kind of reference the word. What word was that? All we saw was ... How strong is the support from China for the Islamic Republic? So no direct support. The Chinese have already said that to President Trump, we'll stay out of this, but they have obviously continued the indirect support. So during the military buildup, the Chinese have sent so much military equipment with radar systems and
After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue, starting it all over. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve.
President Trump there addressing Iran's nuclear threat at the State of the Union speech this week. Nuclear talks are underway right now in Geneva. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff leading the American delegation. President Trump still considering military action as the U.S. builds up its assets in the region. The Treasury hit Iran with new sanctions last night, targeting individuals, companies, and ships accused of enabling the country's oil sales and ballistic missile capabilities. Joining me right now is the leader of the Iranian Democrat opposition, the former Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. Your Royal Highness, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Good to see you. Let me kick it off right there and get your take on the sanctions that were put in place last night. Are the sanctions working against the Iranian regime?
Good morning, Maria. As we have often discussed this matter with you, one of the elements that brings more pressure on the regime are indeed anything that will make them less capable of having revenue that funds their war machine or their repressive apparatus or whatever they've done throughout decades of funding their proxies and fomenting radicalism and terrorism in the region. Clearly, the regime that is on its last leg and about to collapse would be even more challenged as a result of economic sanctions, and it would precipitate its downfall, which is exactly what we hope happens as a nation that is ready to revolt and liberate itself from this occupying force.
So you think then that putting these sanctions is just applying more pressure and it's a positive?
It is a positive, as you recall many times the discussion that I have brought to the table in terms of how the world can be of help to the Iranian people who want to liberate themselves from this regime. One is a campaign of maximum support for the people, parallel to maximum pressure on the regime. Now, the combination of these two external factors will lead to an element that is very critical for the transition, which is maximum defections from the regime elements to the people. This is part of our scenario of change and transition because it will minimize resistance. It will stabilize the country sooner rather than later. It will offer a scenario of an exit strategy for people who want out of this regime and don't want to sink with this sinking ship. And this will therefore make our job easier post-regime collapse to manage the transition. I'm talking specifically about the military and paramilitary forces as well as the civil bureaucracy, so we don't have a repeat of post-Saddam Hussein de-Baathification, which is very much on our mind.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that because I want to get your take on how Iran is getting support. I mean, is it China? But let me stay here for a moment on the domestic issues because you are also launching a special project to encourage economic prosperity for a free Iran. Now, whether or not we get a free Iran anytime soon is another question. But of course, the economic benefits of the free Iran are deep and long. Tell us about your vision for the economy once perhaps that could occur.
Well, the Iran Prosperity Project is a very complex plan that covers several phases for Iran's redevelopment coming back on track. The first phase is focused on the immediate, what do we need to do in the first 100 days post-regime collapse. But from a point of view of the average American standing out there looking at a different picture of a different Iran and what it would mean to U.S. interests beyond national security in terms of economic opportunities. Look, we anticipate that as a result of a fundamental change in Iran, this would probably represent an over $1 trillion worth of revenue to the American market in the span of the first 10, 15 years, should things change. There are a variety of firms that would benefit from being back into the fold as far as Iran's market being open to the U.S., which was shut off completely for almost half a century since this regime took over. And there are a lot of Iranian Americans that are representative of various companies from Silicon Valley to other places who are willing to immediately step in and invest billions of dollars into the Iranian economy. And all of that will bring about a very prosperous future for the Iranian people, but also, I think, in the best interest of America. Now, we have a regime, as you pointed in the first sentence that you mentioned about China and the fact that it chooses to partner with China.
Yeah.
The Iranian people would partner with America because we realize that the geopolitical significance of the Chinese Communist Party gaining more foothold in the region, and that's not in the best interest of Iran or, for that matter, the free world, especially the United States. So the whole point is, who do you choose to invest on? Are you going to continue hoping for a change of behavior by this regime that could never be trusted, and the negotiations I don't think will lead to any point, rather than say the Iranian people are our true allies and partners? That should be the horse we bet on from now on.
Understood. And you're talking about, visions of what, $1 trillion in revenue for American companies over a decade, replacing Iran's aging aviation fleet and modernizing the energy sector, opening up a market of 90 million educated consumers. It sounds wonderful, but the reality of the situation today is that President Trump just noted that Iran is killing protesters. And he mentioned it in the State of the Union the other night that Iran leadership has killed a reported 32,000 people just in the last couple of weeks in the recent anti-regime protests. Tehran is pushing back. They're accusing the president of, quote, big lies over the number of deaths and Iran's nuclear program. But we've got videos, and these videos show another crackdown on Iranian student protesters, police flooding schools to crush a fourth day of anti-regime demonstrations. What are you hearing in terms of the activity on the ground? We've got these videos of pickup trucks with machine guns photographed outside the University of Tehran. I mean, is there actual, regular happenings at universities? What can you tell us about colleges and whether or not they're actually even enabling people to get educated there at this moment in time? The word is that there are virtual classes, if any, to avoid any protests.
Well, Maria, across the board, the Iranians are unified today more than ever in understanding how pivotal, how critical it is for this regime to no longer be in place, because that will address every concern that the Iranian society has faced for more than 4 decades, and of course the impact this regime has had as a means of its continued survival to the region and the world. I'm glad that you're showing these images, because unfortunately mainstream media has had very little coverage of what has happened in Iran. But as you know, in the world of social media in which we live, these kind of footages come to us every single day of various parts of the country, and the writing is on the wall. When you hear the Iranian people, what they say and how distant the regime is from their aspiration, it goes without saying. Now, President Trump, I'm sure, has a tremendous amount of information and data and intelligence reports that comes to him. I'm sure he's very well aware of the situation on the grounds in Iran. We all understand that he had to exhaust every avenue of diplomacy as a last resort the regime to come back, but as I told you, I doubt that this regime will ever come clean. It has always been disingenuous and dishonest. It's just trying to buy time, riding the storm until President Trump is no longer in office, which is typically the way they behave. That's what we keep saying. This regime is not to be trusted. Instead, be assured that once Iran is liberated, Iran will be committed to make sure that the world is comfortable and confident of our intentions, our transparency, our dedication to reverse this process that the regime has done, put an end to extremism, radicalism, terrorism, dubious nuclear program, dismantle a military weapon, the military program, be transparent versus IAEA. I mean, the whole difference is the Iranian people are committed to that. I'm here to as their voice to you and tell President Trump and everybody else in the free world that, look, your best bet is to trust the Iranian people and not trust anymore this regime. I think everybody knows that. I think Geneva will pan out pretty soon, and then we'll see what happens.
Well, look, I understand all that you're saying. There's also pushback on you. There's certain pockets of people who say, look, the Iranian people don't want to return to a monarchy. You know, they're saying, we don't know. I mean, you have been the face of this pushback on this brutal regime, no doubt about it. But, you know, what do you want to say to those people who perhaps are questioning? I know you've talked repeatedly about a transition. And also, Your Highness, if you will, address the China end of this, because we're zeroing in on communist China. And Iran reportedly close to a deal with China to buy supersonic anti-ship missiles. These are Chinese-made missiles. They've got a range of nearly 200 miles, and they're designed to avoid ship defenses by flying fast and low. The missiles would significantly boost Iran's firepower and striking capabilities, especially against U.S. forces building in the region. And we're also worried that China is giving Iran information in terms of where specifically U.S. assets are. So you've got all of that coming at you.
Well, reason more, Maria, to just push the regime over the cliff because it's on its way down and not throw it yet again another lifeline. This has been on arguments for decades, but this is a moment in time where the circumstances are the most favorable for this to happen. It's not just the relationship that Iran is now trying to establish with China. I mean, they've done it with North Korea. They're supplying drones to the Russians in their conflict with the Ukraine. I mean, every way you look at it, this regime has always been up to no good as it relates to stability in the region and elsewhere. So another reason why the best solution to put an end to all these concerns is for this regime to no longer be there. But let me go to the first question you asked about the transition and my role and how do I see the future. This is not about monarchy or republic. It's about secular democracy. And in fact, I've always offered to lead the transition in the context of allowing free and fair elections to determine the future of Iran. The Iranian people, we have multiple opportunities to weigh in on the subject, hear the debates in a Constitutional Assembly that would propose what the ultimate form could be, and it's all going to be by means of direct vote by the people in ratifying the propositions and in a referendum. At the end of this process, once the Iranian people have decided the future form of their governance in terms of a secular democratic system, it could be a parliamentary monarchy, it could be a republic. Republics may have different forms. All of this needs to be debated. And at the very end, once the project is ratified by referendum, there will be the elections of the first parliament of this new democracy and the first government of this new democracy, at which point the transitional government would dissolve itself and hand over power to the elected representative of the people. And that's the end of this process of transition that at this point I've stepped in to lead. With the help of Iranian that are representative of different viewpoints, by the way. I'm not supported just by monarchies. I have Republicans, people on the left, right, center, ethnic groups, religious groups, and what have you. It's a very diverse.
We've seen the videos, sir, and we've seen even in the Munich Security Conference people chanting your name. We understand that. Your Highness, always a pleasure. Thanks very much for joining us, and we will, of course, keep a watch on the potential, the economic potential that you are bringing to light this morning, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
All right, Prince Reza Pahlavi. We'll be right back. Stay with us. But first, there's this. The U.S. and Iran holding a third round of nuclear talks in Geneva today, negotiating the future of Tehran's nuclear program as the U.S. builds up its military force in the region. President Trump warning bad things, quote unquote, could happen if Tehran does not agree to a deal, maintaining he prefers a diplomatic solution, something he told me back in Davos and has been saying repeatedly. Iran's foreign minister, meanwhile, says an agreement is, quote, within reach. Meanwhile, NATO shifting air surveillance toward Iran, reflecting growing concerns over a potential U.S.-led military campaign. Joining me now, live from Brussels, is U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Matthew Whitaker. Ambassador, always a pleasure. Thanks very much for being here. It feels like things are spiking, the tensions rising. Are we going to see strikes on Iran?
Well, first of all, President Trump was clear in the State of the Union that he prefers diplomacy, but he has all the options on the table and he holds all the cards. I mean, we've demonstrated in Midnight Hammer that when President Trump draws a red line, that he's willing to enforce that. And he's right, that would be a bad day for Iran if we get to a kinetic solution. But the options are on the table right now to make a diplomatic deal, to agree to never have a nuclear weapon, because we cannot let the #1 state sponsor of terrorism and a real menace to the region have capabilities to bring nuclear Armageddon. And so we just have to get this resolved diplomatically. But again, President Trump is in a position of strength right now to negotiate this deal.
How do our NATO allies feel about all of this?
Well, we're allies, which means that we support each other. And in this case, you know, all of our allies are willing to support the United States of America and to do what's necessary. You know, some more loudly than others. But, you know, right now, this is a United States of America effort, but we have a lot of allies in the region and in Europe here that are willing to support us in whatever it takes.
Well, look, I'm worried about, and the viewers are worried about Russia and China. Meanwhile, NATO reportedly falling behind Russia and China in the race to build up icebreakers and other tools critical for the potential war in the Arctic. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum is renewing President Trump's calls to take on Greenland, calling it a strategic vital asset for the U.S. economy and national security. The Secretary, of course, will join me at 8 a.m. Eastern, and he's going to talk more about that this morning. But where are the NATO allies at this point? Is this off the table, or is this still a consideration for the United States to use Greenland as a critical security spot? I know the president has discussed wanting to build part of his Golden Dome on Greenland.
Yeah, obviously, Greenland is a critical part of North American security. We have a high-level working group that's negotiating trilaterally with the United States, Denmark, and Greenland to make sure that all of our concerns are worked through. We also have announced a Arctic Sentry here at NATO, which is the Supreme Allied Commander Europe is cohering all of the capabilities. But there are things like icebreakers, submarine hunting airplanes, deep water sensors that we got to make sure not only do we know what everybody has and is bringing, but make sure that if we have gaps and we have capability challenges, that we can address those in the near term. Remember, we got the 5%, not just as a political statement. We got the 5% because that means capabilities. That means icebreakers and sub-hunting airplanes and Arctic troops that train. I was up in Norway about a month ago and saw our Navy SEALs that were training, that were in the cold, difficult Arctic Circle conditions. And the reason is to your point, China and Russia are active in the region. China is ambitious in that region, and we need to make sure that we're matching that, protecting our interests, protecting the alliance's interest, and that's going to mean real capabilities and really real money spent on those capabilities.
Well, I mean, look, the issues came up, obviously, when you were recently in Munich at the Munich Security Conference, and we all watched you sitting there on stage with New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. When she came back, she faced massive pushback after the rambling answer, the word salad that she answered about the question over China and Taiwan and whether the U.S. would defend Taiwan. Well, let's take a look at that. I want to get your take.
Would and should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
I think that this is such a, I think that this is of course a very longstanding policy of the United States. And I think what we are hoping for is that we want to make sure that we never get to that point, and we want to make sure.
Okay, honestly, I can't stand AOC. So, let's go to more news. So, guys, this is one thing I want to share with you. So, this kind of this falls in with the theory, let's say, that Armin and I have about how we're going to start seeing more and more American politicians start speaking about why it's important to go after the Islamic regime, right? So we heard the speech from Senator John Kennedy earlier today, and now this statement came out as well today. This is from Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, and he voiced support for Iranian protesters on Thursday, that's today, telling Iran International that the United States wants to help the Iranian people reclaim their country while preventing Tehran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. So,
first of all, I just want to say thank you for your
proactive approach to this. I mean, no one is on the airways louder and pro Iranian people and the support for the revolution that's taken place in you. And you've really put yourself out there. So I have nothing but respect for what you're doing. And obviously, I think your listeners are showing their support for you. The truth is that, you know, we'll support this rising of the Iranian people to get back their country and go back to, you know, the country that they once had prior to the Ayatollah coming into power in 1979. Iranian people used to be more pro-Western, honestly, than the United States. I mean,
What? Did this American senator just say that Iranian people used to be more pro-Western than the United States? I mean, I don't disagree, because we Iranians were very, very pro-Western. But guys, this goes back to what I was saying earlier when we were playing Senator John Kennedy's speech, and Senator Kennedy said that when we speak about Iran, we have to distinguish between the Iranian people and the Islamic regime, right? And then Armin and I were talking about how rare it is to hear that, because for, you know, the last 47 years, the Islamic regime has made it seem as if Iranians and the Islamic regime are one. Meanwhile, we've been held hostage. And so for the last 47 years, the world, and especially Americans thought that we Iranians didn't like you guys. But now, oh my gosh, like, guys, this is a sign. This is a sign. This is not coming out randomly, okay? This is a sign. This is a sign. Honestly, as an Iranian, hearing something like this is so wild to me. Like, wild in a good way, right? Like, wild in a good way. It's like, oh my gosh, like, the truth is coming out, right?
Or 1979. Iranian people used to be more pro-Western.
All right, let me go back here.
Showing their support for you. The truth is that, you know, we'll support this rising of the Iranian people to get back their country and go back to, you know, the country that they once had prior to the Ayatollah coming into power in 1979. Iranian people used to be more pro-Western, honestly, than the United States. I mean, in the 70s, you had more women in the professional workplace in the United States. You had more women elected to public office than the United States. We would love to see that again. We would love to see that relationship with the Iranian people to grow again. But the Ayatollah is there. And the Ayatollah right now is trying to get a nuclear weapon, and we can't allow that to happen. The Ayatollah and his murderous regime has pillaged the wealth inside Iran to sponsor the terror around the world. We can't allow that to continue. At the same time, we're waiting for a leader to rise up in Iran, and we would love to see that take place. There doesn't seem to be an apparent leader, and we don't want to cause another Arab Spring like Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. We don't want.
Okay, so I have to go back here. So the part where he says there doesn't seem to be an apparent leader. Okay, there is a leader. We have a leader. It's His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, right? I think this is probably his way of trying to say what Senator Lindsey Graham said at the Munich Security Conference, right? Where it's not his place to determine who the leader is. It's not his place to determine who the leader is. Wait, let me go back and listen. Was he speaking about internal or external? Either way, like, this is fine. This is okay. Did he say in Iran? Okay, let's see.
Has pillaged the wealth inside Iran to sponsor the terror around the world. We can't allow that to continue. At the same time, we're waiting for a leader to rise up And
see, he's saying we're waiting for a leader to rise up. So he's speaking about opposition, but I'm just going to say, this is okay, guys. This is fine. This is a good thing. This is a good thing because, again, remember, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi has said it's not up to Western politicians to endorse a leader. It's up to the Iranian people, their right to self-determination. And then, of course, Senator Lindsey Graham said the same thing. Senator Lindsey Graham at the Munich Security Conference said that it's not up to him to decide who the Iranian people want, right? It's the Iranian people that have to decide. It's not his place to say it. And so the same thing here. So what the senator is saying here is basically, right, like he's just saying it in different wording. So for the Iranians who are watching or listening, right, he's basically just saying, he's basically saying, I don't know, right? He's basically washing his hands clean because he wants to make sure that no one can like say that, you know, this is America-led regime change, right? Exactly. That's what it is. Yeah. Listen, I'm not worried. I would be more worried if he came out and said, oh yeah, like we're going to put in King Reza Pahlavi, right? If he said that, I would be way more worried because then I would be like, oh my gosh, now all the Islamists and the communists and the jihadis are going to be like, oh, see, he's a puppet, right? So by, you know, claiming, by saying that, you know, he doesn't know, I don't know. All he's saying is, guys, you listen to what he's saying though. You have to read between the lines. So first, right? Okay, let me say this in Persian for, you know, all the Iranians who are watching, and then I'll say it in English. So ببین دوستان، اولش میگه که ما میخوایم به همون ایرانی برگردیم که قبل از 57 بود. یعنی همون، خب اون ایرانی که قبل از 57 بود چه ایرانی بود؟ یه ایرانی بود با شاهنشاه آریامهر دیگه. یعنی داره میگه ما دوست داریم، ما به عنوان آمریکایی دوست داریم که ما به اون ایران برگردیم، اون ایرانی برگردیم که شاهنشاه آریامهر بود و ایرانیا با آمریکایا دوست بودن، right? So به خاطر اینه که الان میگه ما نمیدونیم مثلا حالا لیدر کیه، چون که خب دست ما نیست. همونجوری که سناتور لینزی گرام هم گفتن که سناتور لینزی گرام به کریستین امانپور گفت که دست ما نیست که بگیم کیه، میدونی؟ ما نمیتونیم بگیم کیه. خود مردم ایران باید این تصمیم رو بگیرن. این تصمیم ما به عهده نمیگیریم. یعنی داره اینجوری به مردم ایران داره احترام میذاره. Anyway, so in English, so guys, a few seconds ago, and we'll go back and we'll listen to the whole thing again, but a few seconds ago he said, we Americans, we want to go back to the Iran that existed prior to 1979. What was that Iran? That Iran was with His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. So now for him to say, well, we don't know who the leader is, that's a good thing. That's a good thing because they're not going to repeat the mistake of Jimmy Carter, right? So they're basically respecting the Iranian people's right to self-determination. This is exactly what we want. So this is perfectly in line with everything else that His Royal Highness has said, that Senator Lindsey Graham has said, and everyone else, right? Very, very important here. All right, let's finish watching, and then we'll go back and watch the whole thing from the beginning.
The terror around the world, we can't allow that to continue. At the same time, we're waiting for a leader to rise up in Iran, and we would love to see that take place. There doesn't seem to be an apparent leader, and we don't want to cause another Arab Spring like Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. We don't want to see what happened in Iraq to happen in Iran. When we pulled out of Iraq, you saw a vacuum of ISIS and other terrorist organizations going there because there was a lack of leadership. We can't allow that to take place in Iran, and so while we support the people of Iran from trying to get their country back, at the same time, our focus right now is to make sure that the Ayatollah and his murderous regimes can't destabilize the world and the world economy by having a nuclear weapon. And so that's our laser focus. And at the same time, we want to be supportive of what's taking place and with the Iranian people. And when a leader arises, we would love to circle, or as I would say as the cowboy, circle our wagons around that individual.
Guys, he's giving us like did I not just say that they're not going to say who the leader is, but after regime change, like after the fall of the Islamic regime, when King Reza Pahlavi goes in, they're going to support. Listen, he just said it.
The Iranian people, and when a leader arises, we would love to circle, or as I would say as the cowboy, circle our wagons around that individual, and hopefully kick the Ayatollah and his regime out for good.
Wow, guys. See? Guys, what did I tell you? Goldie is always right. Goldie is always right when it comes to geopolitics, anyway. When it comes to, Middle Eastern geopolitics. He literally says, I don't know who it is, but when he comes out, when he rises up, we're going to circle around him. Wait, that's like a Texan saying. We're going to circle around him like cowboys with our wagons or something. I don't know what that saying is, but I love it. I absolutely love it. And we literally just finished playing the interview with His Royal Highness this morning on Maria Bartiromo. And remember, Maria Bartiromo, because, okay, so she's not a politician, right? She's a journalist. She's a journalist. So she can say whatever she wants to say, and they can't pin it on American government policy, right? Because she's a journalist. So when she speaks about His Royal Highness, she calls him the leader of Iran's democratic opposition. Do you remember that? Guys, look at this. Let me go back to that
allegation. What's your take on?
Wait. Listen to this. She introduces him as the leader of Iran's democratic opposition, right? So journalists can say that because that's not American foreign policy, right? No one can assume or claim that a reporter or a journalist is responsible for American foreign policy, right? So she can say it very, very freely, right? The politicians can't.
Accused of.
Oh yeah. No. I figured the circling wagons comment is a positive thing, right? Like I figured it has something to do with like support, protect, defend. I think it's like a pioneer thing, right? But the point is that the senator is basically saying that when a leader arises, he's like, I don't know who the leader is, but when he arises, we're going to support him. We're going to defend him, right? Like, guys, this is positive news. Okay, so let's go back. Listen to how Maria Bartiromo introduced His Royal Highness today.
Enabling the country's oil sales and ballistic missile capabilities. Joining me right now is the leader of the Iranian Democrat opposition, the former Crown Prince of Iran.
Did you catch that? The leader of the Iranian Democratic opposition. Let's play that one more time.
Abilities. Joining me right now is the leader of the Iranian Democrat opposition, the former Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. Your Royal Highness, thank you very much.
Boom. See, guys, you have to like look at the whole scenario. You have to look at the whole situation holistically, right? You can't just look at one piece individually and another piece, right? So when she said that this morning, that was a trigger for me. I'm like, okay, because I've never heard her refer to His Royal Highness as the leader of the Democratic opposition. She's always just said the leader of the opposition. Now she's saying Democratic opposition. Okay. So and Maria Bartiromo is very, very close to President Trump. Remember, Maria Bartiromo is a very good friend of President Trump. President Trump highly respects Maria. President Trump watches her shows. President Trump listens to what she has to say. So, right? And also, isn't it interesting that after Chuck Schumer came out yesterday, because we played Chuck Schumer's video yesterday. Wait, what is this? Javid Shah, Goldie and Armin in the land of Cyrus. Thank you. Yeah, hopefully soon I'll be able to go back and visit my homeland, the land of Cyrus. Okay, so right. So remember yesterday, Chuck Schumer had that like 7-second long interview where he basically came out and he was very angry and he said something like, the situation is very serious and the administration has to make its case. That was it. He said, the situation is very serious and the administration has to make its case. And now, today, we've already seen two Republican senators speak about Iran and make the case for why there should be a military strike against the Islamic regime. And this is the second one. Let's listen to this again. Okay, no more interruptions because now we know what he's going to say. But, oh, where'd it go? Oops. I got rid of it. Guys, this is big.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you for your proactive approach to this. I mean, no one is on the airways louder and pro Iranian people and the support for the revolution that's taken place in you. And you've really put yourself out there. So I have nothing but respect for what you're doing. And obviously, I think your listeners are showing their support for you. The truth is that, you know, we'll support this rising of the Iranian people to get back their country and go back to, you know, the country that they once had prior to the Ayatollah coming into power in 1979. Iranian people used to be more pro-Western, honestly, than the United States. I mean, in the 70s, you had more women in the professional workplace in the United States. You had more women elected to public office than the United States. We would love to see that again. We would love to see that relationship with the Iranian people to grow again. But the Ayatollah is there. And the Ayatollah right now is trying to get a nuclear weapon, and we can't allow that to happen. The Ayatollah and his murderous regime has pillaged the wealth inside Iran to sponsor the terror around the world. We can't allow that to continue. At the same time, we're waiting for a leader to rise up in Iran, and we would love to see that take place. There doesn't seem to be an apparent leader, and we don't want to cause another Arab Spring like Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. We don't want to see what happened in Iraq to happen in Iran. When we pulled out of Iraq, you saw a vacuum of ISIS and other terrorist organizations going there because there was a lack of leadership. We can't allow that to take place in Iran.
Okay, wait. I see someone in the chat. Okay, یکی تو chat. Let me just say this in Persian. یکی تو chat. نمیدونم شاید زبان انگلیسیتون خوب نیست. RZGH نمیدونم چی. لطفاً اگر به آمریکایی‌ها توهین نکنین. کار خیلی زشتیه. اگر که از ابتدا برنامه رو نگاه کردین تو این 60 روز اخیر میدونین که همه این کارها بازی شطرنجه. پس لطفاً به آمریکایی‌ها توهین نکنید. و چت رو هم اسپم نکنین وگرنه بلاکتون میکنم. میدونم که خب خیلی مثلا حالا شاید میگم نه، خب ببین ویتکاف هم داره کار درستی میکنه. ویتکاف هم داره کار خودشو میکنه چون که ترامپ بهش گفته که شما اینجوری سر رژیم رو گرم بکن تا ما بتونیم ارتشمون رو آماده بکنیم. اوکی؟ پس لطفاً به ویتکاف و کوشنر توهین نکنین. کار خوبی نیست، کار قشنگی نیست، مخصوصا توی این چت که همه آمریکایی هستن. این کار درست نیست، این کار خیلی زشته. ما اینجا الان همه داریم از همدیگه حمایت میکنیم و خیلی از آمریکایی هم اینجا هستن دارن از ما حمایت میکنن. پس لطفاً یه کمی چیز باشین، یه کمی مؤدب‌تر باشین. ببین میدونم من واقعا درک میکنم که چقدر سخته، درک میکنم که خب چه سختیایی کشیدیم، چه دردی ما کشیدیم، چه رنجی داریم، ولی خب باید این از یه جور دیگه هم نگاه بکنیم. ببین این رژیم 47 سال اینجا بوده و این یه رژیمی نیست که بتونیم همینجوری مثلا یه دفعه‌ای آمریکایی ها بیان و رژیم رو نابود بکنن. طول میکشه. پس ما باید یه کمی بیشتر فقط رعایت بکنیم. میدونی دارم چی میگم؟ رعایت بکنیم. و ببین خیلی از آمریکایی هم اینجا کلمه فارسی یاد گرفتن، مثلا کلمه دوست یاد گرفتن، کلمه هممیهن یاد گرفتن، کلمه جاویدشاه یاد گرفتن. خیلی دارن از ما حمایت میکنن. پس میدونی ما هم یه کمی حالا واقعا میدونم سخته، واقعا درکتون میکنم، میدونی واقعا درکتون میکنم، ولی خب میدونم. ببین اینو بذار من بهتون بگم دوست عزیز. ببین اینا صحبت که میکنند، صحبت اون چیزی نیست که شما فکر میکنی. اینا یعنی اونا نمیان که مثلا با قاتلان مردم ما صحبت بکنن. Sorry guys, I'll explain this in English in one moment. اونا نمیان صحبت بکنن که مثلا بگن آره کارتون درسته و ما میخوایم شما اینجا بمونید. دلیلی که دارن باشون صحبت میکنن چون که ترامپ بهشون 2 تا راه داده. ترامپ بهشون گفته یا میتونید تسلیم بشین خودتون از کشور برین بیرون، یا میایم سراغتون و میایم سراغ خار مادرتون. اوکی؟ این صحبته که دارن انجام میدن و همون جوری که دیدی مذاکره امروز هم like it was cancelled. چی میشه؟ لغو شد. پس ببین اینا که صحبت میکنن، صحبت کردن به معنی قبول کردن نیست. ببین پرزیدنت ترامپ تصمیم خودش رو گرفته. الان 1/3 قدرت ارتش نیوی، الان 1/3 قدرت نیوی رفته خاورمیانه. من بهت قول میدم پرزیدنت ترامپ انقدر ارتش آمریکایی نبرده خاورمیانه چون که فقط میخواد یاد بگیره چجوری کباب درست بکنه. اوکی؟ پرزیدنت ترامپ 1/3 ارتش نیوی رو برده خاورمیانه چون که میخواد رژیم رو تموم بکنه. و همین که الان 2 تا به غیر از مسابقه‌ای که پادشاه امروز صبح داشت، 2 تا سناتور آمریکایی الان دارن میگن که ما میخوایم ایران به اون چیزی برگرده که قبل از 57 بوده. یعنی این یه چیز خیلی خوبیه. این مذاکره اون چیزی نیست که شما فکر میکنید هست. مذاکره مثل اوباما و بایدن نیست، اصلا نیست. پرزیدنت ترامپ کاملا فرق میکنه. Okay? So I just wanted to say that. So for بذار ببینم. So I just wanted to say this in English because let me just translate what I was saying. So we have a lot of Iranians who are joining Iran Revolution Live, and we're very grateful to all of them because our channel is growing. We're getting more support, but rightfully so. A lot of Iranians are feeling very frustrated. Right? A lot of Iranians are feeling very frustrated because they want the United States to attack right away. And because many of them are new to Iran Revolution Live, they have not received or they have not heard of the same, analysis that Armin and I have been giving for the last 60 days. Sorry, let me just, sorry. So they're not experts. They're not experts in the political analysis like you are, because Armin and I have been giving you political analysis. Chefa Velishkon. We're not banning anyone in the chat because they disagree. I'm explaining, so it is what it is. There's a difference between trolling and between just explaining to people what's going on. So what I'm saying is that there are a lot of Iranians who are new to the channel and who have not heard the various political analysis that we've been providing, and so a lot of them feel frustrated because of course they want United States to attack right away. And when they hear the news of, oh, there's going to be talks or negotiations, they're assuming that the talks or negotiations are because the United States wants to keep the regime around. But that's not the case whatsoever. The talks or negotiations, as I was explaining in Persian, is basically the United States giving the Islamic regime two options. You can either surrender, or we're going to come and boom, boom you. So that's what I'm just explaining. So that's why let's give the Iranians a little bit of grace. But I also said to the Iranians in the chat, I was like, we should also be very thankful and grateful that U.S. military is on its way. Because of course, President Trump didn't just, position 1/3 of America's Navy in the Middle East because he wants a kebab recipe, right? So there's also a lot of American taxpayer dollars that's being invested in this. So we should all, I know it's a frustrating, difficult time for all of us. Emotions are running high, but in this channel, we're very supportive. And we attack the regime, we attack terrorists, but there we go. So, but I'm glad that I'm glad that we're all on the same page now. So, okay, let's go back. Now I can finally play this interview from today. And guys, this interview, this is so telling. This is so telling, guys. Look at this.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you for your proactive approach to this. I mean, no one is on the airways louder and pro Iranian people and the support for the revolution that's taken place in you. And you've really put yourself out there. So I have nothing but respect for what you're doing. And obviously, I think your listeners are showing their support for you. The truth is that we'll support this rising of the Iranian people to get back their country and go back to the country that they once had prior to the Ayatollah coming into power in 1979. Iranian people used to be more pro-Western, honestly, than the United States. I mean, in the 70s, you had more women in the professional workplace in the United States. You had more women elected to public office than the United States. We would love to see that again. We would love to see that relationship with the Iranian people to grow again. But the Ayatollah is there. And the Ayatollah right now is trying to get a nuclear weapon, and we can't allow that to happen. The Ayatollah and his murderous regime has pillaged the wealth inside Iran to sponsor the terror around the world. We can't allow that to continue. At the same time, we're waiting for a leader to rise up in Iran, and we would love to see that take place. There doesn't seem to be an apparent leader, and we don't want to cause another Arab Spring like Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. We don't want to see what happened in Iraq to happen in Iran. When we pulled out of Iraq, you saw a vacuum of ISIS and other terrorist organizations going there because there was a lack of leadership. We can't allow that to take place in Iran, and so while we support the people of Iran from trying to get their country back, at the same time, our focus right now is to make sure that the Ayatollah and his murderous regimes can't destabilize the world and the world economy by having a nuclear weapon. And so that's our laser focus. And at the same time, we want to be supportive of what's taking place and with the Iranian people. And when a leader arises, we would love to circle, as I would say as a cowboy, circle our wagons around that individual and hopefully kick the Ayatollah and his regime out for good.
I love that. See, guys, like this is not by coincidence. Guys, nothing in politics is wait, where's my phone? Wait, let me go grab my phone. Okay. Quick commercial break until I go find my phone and I'll be right back.
Shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net, but not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. We stand with you. Basajid are on every street. IRGC boots marching to beat. 40,000 killed, buried unnamed. 50,000 caged, broken and chained. But we still rise, we still believe in words you wrote, in vows you gave. We want freedom and revenge. We will fight beside you till the end. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. We stand with you. We stand with you. Morning rises in every sea. We shout King Reza Pahlavi, our hope, our future, and unity. A future built on justice and peace, where hatred ends and nations breathe. We honor the brave American Air Force and Navy. Through our whole life, we will be free. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. Iranian, stand with you. God bless the USA.
Guys, can I please get a Goldie is always right in the chat, please? Can I please get a Goldie is always right in the chat? Because I'm about to share something with you. I'm about to share something with you that is basically going to prove Goldie is always right. Who is this Isa Sayedi? Okay. All right. Let me explain to you now why you're all saying Goldie's always right. Boom! Remember I told you it's not by coincidence that we have two conservative politicians who are making the case for regime change? Here's the third one. Here's the third one. I just saw this. This is the third Republican politician who today is now making a statement saying why we need to pursue regime change. Did I not say this? One, could be a coincidence. Two, maybe a coincidence. Three, there's no way. There's no way that three different politicians making the case for regime change, and he's the Senate Majority Leader. Come on, guys. مخصوصا برای هم میهنان ایرانی. ببین وقتی بهتون میگم یه کمی به من اطمینان داشته باشین. حالا شاید زبون فارسیم اونقدر خوب نباشه، ولی خب زبون انگلیسیم که خوبه و خب تجربه سیاسی هم دارم. All right, let's see what Senate Majority Leader has to say. Wait, he's in the Gang of Eight. Okay, this is where my knowledge of American politics is not as great. Let me look this up. Oh, okay. So, ooh. Interesting. Okay, so the Gang of Eight is a colloquial term for a set of 8 leaders within the U.S. Congress who are, according to law, briefed on classified intelligence matters by the executive branch? Am I reading this correctly? Specifically, the Gang of Eight includes the leaders of each of the two parties. Whoa! Armin's gonna lose it. Oh, what does this mean? Okay, so the Iranians are asking what this means. Okay, so let me just explain this in Persian. So, baby, wait, Chuck Schumer's part of the Gang of Eight as well, right? Chuck Schumer's in the Gang of Eight? Because he's the Democrat House leader, right? ببین دوستان وقتی که آمریکایی‌ها دارن میگن کتک، ببین we know what کتک means. وقتی که آمریکایی‌ها دارن به شما میگن که این معنیش کتکه، دیگه کتک بازی داره شروع میشه. Sorry, I just said to our Iranian followers that when Americans are interpreting this as kotak, yeah, it's boom boom kotak time. Okay, so let me just explain this in Persian. So ببین دوستان Gang of Eight مثلا میگه یه گروه 8 اوکی 8 تا leader I don't know رهبر توی United States Congress هستن که از نظر قانونی باید روی چی میدونم موضوعایی که ربطی به اطلاعات داره اینا باید بریف بشه، یعنی اینا هم باید در جریان باشن وقتی مثلا چیزای اطلاعاتی هست که مثلا پرزیدنت ترامپ و تیمش میدونن. 8 نفر توی کنگره آمریکا هم هستند که از نظر قانون باید این اطلاع رو هم داشته باشن. چاک شومر که یکیشونه، چاک شومر که ویدیوشو دیروز دیدیم که چاک شومر دموکراته و چقدر عصبانی بود وقتی که اومد بیرون و فقط مصاحبه 7 ثانیه‌ای داشت و گفت که جریان خیلی جدیه و پرزیدنت ترامپ باید بیاد و like he has to make his case. یعنی پرزیدنت ترامپ و تیمش باید دیگه به مردم نشون بدن که چرا مثلا میخوان این کارو بکنن. Wait, I have a free Palestine person in the chat. Look. Wait. I don't understand why these free Palestine people come to like an Iran chat. Palestine doesn't exist. Like just برو گم شو. Block. خیلی این بالستینیا دیگه واقعا دیگه به آخرش رسیدن. Anyway, so داشتم میگفتم ببین دیروز چاک شومر گفت خیلی عصبانی بود، گفت که ببین انگار دیروز یه میتینگی چیزی بود که the gang of 8 were in there. چاک شومر هم یکیشون بوده که بعد چاک شومر اومد و گفت که آره مثلا جریان خیلی جدیه و پرزیدنت ترامپ باید به مردم آمریکا توضیح بده که چرا میخواد این کارو بکنه. نگفت میخواد چی کار بکنه، فقط گفت که پرزیدنت ترامپ باید توضیح بده که چرا میخوان این کارو بکنه. اوکی، ولی نگفت که این کار چیه. anyways اون دیروز بود. حالا امروز آقای سناتور ثون، اوکی، که اینم توی همین گروه 8، خب اینم یعنی در واقع توی جلسه دیروز بوده، یعنی این سناتور ثون همون اطلاعات هم داشته. بعد حالا امروز داره میگه که داره از پرزیدنت ترامپ حمایت میکنه و میگه که آره مثلا تنها این راهی که ما الان داریم سقوط رژیم و انقلاب. این آقا هم آقای ثون سومین نماینده مجلسه که امروز داره اینو میگه. امروز صبح فیلم آقای سناتور کندی رو دیدیم، بعدش هم خب اون یکی فیلم رو دیدیم مال آقای اسمش یادم رفت ولی هم داشتیم نگاه میکردیم. الانم اینم سومین نفره. بعد این حالا چیزش اینه که این آقا سناتور ثون این توی گنگ آف 8 هست، یعنی این آقا همون like he has the intelligence، اون اطلاعاتی که مثلا حالا چی میدونم CIA یا حالا ارتش یا هر کی که میاد به پرزیدنت ترامپ میده، از نظر قانونی این اطلاعات رو هم باید به این آقا هم بدن. یعنی وقتی که این آقا داره میاد میگه که باید رژیم چینج بشه، یعنی دیگه کار تموم، یعنی دیگه تصمیمشون رو گرفتن. و از نظر سیاسی یه چیز خیلی عجیبیه، یعنی عجیب in a good way. یه چیز عجیبیه که مثلا در عرض یک روز 3 تا سیاستمدار دارن میان بیرون و دارن راجع به تغییر رژیم صحبت میکنن و میگن که آره آمریکا باید حمله بکنه. این خبر خیلی مهمیه. All right, okay, sorry guys, I'm done my Persian. I just really wanted to explain that to the Iranian followers here, but I will go back to English, I promise, because guys, this is an English channel, so I do want to focus on English because that's the priority here. Okay, so Gang of 8. So this guy, the Senate Majority Leader Thune, he has been briefed on the same stuff that I'm assuming President Trump's team have been briefed on, which is why Chuck Schumer yesterday was so frustrated and angry. Wow. Okay, so let me read what he says here. Oh, I wish there was a video. I wonder if there's a video. Okay, so Iran International says, in my view, if you're going to do something there, Iran, you better well make it about getting new leadership and regime change. Senate Majority Leader John Thune told reporters on Thursday, ببین دوستان داره میگه اگه کسی میخواد تو ایران کاری بکنه پس برن و رژیم رو نابود بکنن و یه پهلوی رو برگردونن. داره اینو در واقع میگه. یعنی میگه اگه میگی یعنی همینجوری بخوای بری حمله بکنی، اگه میخوای همینجوری حمله بکنی ولی تغییر رژیم نباشه فایده نداره. یعنی داره میگه اگه میخوای این حرکت فایده داشته باشه، اون حرکت باید نتیجهش چی باشه؟ باید نتیجهش انقلاب باشه. نتیجهش باید رژیم چینج باشه. Okay. So that's the first part. But then this is where the political maneuvering gets in, right? Then he says, the president, I don't think, to my knowledge, has made any decisions. But I think they're gaming out what contingencies might look like and what's in our national security interests. Of course, first and foremost is to prevent them from having a nuclear capability. But there are also other threats that they represent in the region. Boom. Armin is going to have a field day with this. Oh, man. Okay, let's see if we can find a video. Senate Majority Leader. Let's see if we can find a video. Is there even one? Because I just see the statement, but I would love it. I would love it if there was like a video. Huh. Let's see. I don't see any videos, unfortunately. Huh. That's a shame. Okay, it appears to be just a statement. Yeah. That's a shame. All right, maybe like maybe a video will come out later, but guys, one politician saying this might be a coincidence. Two politicians saying this, three politicians, that's not a coincidence. There's no way. It is not a coincidence that three politicians in the same day are talking about how, we don't know what's going to happen, but if something was going to happen, it should be regime change, right? This is big. This is big. This is basically President Trump and his team responding, right? Like they're responding to Chuck Schumer saying that he said that President Trump's administration have to make a case, right? So, wow. Meanwhile, in Iran, look at this. So there's that. Oh, by the way, guys, we also have a new Goldie is always right. I was so excited about the political statement, I forgot about this statement. So earlier today, the talks were canceled. And then apparently the news came that, they're going to resume talks in like an hour or so. And then those talks were canceled as well because look at this. Look at this, guys. The Islamic regime, Iran, has rejected all U.S. demands in the latest rounds of talks, right? Iran has rejected every single U.S. demand in the latest round of talks. It's almost as if like they're just begging to be attacked, right? They're literally begging to be attacked, right? Goldie's always right. I told you guys. Of course, guys. So someone is saying they're now saying that the talks were good. Of course they are, because I told you guys, everything that comes out of their mouths is a lie. They're basically trying to save face. They're trying to save face by saying, oh, the talks were good. The talks were good. And, we're just going to continue the talks. Meanwhile, Wall Street Journal's reporting that everything was rejected. So never, ever trust anything that comes out of the Islamic regime. Remember the lesson, guys. Remember the lesson. If their lips are moving, they're lying. Right? Takia. If their lips are moving, they're lying. So there's that. We've seen the video from Mama Sani, but we can watch that again. Ooh, okay, so that part they're saying in akharin payam hadaf kull nizame, which means this is the final message. The goal is the entire regime. Hadaf kull nizame. So the king is coming to the country, and Mama Sani, so the name of the city is Mama Sani. Mama Sani will stand behind him. So again, guys, this is a very, very popular chant. They're saying death to the three corrupt mullahs, lefties, and MEK, right? Because Iranians reject the MEK. MEK are Marxist Islamist terrorists, right? All right, there we go. So there was that video. And then, you know what? I'll get to this post in a moment, but the lead singer from Disturbed, David, he also posted an image with Iran's lion and sun flag. We'll get to that. We'll get to a quick Dave tribute. Okay, so here's what I was speaking about earlier. So Wall Street Journal is saying that the regime has rejected every single U.S. demand, but the regime themselves, right? They're still like taqiya, jihadi lying nonsense, right? So now they're saying Iran clearly expressed its demand on lifting sanctions and the process of sanctions relief during talks with the U.S. Araghchi told state media. He added that both sides need to consult with their respective capitals. Guys, do you know why? So do you know why he's saying both sides need to consult with their respective capitals? Guys, I guarantee you, the Democrats that are trying to bring about these resolutions, right? The Democrats, well, no, but guys, this is important. This is important. You guys need to do some deep digging and deep diving into those politicians in the United States that are pushing the no war with Iran narrative, right? No, I'm being serious. I'm being serious, guys. Because what he's saying here is when he's saying both sides need to consult with their respective capitals, what he's referring to is maybe President Trump needs to refer and consult with those politicians who are saying no war with Iran. No, not Tucker. Tucker's not a politician. I'm speaking about the politicians like Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib. I don't have to pronounce her name. Massey. Who's the other one? Roe whatever, like the weird like the weird brown guy or whatever, right? All of these politicians who are bringing forward motions and resolutions to, call on President Trump not to attack Iran. Yeah, Ro Khanna, that guy, Ro Khanna, right? Do you see how it's related now? Do you see how the behavior of the Democrats is giving the Islamic regime fuel, right? Do you see how the Democrats are abusing democracy in a way that is giving the Islamic regime fuel, right? So when Arakchi says both sides need to consult with their respective capitals, Arakchi is indirectly, right? He's indirectly saying, oh, maybe President Trump should speak with the Democrats who don't want war. You guys have a lot of deep digging to do. I don't want to make any accusations. I don't want to make any accusations. I don't want to claim anything. But to me, it's very strange. It's very strange that the Islamic regime is saying that President Trump should consult with the Democrats. Right? When we talk about that unholy alliance between the red and the black, right? The Marxists, communists, and the Islamists. Yeah. There you go. You guys may have some infiltrators in your country, I'm just saying. You guys may have some infiltrators. You guys may have some, but again, I'm not American, so it's not my place to say anything. But for all the Americans here, if you have the Islamic regime relying on the behavior of Democrat politicians to try and tell President Trump that he needs to consult, right? Yeah. Awkward. Okay. Oh, here's another video of so this is Mama Sunny again. And look at this. They're hanging and burning a mouse stall. Oh my God. Okay, we've seen that video. Okay, so this is interesting. This is interesting. This is an interesting analysis by Jason Brodsky. So he says, compare these Omani readouts. So Oman is like, doing the negotiations or whatever. They're invested in putting a positive spin. Okay, this is interesting. So he's saying that the country of Oman, what mouse merch? The store that I have doesn't sell mouse merch. I'll look into that. I don't even know how to make like drop ship mouse plushies. I'll look into that. Okay. But I want to get back to the politics. So compare these Omani readouts. So Oman is invested in putting a positive spin on talks to justify their efforts. That's true. Oman's basically trying to make themselves relevant. It's a lot of wish casting. Then he says, the first one is from the last meeting held before Israel with U.S. support struck Iran's regime. The second is from today. The third is the U.S. readout today. Important to keep these Omani readouts in perspective. Just because a meeting is scheduled doesn't mean President Trump won't strike. So here is that Omani dude's message back in the summer, right? Like literally right before Israel striked. So he says, the fifth round of Iran-US talks have concluded today in Rome with some but not conclusive progress. We hope to clarify the remaining issues in the coming days to allow us to proceed towards the common goal of reaching a sustainable and honorable agreement. Honestly, Oman is literally like the useful idiot here. Like Oman is like the useful idiot. They're basically doing this because they think they're relevant. Honestly, I actually have a feeling that the United States is allowing Oman to do the negotiations because no one takes Oman seriously. And so like literally no one cares, right? Like if the United States actually like picked like a respectable country to do the negotiations, right? I would be concerned. I would be like, okay, the United States is taking the negotiations seriously. Because again, the United States is the most powerful country in the world. They can pretty much determine who does the negotiations. So if they actually wanted to take the negotiations seriously, they would pick, a serious, respectable country. The fact that they're picking Oman is because they know Oman is literally like it's an inconsequential country. And no, I'm not, listen, I'm not hitting, like, I'm not attacking Oman. All I'm saying is that Oman is not like a world power, right? So remember back in the summer, this is the post that Oman posted right before Israel attacked the Islamic regime, remember? So, and Oman had no clue. Oman had no clue that the United States and Israel were working behind the scenes to attack the Islamic regime. So, Oman's like doing their thing. Oman's just like, all right, like we're gonna like do the negotiations as if it's like, as if like they actually play an important role in international geopolitics, right? Again, this isn't like an insult to Oman. I'm just saying like Oman is inconsequential. So, and people have noticed the pattern now. How did Oman not know? Because Oman's inconsequential. Why would the United States or Israel tell Oman what they're planning on doing? The reason that they have Oman doing this is because even if Oman was going to feel like insulted, what are they going to do? How are they going to get back at the United States or Israel, right? Oman can't do that. So, and this is what Oman said back in the summer, right? You see the date, it's from 2025, right before Israel and United States attacked. Now, this is the message from today. This is their message from today. We have finished the day after significant process in the negotiation between the US and Iran. We will resume soon after consultation in the respective capitals, right? So even Oman is saying in their statement, guys, Oman is saying in their statement that that negotiations will resume after President Trump consults with Congress. Who is Oman? Who is Oman to even say that negotiations will resume after President Trump consults with Congress? Anyways, then they continue. Discussions on a technical level will take place next week in Vienna. I am grateful to all concerned for their efforts, the negotiators, the IAEA, and our hosts, the Swiss government. And then White House envoys Kushner and Witkoff were disappointed by what they heard from the Iranians in the morning negotiation process. First source with knowledge. Evening session is still ongoing. This is odd, though, because the evening session was canceled. the evening session was canceled, remember? So this is an older tweet, but I just really wanted to point out these two, right? Like this is Oman's tweet from the summer, back before Israel and United States attacked, right? So they say the 5th round of Iran-US talks have concluded today in Rome with some but not conclusive progress. We hope to clarify the remaining issues in the coming days to allow us to proceed towards a common goal of reaching a sustainable and honorable agreement. And then today, we have finished the day after significant progress. But there was no significant progress because the Islamic regime already said that they haven't agreed to anything. They haven't agreed to a single one of President Trump's terms. Oman is like the show pony here. Oh, guys, so Colonel Solver, guys, so he has gone viral. He has gone viral among Iranians, and Iranians are calling him the Terminator. Out of respect, right? Iranians are calling him the Terminator. And Iranians are basically saying that like the regime has no idea what's coming for them, because Iranians are basically saying, you know, if this is the like US hero that they're showing the public, imagine what kind of, you know, US heroes are behind the scenes, right? So there's a lot of positive feedback, a lot of positive comments about Chief Warrant Officer 5 Solver, and they're basically comparing him to like the Terminator. They're basically like, you know, they're like, if this is who's coming for the Islamic regime, Khamenei has no chance. So there's a lot of jokes, a lot of memes, but very respectful to him and making fun of the Islamic regime. I actually even posted a couple of those jokes myself. But one thing I did want to say is that, you know, we also used to have a real military with superheroes, like, you know, like General Nader Jahanbani, right? So he's one of our most famous, most well-beloved heroes. He was a fighter pilot. He also trained with the US Air Force at one point, right? So he took like top level courses with the US Air Force, Jahanbani. So many of them trained with Americans and were considered brothers in arms of American military. And then the Muslim Nazis murdered all of our Iranian heroes after Jimmy Carter helped the Islamic regime occupy Iran in 1979. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's the guy from the music clip. So, you know, we had our own heroes. And they were all murdered by the Muslim Nazis. So, I just wanted to point this out because, you know, we make a lot of fun of the current Islamic regime military and, you know, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and we should make fun of them because they're ridiculous. They're a bunch of inbred savages from, you know, third world Allah Akbar Jihad Durka. However, we did used to have a real military, and we used to have heroes. The thing is, they were all murdered by the same people who are now murdering us, right? They murdered all of our generals. Actually, if you watched Piers Morgan, when General Wesley Clark was speaking about this, General Wesley Clark said that, you know, prior to 1979, you know, Iran and America were allies. And then he said that when Jimmy Carter helped the regime and the Ayatollahs take over, General Wesley Clark said that the Muslim Nazis, they murdered all of the American trained generals, right? And Nader General Jahanbani is one of those American trained generals that the Islamic regime murdered for the crime of being an American trained general. So we used to have heroes as well. I just want to point that out because in the next few posts, we will be making fun of we will be making fun of the Islamic regime and comparing him to Chief Warrant Officer 5, but Solver. But I just wanted to give a little bit of context as well. Okay, so let me go to some of those here. And then we can get to some of the other news as well. Because there is like news, but I want to wait until Armin comes back before I share like that news. Okay, so for example, the US military put out this video, legacy of the Night Stalkers, right? Which is phenomenal, like very, very impressive, right?
Our soldiers don't step forward for applause or vanity. They do it for the teammate beside them, the families they'll never meet, and a nation that relies on them. Within the world of special operations, most of what they accomplish will never make headlines. Missions that begin in darkness and end without credit. Their success is measured in lives saved, threats avoided, and teammates brought home, not in public recognition. This is the true meaning of selfless service.
I remember 9/11 vividly, and I told myself I would sooner fight and die in a foreign land before another American is killed on American soil. The 160th, it's the premier aviation organization in the world with helicopters. If it's special operations, we're working with them to provide precision rotary wing support. A lot of what we do is going to be at night. It is what we call graduate level flying.
Born from the lessons of a failed 1980 hostage rescue, the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, known as the Night Stalkers, was activated to give U.S. Special Operations units their own elite air support. For over 4 decades, the Night Stalkers have built a legacy of flying when others cannot, often under the cover of darkness.
There's one mission that really sticks out. We're overseas, we put in a ground force, and we're getting shot at on infill. It was craziness on the ground, and we had a young soldier that got shot. And so I was actually flying.
Guys, the volume is as high as it goes. You have to turn up the volume on whatever device you're on because the volume's high enough and most people aren't having an issue with the volume.
And the casualty evacuation bird. And if you're injured, we were coming in, come hell or high water. I put the coals to it, getting there as fast as I can. I had a chase bird. I told him to drop off about 4 miles from the target area. We had our rotary wing fire assets overhead, and I'm talking with them. It was a north-south running valley. And he asked, are you coming north-south or south and north? I go, bro, I'm coming in west to east. I'm coming in hot and get out of my way. And he's like, okay. I came over this ridge line, and it looked like a fireworks show with a Pink Floyd concert. Tracers and AAA and lasers and everything everywhere. I told my crew chiefs in the back, just don't even touch your door guns. There's friendlies all over the target area. Our priority is to get this guy. We swooped in. We were on the ground less than 90 seconds, loaded the young guy up, took off, put the coals to it again. We just went as fast as these aircraft will go and got the guy to the hospital. Medals don't mean anything to me because they're just more pieces of flair to put on your uniform. But the best recognition I ever got was our commander had went and visited him in the hospital. He was intubated, he couldn't talk, but he had a whiteboard. And the thing he wrote on there was, please thank the air crew. That's all I needed, and I was ready to go do more. When I look at selfless service, I think about it, the small amount of the population that actually serves in the military. You're giving of yourself to the greater good.
Hey, thanks for watching. If you like what you saw, head over to our channel.
Okay, so apparently there's like a volume difference between the videos and my voice. Sorry guys. I mean, I could put the microphone further away or I could whisper. Guys, I could just whisper, and then when I'm whispering, then you can just increase the volume on everything. Okay? So I'm just going to whisper from now. Yeah, I figured the audio was fine. That's okay. All right. So that was a video. And then I did not want to, Goldie ASMR hour. So I saw this video by the US Army and I'm like, okay, guys, that's fine. But have you seen the video of the Islamic regime going after the Baz, right? So I was like, the Muslim Nazis occupying Iran also have a video showing off the strength of their jihadi navy. Pack it up, America, because there's no way that you can defeat this unless you bring a few Bazes with you. So here is the Islamic regime version of their military propaganda video.
سرفراز نیروی دریایی ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهید ناوسروان غلام عباس عفیفه شهید ناوی یکم علی اصغر درستکار شهید دریادار نصرالله عزیزی شهید ناوسروان علی کهوری نژاد شهید ناوسروان حسن رونده و شهید دریادار محمد ابراهیم همتی و شهید ناوسروان حمید قهرمانی و دهها شهید و صدها شهید سرفراز دیگر که در حراست و حفاظت و پاسداری از آبها و مرزهای دریایی کشور عزیزمان ایران عاشقانه بر قلب دشمن تاختند و این آرامش و امنیت را به همه ما هدیه دادند. یاد و خاطره همه شهیدان سرفراز را گرامی می‌داریم.
ارائه رهنمود توسط فرماندهی محترم کل ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران امیر سرلشکر صالحی.
They look so uncomfortable. Yeah, Javid. Javid Vaz. Yeah, Javid Vaz. Guys, that's not parody. That is a real video. That is the Islamic regime showing off their karate skills, where they were trying to break a vase, but they couldn't. But guys, so this is why I showed that photograph of our general, our real Iranian general who was murdered by the Islamic regime, right? Because prior to 1979, we had a real army, we had real superheroes. We were a respectable army. We don't claim these people. These are the Muslim Nazis. These are the Muslim Nazis who are murdering us, right? So as you can tell, when it comes to the Iranian people, they're very good at murdering and mass slaughtering unarmed Iranians. But when it comes to military strength, right? This is their military strength. They can't even break a vase. But I don't know, man. Pack it up, America, because these guys, this is what your chief warrant officers have to fight against, right? I don't know if you guys can handle it, guys. America, like, I don't know, man. Oh yeah. And then here's America versus the Islamic regime occupying Iran. The only thing the Muslim Nazis occupying Iran are good at is murdering unarmed Iranians in the name of Allah, Islam, and jihad. Everything else about them is a sad, pathetic joke. American hero. That is a good commercial. The thing that I don't understand, guys, the thing that I don't understand about this is that I don't even understand like why the splits are supposed to be impressive. Okay, so for people, for the Americans here, who are, in the military or who've served, or, your spouse or partner has served, can you please maybe let me know, is doing the splits like a thing? Like, is this like a thing in American military as well? Like, do you guys, I don't know, or do you take pride in, I don't know, doing the splits? Because to me, this is very, very weird. No. So you're telling me that I don't know, like your Delta Force team, your Delta Forces, when the president's like walking by to inspect them, your Delta Force doesn't just like do the splits like this guy? Your husband would never. The splits break balls because he can't break vases, yeah. I don't know, man. All I'm saying is, people like, I don't know, Chief Warrant Officer 5 Solver need to be careful, because when you come after, when you guys try to go after the Islamic regime and Khamenei, you're going to be dealing with a whole bunch of like random jihadis who can do the splits. Remember, they're good. They're going to do the splits. They're going to do the splits. Yeah. Chief Warrant Officer 5 Solver, sure, he might have navigated, one of those insane American choppers, and then sure, he might have been like shot in the legs 4 times, and even though he was shot in the legs and he was bleeding, he still navigated the chopper perfectly, and he turned it around so that the guy with the gun at the door neutralized the threat. And sure, he might have taken everyone to safety while he was bleeding out of his legs. Sure, he might have done that. But can he do the splits? Can your chief warrant officer do the splits? Because that's what the regime can do. Be very afraid. Be very afraid of the splits. Sure. Listen, I'm just saying. He might have, flown that military helicopter perfectly, even though he was shot in the legs and he was bleeding out, and he took everyone to safety, and he made sure that there was not a single American casualty. Sure, Chief Warrant Officer 5 Solver might have done that. But why, if he can't do the splits, what are you guys even doing? Can you even call yourselves a military if you can't do the splits in front of a bunch of like jihadi mullahs? I don't know, man. I'm just saying. Look how they're looking at him. This is like very, very weird. واقعا خاک تو سر رژیم که آبروی ما رو اینجوری بردین. Sorry, I just said shame on the regime for like this jihadi nonsense. I know. Look at his, ugh. Like, what is this? Why are you laughing? This is a very serious matter. The Islamic regime, they can do the splits. They're showing off their splits in front of the mullahs. How are you not afraid? How are you not afraid? This is a very serious matter, guys. Very serious matter. Do you not remember the guy that was like twerking on Islamic? It was like Islamic regime Durka Jihad Day, like the anniversary. Do you not remember that one? Wait, let me see if I can find it. Do you not remember when the IRGC was twerking? It was like this weird parade. Yeah, this one. Guys. Sure. Your American military heroes, right? They can fly choppers while they're, bleeding out of their legs and they carry people to safety. But can they do the splits and twerk? Right? Because the Muslim Nazis, the Islamic regime, they can do the splits and twerk while everyone cheers and yells Allahu Akbar.
نمی‌کنیم اعتماد به آمریکای شیاد به آمریکای شیاد شیطان خیانت است به قرآن سازشگری با شیطان سازشگری با شیطان خیانت است به قرآن یاد نمی‌کنیم اعتماد به آمریکای شیاد به آمریکای شیطان خیانت است به قرآن سازشگری با شیطان سازشگری با شیطان.
Yeah, guys, be very afraid. Be very afraid of the Muslim Nazis because, as you can tell, honestly, even Iranians were like they're like, why is he twerking, guys? Oh yeah, well, you know why, so you know why he wore a face mask because he doesn't want to be recognized. So the jihadi wore a face mask because he knows that the Islamic regime is almost over. And so he's wearing a face mask because he doesn't want to be identified, right? Because, you would think, oh, if the Islamic regime is so powerful, why are they still, covering their faces? Right? Okay. Iranian dark humor. So there's a rumor that America packed up and left the region after seeing the video of the jihadi twerking man. Honestly, I don't blame them. I would not blame the Americans for packing up and leaving once they saw this random man twerking. Because I would be like, what in the Allahu Akbar jihad durka is this nonsense? And I would just be like, nope. I don't want to catch whatever disease it is that they have. So, yeah. Honestly, it's ridiculous what we have to deal with. Very, very ridiculous. And honestly, it's like the humor. The humor is what gets us through it. Oh, and then I posted this in Persian for my Iranian followers. So this says, Mush Ali, America is waiting for you. So, because people are so impressed. People are so impressed with CW5 Eric Slover, right? Just because he looks like Superman. He looks like a superhero, right? So guys, I'm not joking. Like he's gone viral. He's gone viral on Iranian X. Let me see if I can find some of the posts here because I didn't share everything, but I think I liked a whole bunch of stuff. Let me see if I can find some of the things that I liked here. Because there's a whole bunch. I think I liked them earlier, so let's see. There's just a bunch of comments that people were saying in Persian. Oh, okay. All right. By the way, like Iranians have already said that Ilhan Omar is mental illness approved and send her back. So you guys need to send her back. Oh yeah. Stay hydrated during Ramadan. Today's Ramadan day is brought to you by blueberry pomegranate flavored bubbly. Oh, someone made this, which I thought was hilarious. Okay. And then wait, I don't know if I want you guys to see my liked list. Okay, let me share this with you. This is a new message, guys. So this is actually important. This is a new message from like a soldier with the Iranian military, and he has a message to President Trump. So he's one of the soldiers who's defected.
جناب رئیس جمهور آمریکا آقای ترامپ ما ارتشی ها و تمام مردم ایران منتظریم که ما رو نجات بدید و از شر این رژیم ظالم رها کنید تا بتونیم ایران رو از نو بسازیم و همونطوری که راجع به آمریکا میگی ما هم میخواهیم که بگیم to make Iran great again. جناب رئیس
Okay, wow. So let me yeah, this is real. This is real Iranian military. So this is not the Islamic regime. This is not the Islamic regime. This is like actual military. And guys, I mean, especially for those of you who are with military or are military spouses or are involved with the military family in some way, you guys can appreciate how. What do you mean the normal ones are cringe? Who are you, troll? Get out of here. So, who said that I'm muted? Am I muted? Omid, I think it's your channel maybe, because my microphone is working fine. So guys, as you guys know, like it takes a lot to like defect and then show like say something else, right? It's not like a natural normal situation in Iran. Of course we're occupied, right? So here's a regular Iranian soldier, and here's his message. I'll read the captions now.
جناب رئیس جمهور آمریکا.
So he says, Mr. President of, so he says, جناب رئیس جمهور آمریکا. So that's like a very respectful way. So the caption here says, Mr. President of the United States, but the word jenob is a very respectful way to refer to a man. So it's almost like saying sir, right? Like Mr. Sir President of the United States.
آقای ترامپ.
So he's like Mr. Trump.
ما ارتشی ها و تمام مردم ایران
We, the military, and all Iranian people are waiting for you to save
منتظریم که ما رو نجات بدید و از شر این رژیم ظالم رها کنید.
And free us from this oppressive
تا بتونیم ایران
regime so we can rebuild Iran anew.
رو از نو بسازیم و همونطوری که راجع
And he's like, and just as you say about America, we.
به آمریکا میگی ما هم میخواهیم که بگیم.
So he's like, just as you say about America, we also want to say, and then he says, make Iran great again in English.
To make Iran great again.
Imagine how dire the situation is in occupied Iran, where you have, people in the military who are sworn to serve the country are almost like pledging allegiance to the leader of a different country, right? And this isn't a betrayal. This isn't a betrayal of Iran. This is a rejection of the Islamic regime. And this is basically him saying that we support Americans, we're not your enemies, and we'll be your boots on the ground, right? But people are doing stuff like this because the situation is bad, right? Like like Mark Levin said, this is very similar to Nazi Germany occupying, the Nazis occupying Germany, right? And we're not your enemies. So and he's not the first one to do this. He's not the first one to do this. So there you go. Wait, I think Armin sent me a message. All right, what's going on here? Okay. Sorry guys. I got a paper cut earlier today and my finger still hurts. It's still sore. I'm sorry. Armin, I got a paper cut and my finger still hurts.
Oh, poor baby.
I know. I'm injured. I don't know if I can do this anymore.
Oh no. Oh my god.
How was your group discussion?
Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, it wasn't as good as yesterday where we had you, but it was good.
Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Have you seen this video?
Oh, is this the one where he kisses the picture? Yeah, so it's all good.
Okay.
Wow, yeah.
So, all right. So you've seen this one. All right then. Why don't I show you two two posts, which I think you're going to appreciate. And this is going to go back to the whole Goldie and Armin are always right.
Oh wow! What? Wait, no. Goldie is always right. Armin is usually right.
Armin is usually always right.
Okay.
But this is actually what? Yeah, mag bad paper. Actually, you know what? It wasn't paper. It was it wasn't paper. It was a cardboard box. Because I was
really
like,
bad?
I was flattening the cardboard box so I could throw it out, and then I got like a paper cut, and it hurts.
Put a band-aid on it so you stop, playing with it, because it's gonna, if you keep like touching it or like. Oh, okay. Başı. Okay. Başı. Okay.
Mag cardboard box, yeah. Okay, I don't know if you can see, but it hurts. I don't know. It's
بده
like right
یکی
there.
بوس کنه خوب شه. بده یکی بوس کنه خوب شه.
حالا به یکی میگم نگران نباش، یکیو دارم. Anyways,
usually mom's kiss does the job.
It's true. Okay, so you've already seen this. All right, so remember the video earlier today from Senator John Kennedy where he was making the case?
Yes. So what was? Oh.
So Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen voiced support for Iranian protesters on Thursday, telling Iran International that the United States wants to help the Iranian people reclaim their country while preventing Tehran from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
Whoa.
This is also from today.
That's pretty direct.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you for your proactive approach to this. I mean, no one is on the airways louder and pro Iranian people and the support for the revolution that's taken place in you. And you've really put yourself out there. So I have nothing but respect for what you're doing. And obviously, I think your listeners are showing their support for you. The truth is that, you know, we'll support this rising of the Iranian people to get back their country and go back to, you know, the country that they once had prior to the Ayatollah coming into power in 1979. Iranian people used to be more pro-Western, honestly, than the United States. I mean, in the 70s, you had more women in the professional workplace in the United States. You had more women elected to public office than the United States. We would love to see that again. We would love to see that relationship with the Iranian people to grow again. But the Ayatollah is there. And the Ayatollah right now is trying to get a nuclear weapon, and we can't allow that to happen. The Ayatollah and his murderous regime has pillaged the wealth inside Iran to sponsor the terror around the world. We can't allow that to continue. At the same time, we're waiting for a leader to rise up in Iran, and we would love to see that take place. There doesn't seem to be an apparent leader, and we don't want to cause another Arab Spring like Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. We don't want to see what happened in Iraq to happen in Iran. When we pulled out of Iraq, you saw a vacuum of ISIS and other terrorist organizations going there because there was a lack of leadership. We can't allow that to take place in Iran, and so while we support the people of Iran from trying to get their country back, at the same time, our focus right now is to make sure that the Ayatollah and his murderous regimes can't destabilize the world and the world economy by having a nuclear weapon. And so that's our laser focus. And at the same time, we want to be supportive of what's taking place and with the Iranian people. And when a leader arises, we would love to circle, or as I would say as a cowboy, circle our wagons around that individual and hopefully kick the Ayatollah and his regime out for good.
Okay, let me send this to you because I know. Listen,
First of all, I just
I know you have some thoughts on it. First of all, yes, I agree. Magbat paper cut. Thank you guys. Let me send you the link to the video so that you can play it and then you can pause it and give your thoughts on it. I've already gone through this with the chat, so we already know what's going on, but we want Armin commentary, and then whichever part that, you know, if I have a different opinion, I'll let you know. Because the we in the chat, we already know what's going on. We already understand why he's saying what he's saying.
Right. So let me share my screen.
But first of all, Armin, the fact that now there's two politicians, two senators speaking about regime change and why we need to make the case for regime change, what does that go back to?
The fact that they're preparing the American people for they're trying to sell this, make the justification for what needs to be done. Military action against the Islamic Republic.
And what Chuck Schumer said yesterday, remember?
Yeah, we need to make the justification to the American people. Yeah.
So this is a second American senator speaking about why we need regime change.
It seems to me like President Trump has asked, you know, them to come and, you know, go out there and make the justification. And that's what's happening. Yeah. All right. So.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for your proactive approach to this. I mean, no one is on the airways louder and pro Iranian people and the support for the revolution that's taken place in you. And you've really.
So first of all, it's amazing that he's recognizing the revolution, and again, more and more American politicians, you know, basically separating, acknowledging the difference between the Islamic Republic and the Iranian people. It's always good to see.
Put yourself out there, so I have nothing but respect for what you're doing, and obviously, I think your listeners are showing their support for you. The truth is that, you know, we'll support this rising of the Iranian people to get back their country and go back to, you know, the
So yeah, again, by the way, guys, this support for rising of the Iranian people, that is pretty direct language coming from the American politicians, because like if you, given that you've been following Iran Revolution alive, for you this might seem like, yeah, of course, like we've been hearing this, how the need for supporting the Iranian people here over and over and over again. But just understand that from an American perspective, this much support for regime change and Iranian people's revolution, this is new. This is new. I mean, we hear this like maybe from Israeli politicians, but there in United States, this is a very, this used to be a red line. Like especially when it came to Iran, they wouldn't touch these types of like language. Like they wouldn't even get close to talking about supporting revolution, regime change. And now now it's being spoken of among American politicians as if this is the norm, as if this is like, of course, we're going to support the Iranian people's revolution. We want to do regime change. Like this is a major pivot in US policy. Like we haven't had this in the past 47 years. This is completely a shift in US doctrine when it comes to their strategy with the Islamic Republic. And it's just happening in front of your eyes. And this is new in the past 2 days. Like this is not a new policy even in the past like few months. This is just happening since yesterday. This is a huge shift.
And people to get back their country and go back to, you know, the country that they once had prior to the Ayatollah coming into power in 1979. Iranian people used to be more pro-Western, honestly, than the United States. I mean, in the 70s.
More pro-Western than the United States.
I love that.
Oh my God. Wow. Goldie, we went from the country of Ayatollahs and Turka to more pro-Western than the United States.
Literally, like what within Armin, like we've seen this shift in the last like 2 months, right? Could you, like, when we started Iran Revolution Live 2 months ago, could you imagine a US senator coming out and saying, you know, well, Iranians used to be more pro-Western than Americans? If someone if someone said that to me 2 months ago, that, you know, in 2 months from now, you're going to have American senators not just recognize the difference between Iran and the Islamic regime, but to come out and say that, you know, Iranians used to be more pro-Western, I would be like, what are you talking about? Like, that is like, I would love that. I would love to hear that, but are you kidding me?
This is something that Goldie would like. If I said, Goldie would like, no, Armin, that's too far. You don't say that. No, yeah, Goldie. If I said like Iranians are more pro-Western than Americans, like Goldie would shut me up. Like,
yeah,
Armin, no.
Like, why are you insulting Americans like that? Like, you can't say Iranians are more pro-Western than Americans, but look at this like narrative shift within literally 24 hours. 24 hours.
Right. Yeah. And coming from not just an American, but like an American politician. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Let's continue.
You had more women in the professional workplace in the United States. You had more women elected to public office in the United States.
By the way, Goldie, I don't know if you agree with me or not. It's almost as if these are not just Western values; these are Iranian values. Like, it's like sometimes I don't like. Sometimes I'm thinking like, Iranians are not Western. These are just our original native values. Like,
well,
you know
yeah,
what I mean?
because
It's just yeah.
Prior to the Arab Muslim conquest 1400 years
Right.
ago, Iranian women were equal to men. Guys, did you know that in ancient Persia, like 2,500 years ago, not only did women get maternity pay, but when they got maternity pay, the pay was actually higher than their salary because the government, the Persian Empire, recognized the contribution that Persian women are making to the society by giving birth.
Right.
So the concept of maternity pay was even the concept of maternity pay was invented by the Persians during the Persian Empire. And the reason that we Iranians are assimilate very, very easily into Western society and Western culture is that a lot of the values within Western culture initially originated in Persia and in the Persian Empire. So that's why we're very, very similar in that sense.
Yeah. I mean, we invented human rights, so we're not copying the rest of the world. The rest of the world is copying us.
Yeah. People are saying, women had high-ranking positions in the military.
Yeah.
Like women were top generals, like top military generals in the Persian army included women. Women were like business owners, landlords, like women basically had equal rights to men, right? Equal rights to men, like 2,500 years ago, men and women were equal. In fact, I would say women, I don't want to say they were more equal, but women had even more advantages because, for example, maternity pay and things like that as well, which men did not have. Yeah. Government rulers as well. Anyways.
By the way, Goldie, I think your microphone is too far away from you.
Well, because people were like, "Oh, your voice is too loud," and it didn't. Anyways, all right. I brought my microphone closer to me. Maybe that'll fix it.
No, you could bring it very close and then reduce the volume. Like there's like these things here, like on your mic.
I'm just gonna
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. I mean, I think we could actually grow your channel, but double the rate if you do that. This is ASMR. Yeah, ASMR. Turka. All right, okay, let's continue.
Professional workplace in the United States, you had more women elected to public office than the United States. We would love to see that again. We would love to see that relationship with the Iranian people to grow again. But the Ayatollah is there, and the Ayatollah right now is trying to get a nuclear weapon, and we can't allow that to happen.
They keep saying the same thing. They keep saying like, oh, they're trying to get like it seems like they all like President Trump told them to go out and tell the American people that these mofos are going to get a nuclear weapon if we let them. I think that's also what Marco Rubio said to the Gang of Eight. That guys, we have evidence that these people are going to go for the nuclear, and you need to go tell the American people that this is what's happening if we don't attack the Ayatollahs.
The Ayatollah and his murderous regime has pillaged the wealth inside Iran.
By the way, I love how they keep saying the Ayatollah. You know, guys, you know what the Ayatollah means? It means the sign of God. The sign of God. So it's just so like they call themselves as evidence for the existence of God. That's how full of themselves they are. Like Ayatollah, like as if you know there's God because I exist.
To sponsor the terror around the world. We can't allow that to continue. At the same time, we're waiting for a leader to rise up in Iran.
Okay. So this part, obviously, we already have a leader in Iran, which is Princess Pahlavi. So I'm going to say, Goldie, that maybe the reason, I mean, we have been saying this many times, that United States should not come off as they're choosing Iranian people's leaders for them, right? So this is them basically taking, okay.
Farin, I'm so proud of you. Because you know
God.
what? 2 months ago, you would have freaked out. 2 months ago, you would have been like, what is going on? But now,
yes.
Now you're interpreting political speak. So proud of you.
Yes. Thank you, Gold. Thank you. I learned from. I have a good teacher. I have a good teacher.
And remember, well, thank you. I appreciate that. But remember, remember what Senator Lindsey Graham said in the Munich Security Conference when Christian Amanpour was like, do you endorse King Reza Pahlavi? And he's like, no, because it's not my place to do so.
Right. And honestly, even if they genuinely believe this, who cares? I'm not saying they do, but because who cares? Because we know. I mean, have you seen the Iranian people support for Princess Pahlavi? So as soon as the Islamic Republic is gone, it's not like we need the Americans to come and pick Princess Pahlavi for us. We know that there's only one reason why Pahlavi is not back in Iran, and that's because the Islamic Republic shoots into crowds of people when the Iranian people are protesting. If you remove that obstacle, that is the only thing that is stopping Pahlavi rule in Iran. Yes, I'm nearly always right. Okay.
Guys, by the way, politics is my fourth language because I speak English, French, and Persian. So politics is my fourth language.
Yeah. But Goldie, do you agree? Like, let's say in a parallel universe where the Americans are actually believe that, you know what, Princess Pahlavi, no good, probably no use. He's probably not a good leader, but we're still going to go and attack the Islamic Republic and remove this obstacle from the path of the Iranian people. Even if they genuinely believe that, do you agree, Goldie? Just like answer me this question: do you agree that as soon as they remove that obstacle, the Iranian people will bring Pahlavi back anyway, because there's nothing that stops them anymore? So who cares? There is nothing that could stop the Iranian people other than the Islamic Republic shooting into crowds of Iranian people. Other than that, nothing else could be stopping the Iranian people from bringing Pahlavi back. So just remove that, and we have it. We Iranian people will do the rest. We will take over after that. But yeah, go on.
I also want to point out. So remember what
this morning.
Remember what Maria Bartiromo said this morning when she introduced His Royal Highness. She referred to him as the leader of the Democratic opposition. Listen to that.
Right now is the leader of the Iranian Democrat opposition.
Democrat opposition. That's it. I've never heard anybody use that wording, and it seems like a big attack on all of the people who suggest that Princess Pahlavi is not democratic. Like this was a huge FU to all of those movements all at the same time. Like, I don't know how that happened, but that was
right now is the leader of the Iranian Democrat opposition, the former Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi.
When we were watching this earlier today, Armin, when she introduced him that way, just like you, I've never heard her refer to him as the leader of the Democratic opposition. When I heard that, I was like, okay, something's going on, something's happening.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Reporter, journalist, right? They can say whatever they want to say. So Maria Bartiromo can 100% refer to His Royal Highness as a leader of the Democratic opposition, right? Because she's not involved in government. It seems to me as if American politicians have received the memo. Like they're basically like they've received a memo, and they're like, when it comes to Iran, just stay away from referring or mentioning any leader, because we don't want to make the mistake that Jimmy Carter made, right? Even though everyone knows what's going on, but they're like, just stay away, because we want to respect the Iranian people's right to self-determination. But that's also why when you continue listening to what he says, he's referring to the previous mistakes of the United States. And that's why he's like, we're not going to decide. We're not going to decide. But he's speaking in code. He's speaking in code. And then at the end, he says something, which is like, anyways, but let's continue on. I want to get your feedback and input on that. And then I'll give a few of my thoughts as well.
Right.
And we would love to see that take place. There doesn't seem to be an apparent leader And we don't want to cause another Arab Spring like Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. We don't want to see what happened in Iraq to happen in Iran. When we pulled out of Iraq, you saw a vacuum of ISIS and other terrorist organizations.
This is actually in reference to Princess of Pahlavi's own message of not allowing de-Baathification of that we did in Iraq to repeat inside Iran. Like he says, like, oh, there doesn't seem to be an apparent leader, and then he immediately after repeats the main narrative of Princess of Pahlavi that he's been telling Americans over and over and over again, which is interesting because he immediately confirms his messaging right after saying that there doesn't seem to be an apparent leader.
He also
This is
says
actually good.
earlier. He also says earlier on in the interview that we want to go back to the Iran that existed prior to 1979. Well, who was in power?
Yeah.
Who was in power in the Iran that existed prior to 1979?
Pahlavi. Yeah. So we're gonna go back to Pahlavi. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, this is a good disarming. I mean, here's the thing: it's good for anti-Princess of Pahlavi people to think that they have a shot. So, because the worst thing that could happen is that instead of if they go anti, I want them to focus their attacks on Princess of Pahlavi rather than trying to stop this attack. Because if they, like, for example, lobbying of MEK, if they focus, because if they think that if the attack happens, the only thing that could come of this is Pahlavi, then they will shift their lobbying from attacking Pahlavi to attacking this war. So let them think that the Americans are not pro-Pahlavi, because it doesn't really matter, because after this war, the Iranian people will not let anyone else to come to power anyways, other than Pahlavi. So this is a good way of disarming anti-Pahlavi people. Give them some hope. Give them some ammunition, actually, right now, to give them something to play with.
Going there
because I know. Can I make a prediction? Anti-Pahlavi Iranians are going to cut out this part, just like they did with Lindsey Graham. Just like the part when Lindsey Graham said no, and they're not going to put they're going to cut that part out, even though they didn't include the explanation that came after. Oh my, yeah. They're going to cut out this part, and they're going to be like, see, the Americans do not support Princess of Pahlavi. And they're going to try to make this go viral. So this is my prediction. We'll see if that will come true.
There was a lack of leadership. We can't allow that to take place in Iran, and so while we support the people of Iran from trying to trying to get their,
that's all we need.
So when he says we support the people of Iran, that's the same messaging as King Reza Pahlavi, because King Reza Pahlavi, even in the media press conferences, he says, I don't want you to endorse me. I don't want you to support me. I want you to support the Iranian people and respect what they want. And that's the same messaging that the senator is using.
His exact words were, when they asked him, why are they not supporting you? His exact words, because I'm not asking for it. I'm asking them to support the Iranian people.
Armin, I think all of these amazing American politicians, they got the memo. They're like, don't mention Pahlavi. So now they're basically trying to explain it in their own way. Like they're dancing around not mentioning Pahlavi.
Yeah. And this is what it means for us to be democratic, right? Because the anti-Pahlavi people are like, oh, Pahlavi is not democratic. We should basically reject Pahlavi rule. But we are so confident that Iranian people want Pahlavi that we're like, yeah, fine. Let's just let democracy, like, they're afraid of democracy because they know the result of democratic democratic process would be Pahlavi. So we're like, okay, you know what? Yes, democracy. Do not support Pahlavi. Just let the Iranian people become free and let them choose. That's how confident we are, and that's why we are actually pro-democracy, because we know what the result is going to be.
And this is basically self-determination, right? Because we are deciding for ourselves who we want without
Right.
anyone telling us what to do, which is actually an amazing thing for the United States as well, because the United States also doesn't want to be seen as like, installing someone, because all of us, like Americans, Iranians, Israelis, we're all done with the jihadi propaganda and nonsense, right? Like we just want to
Right.
go back to being allies and having like the normal countries that we used to have. So this is a very, very good thing.
Yeah, in fact, now that I think about it, Goldie, it would even be benefit. I'm not saying they should do that, but like it wouldn't be that harmful if President Trump, for example, said something against Princess of Pahlavi,
No.
because that will. No, I'm not saying they
No.
should. I'm not. No, but no, like I'm just saying, even in a hypothetical situation, I'm not saying that should happen. But even if that happens, then when Princess of Pahlavi becomes the leader, nobody could claim that it was picked by the Americans. You know what I
Well,
mean?
President Trump did say something. He didn't say something negative, but remember it was like
Yeah.
maybe a month ago. Someone was asking him and he was like, I don't really know the guy. I don't know.
Yes.
He's like, I don't know. I don't know how much support he has. I mean, we'll wait and
Exactly.
see. It's up to the Iranian people. Right. So President Trump has already said that. It's not a
That
negative
is
thing,
helpful.
but he's already
It's
said
not
it.
negative. It's not negative, but it's helpful so that
Very
when we
helpful.
eventually have him as a leader, we will basically like, how is this an American pick? Like, given this statement right here, and given President Trump's statement, and given like all of these things that the anti-Pahlavi people are using against us, we're actually collecting them, because eventually when Princess of Pahlavi comes to power, when they want to say like, oh, this was picked by the Americans, like, but you said what? You said, like, you were throwing these things at us. Like Lindsey Graham said no. He said this. President Trump said, like, I don't know how much support he has. So these will be our points to use against them when eventually we choose Princess of Pahlavi as our leader.
And even this senator said, well, we're gonna support the Iran. If you go back a few seconds, he says we stand with the Iranian people. We support the Iranian people.
Right. Exactly. But Amir is saying they don't need reasons. Yeah. I mean, the people who are anti-Pahlavi, they're not going to get convinced by any of this. But it's important that during the transitional phase, there's going to be a lot of anti-Pahlavi propaganda. So there are a lot of people, Iranians, who might not be as, as like, they're not consuming so much information and analyzing everything like every single second that, like, some of us here are. So there are people who might be fooled by by the anti-Pahlavi propaganda. So we need to be equipped with all of these talking points to be ready when that happens. As soon as the revolution is over and the transitional period gets started, we need to be defending Pahlavi's leadership during the transitional phase with all of these points. Guys, remember the revolution. A lot of you think that the revolution is the most sensitive time. Like the transitional phase is also very, very, very. So right now we're in the revolution phase. After the revolution phase, we're going to be in the transition phase. So the transition phase is going to be a very key moment. Like we need to become extra active, like especially given that now there like the media, the narrative wars, the information war is going to become even more important at that time, because at that time even the people who are fighting in the streets, now they're going to join us on the narrative war as well, because there's no more fighting in the streets. So even the media war and the narrative war and the information war is going to become even more important during that time, and we need to make sure that we get things right during the transitional phase. So let's continue.
Of Iran from trying to get their country back. At the same time, our focus right now is to make sure that the Ayatollah and his murderous regimes can't destabilize the world and the world economy by having a nuclear weapon. And so that's our laser focus. And at the same,
this emphasis on the world economy is something that Princess of Pahlavi was also talking on the the video that you shared earlier, Goldie. Like this, like there seems to be a huge focus on two things: the economic benefits of getting rid of the Islamic Republic, and also the fact that the Islamic Republic, one way or another, if they're not toppled, they're going to go full nuclear. These seem to be the two main talking points by Princess of Pahlavi and Washington, D.C. These are the two areas that everybody's focusing on.
Is to make sure that the Ayatollah and his murderous regimes can't destabilize the world and the world economy by having a nuclear weapon. And so that's our laser focus. At the same time, we want to be supportive of what's taking place and with the Iranian people.
Because, guys, it's important to mention the economy, because Americans right now, when they're voting and when they're thinking about the politicians, what they think about is the price of eggs and the price of gas and the cost of living. Okay, so this is why you saw Princess of Pahlavi was talking about the economic benefits of getting rid of the Islamic Republic in the Fox interview that Goldie just showed us at the beginning of this live stream. And this is why you could see more politicians talking about the economic influence as well.
And when a leader arises, we would love to circle, or as I would say as a cowboy, circle our wagons around that individual and hopefully kick the Ayatollah and his regime out for good.
Pause.
Look at the circle. Yeah.
Yeah. What were you going to say about that?
I mean, guys, can you imagine any other person being that individual? So this is a confirmation that they're going to circle, around Princess of Pahlavi, because it's like not naming him and saying that there's no such there's no such person right now. But whenever that person is determined by the Iranian people, they're all going to be focusing on that one person. So is there any other person? There is no other person other than Princess of Pahlavi. So this was Goldie, I don't know if this was a secret endorsement, in my opinion. Right? This was like a secret endorsement. There's no one right now, but eventually, when there is, we're all going to be united around that one person.
And then he says, we also want Iran to go back to what it was before 1979, but we don't know who the leader is going to be. But we want it to be like it was before 1979. Come on.
Yeah.
See, Armin, you're so good now. See, now Armin, you can now translate politics. Look at this. You're like a professional, political translator. I love that.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
All right. So now that you've translated, you want to go back and listen to the whole thing with no interruptions, because now you know what's going on.
Exactly. I should bring an apple for my teacher next time as a thank you. That's good.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you for your proactive approach to this. I mean, no one is on the airways louder and pro Iranian people and the support for the revolution that's taken place in you. And you've really put yourself out there. So I have nothing but respect for what you're doing. And obviously, I think your listeners are showing their support for you. The truth is that, we'll support this rising of the Iranian people to get back their country and go back to, the country that they once had prior to the Ayatollah coming into power in 1979. Iranian people used to be more pro-Western, honestly, than the United States. I mean, in the 70s, you had more women in the professional workplace in the United States. You had more women elected to public office than the United States. We would love to see that again. We would love to see that relationship with the Iranian people to grow again. But the Ayatollah is there. And the Ayatollah right now is trying to get a nuclear weapon, and we can't allow that to happen. The Ayatollah and his murderous regime has pillaged the wealth inside Iran to sponsor the terror around the world. We can't allow that to continue. At the same time, we're waiting for a leader to rise up in Iran, and we would love to see that take place. There doesn't seem to be an apparent leader, and we don't want to cause another Arab Spring like Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. We don't want to see what happened in Iraq to happen in Iran. When we pulled out of Iraq, you saw a vacuum of ISIS and other terrorist organizations going there because there was a lack of leadership. We can't allow that to take place in Iran, and so while we support the people of Iran from trying to get their country back, at the same time, our focus right now is to make sure that the Ayatollah and his murderous regimes can't destabilize the world and the world economy by having a nuclear weapon. And so that's our laser focus. At the same time, we want to be supportive of what's taking place and with the Iranian people. And when a leader arises, we would love to circle, or as I would say as a cowboy, circle our wagons around that individual and hopefully kick the Ayatollah and his regime out for good.
Yep. Perfect. Actually,
Okay.
now that we went through that, now that this would really frustrate me if I didn't have your lens, right? Now it actually makes a lot of sense.
So Armin, we've now seen 2 American politicians today make the case for why regime change is in the best interests of the United States. Right? So, I mean, one politician, okay, whatever. 2 politicians, maybe it's a coincidence. What would your reaction be if 3 American politicians are talking about regime change today?
What? You have a third? Do you have a third one?
Check your
Okay, this
private.
would-
Check the private chat in the studio. I just sent you the link.
What? Senate Majority Leader says Iran action should pursue regime change. What? Who's? Okay. Wow. Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Am I pronouncing it right? Thune told reporters on Thursday. Okay. In my view, if you're going to do something there, meaning Iran, you better make it about getting new leadership and regime change. Senate Majority Leader John Thune told reporters on Thursday. What? What the hell is happening? Like, this, guys, just yesterday, this was not U.S. policy at all about Iran. 47 years of U.S. policy, U.S. doctrine on Iran is completely being shifted in just a matter of hours. Guys, this would have been headline news everywhere just like a month ago if even a single U.S. politician even ever suggested this. And now we're hearing it again. By the way, this is thanks to President Trump, because this was slowly normalized by President Trump. Remember, he said, like, hey, like first during the 12-day war, he flirted with the idea of regime change, and then he took it back a little bit. And then eventually he came out and said that regime change would be a good idea, wouldn't be a bad thing. And then he started reposting other people suggesting that. So he slowly, this was such a taboo thing to talk about in Washington, D.C. And then President Trump, by slowly introducing this into the politics of America, now it's just becoming the norm. Do you guys agree that this is happening because of the slow normalization by President Trump regarding talking about regime change in Iran? Do you guys agree with that? So then it continues. It says, the president, I don't think, to my knowledge, has made any decisions, but I think they're gaming out what contingencies might look like and what's in our national security interests. Of course, first and foremost is to prevent them from having nuclear capability. But there are also other threats that they represent in the region, Thune added. Guys, so this means that like they're going beyond nuclear. This is what we want to hear. So he's probably talking about range of the ballistic missiles. But Goldie, do you agree with me that none of this would be possible without President Trump slowly, since the 12-day war, bringing up the regime change and normalizing it? Oh, yeah, the Gang of 8.
It's a little more than that. He's part of the Gang of 8.
Oh, this is the...
So I was looking this up today because I didn't know what the Gang of 8 meant. So the Gang of 8 is a colloquial term for a set of 8 leaders within the United States Congress who are, according to law, briefed on classified intelligence matters by the executive branch. So he's the Republican equivalent of Chuck Schumer. So remember when yesterday Chuck Schumer came out with like that 7-second thing where he was like, the matter is very serious, and the Trump administration is going to have to make the case.
That was right after Marco Rubio met with the Gang of Eight.
Yes,
that was after the presentation. Yeah.
So, this gentleman, sorry, I forgot his name, Senator Thune, he's part of the Gang of Eight.
Yep.
So he also knows what's going on. Right?
Yeah.
So he was also briefed. He was also briefed.
He was there with Chuck Schumer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He was there with Chuck Schumer.
Yeah.
And now
by the way, that meeting. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, even Chuck Schumer came up with a language as if like this is going to happen, which he's a Democrat. So that is significant. By the way, guys, that meeting with Marco Rubio and the Gang of Eight, that was done behind closed doors. So none of us know what Marco Rubio told them. But everybody knows, everybody's understanding is that it was really something significant because of what Chuck Schumer came out and immediately said right after that meeting. It seems like whatever they've seen, to me, it seems like they've been shown that the Islamic Republic is evident. These are my guesses. I think Marco Rubio provided evidence that the Islamic Republic will go nuclear if they don't do the regime change, and also shared with them that the plan is full-on regime change. Those are the two things that I think the way that this is going to happen, and the fact that why it's needed. Those are the two things that I think Marco Rubio showed them. First, it showed the case for it, for why it's absolutely necessary. I wouldn't be surprised, guys. If this prediction comes true, then you guys like give me some credit for it. I wouldn't be surprised if, given what happened after the 12-day war. Oh, Goldie, I'm about to make one of those predictions. Okay. Given what happened during the 12-day war, the Islamic Republic has become more eager to get its hands on a nuclear weapon. And because of the chaos that the 12-day war caused, they have been less careful when it comes to their communication. So given that, one, they have been more eager to add to their deterrence capabilities because they have no more proxies anymore as much as before. So they need more deterrence. So they're so eager to go to have nuclear weapon, one. And two, because of the chaos, they have been less careful and their communication has been less secured. For those two reasons, the Americans and the Israelis have gotten their hands on more communication between Islamic Republic, highest ranking people within the Islamic Republic, talking about the need to get to a nuclear weapon fast. That's what I think is the intelligence that they had on their hand. And this might be what Marco Rubio presented to the Gang of Eight. Absolute direct evidence that the Islamic Republic is doing everything it can to immediately get to a nuclear weapon. I think that might be what Marco Rubio presented to the Gang of Eight as the justification for why this war is absolutely necessary, one. And then the second thing is that the fact that this is going to happen is going to be for regime change, and this is how it's going to be done. Those are the two things I think was shared.
Just really quickly, Armin, apparently Iran International has also been, like the satellite signal for Iran International that goes into occupied Iran has been jammed. That happened an hour ago. So the regime is jamming satellite signals now.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, the good thing is that they can't do that for too long, because whatever that takes a lot of energy and a lot of effort, and it's also easily taken out. You also are, whatever you do to jam signals, it takes so much energy, and it could only be done in certain areas. And eventually you can't do that for long because it also messes up your own communication.
Can I share a quick meme? Because I was explaining how Chief Warrant Officer 5 Slover is like trending amongst Iranians and how Iranians really appreciate him. So this like kind of like meme joke came across my feed, and I was hoping Armin could share this. So دارم میگن این یارو روزی 2 تا حاجی زاده و موسوی و سلامی میخوره.
Oh my god! Wow.
Guys, I'm telling you that like he is trending among Iranians. They love him so much. Okay, Armin, you're gonna have to explain this one to the Americans.
Okay. Wait, do the original Persian first, because I want to see who's that other guy. The middle guy. Okay, so guys, these are the different people that were killed by the Islamic Republic IRGC leaders who were killed by Israel during the 12-day war. And I mean, the translation says it said it all. So say this is the guy that eats two of each one of these. He eats 2 hajis a day every day. He eats 2 musavis every day, and he eats 2 salamis every day. So he basically it's like saying this man has IRGC leaders for breakfast. That's what they're saying, right?
Yeah. So yeah, Iranians are basically saying that this guy eats the IRGC for breakfast every day. Look at this one.
Oh my god.
5.5 thousand likes already on this one. Like
I just had this disturbing image of him like preparing his protein shake and then shoving an IRGC leader into a blender to just prepare to drink for his blend. Like, imagine opening a cupboard and like just grabbing like a tiny little IRGC leader and putting it in a blender and just ew. Weird.
So they're saying this guy literally eats the regime like for breakfast. So which is of course a big compliment, right? So there you go. I just wanted to share that. There you go. There's some Iranian humor for the Americans here.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, we did it. I don't know if we played this from Marco Rubio earlier today. Marco Rubio, there was a video. Can we just quickly play this one, because I want to make sure that did we play this one?
I don't think so. Go ahead.
Okay. This is from earlier today. Oh, this is double the speed? Oh.
No, but you're on mute. Your screen is muted.
Oh, okay, he's just speaking this fast, apparently.
They're trying to achieve intercontinental ballistic missiles. For example, you've seen them try to launch the satellites into space. You've seen them increasing the range of the missiles they have now. And clearly they are headed in a pathway to one day being able to develop weapons that can reach the continental U.S. They already possess weapons that can reach much of Europe.
I don't know. It's normal speed. He's just speaking that fast.
Well, can you no, go to your speed. Check your speed.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, one more time.
The continental U.S. They already possess weapons.
Now it's okay. Go back to the beginning, please.
Okay, because it said 1 here.
Obviously,
they're trying to achieve intercontinental ballistic missiles. For example, you've seen them try to launch the satellites into space. You've seen them increasing the range of the missiles they have now. And clearly they are headed in the pathway to one day being able to develop weapons that could reach the continental U.S. They already possess weapons that could reach much of Europe already now, as we speak. And the ranges continue to grow every single year exponentially, which is amazing to me for a country that's facing sanctions, whose economy is in tatters, whose people are suffering, and somehow they still find the money to invest in missiles of greater and greater capacity every year. This is an unsustainable threat. They're trying to achieve.
This is an unsustainable threat. Guys, everybody is using language to suggest, like all of these US politicians are using language to suggest that we need to get rid of this threat. And guys, look at this. This he sounds like Israel's concerned. Like it's not nuclear. This is ballistic missiles range. And the fact that Europe is now, by the way, I don't know if you guys know this. The Islamic Republic has officially threatened Europe with its ballistic missiles, like on the record, transparently and out there, reminding Europe that their ballistic missiles reaches Europe. I don't know if you guys knew that. This is something that they have done. So, and they're working on making sure that their ballistic missiles reaches the United States as well. So listen to this one more time, because all of this is in line with this is just from a few hours ago. And it seems like everybody is just trying to make a case for why this war is going to be necessary for Americans.
They're trying to achieve intercontinental ballistic missiles. For example, you've seen them try to launch the satellites into space. You've seen them increasing the range of the missiles they have now. And clearly they are headed in the pathway to one day being able to develop weapons that could reach the continental U.S. They already possess weapons that could reach much of Europe already now as we speak. And the ranges continue to grow every single year exponentially, which is amazing to me for a country that's facing sanctions, whose economy is in tatters, whose people are suffering, and somehow they still find the money to invest in missiles of greater and greater capacity every year. This is an unsustainable threat. They're trying to.
Unsustainable threat. Guys, so I have a video of the Islamic Republic's TV reporting on the negotiations. And this was a bit funny. Okay, because let me just play it. Let's just play it, and I just want to play it one way through. And guys, let me know if you understand what happened, like Iranians, and then I'll explain it to everyone else.
رو مطرح کرده و تعبیر وزارت امور خارجه عمان این هست که دو طرف از پیشنهادهای هم استقبال کردن. اما خب اگر این رو بذاریم کنار سخنرانی ها و موضع‌گیری هایی که در ساعات گذشته مقامات آمریکایی دارن، کمی متناقض به نظر میرسه، چرا که صحبت هایی کردن شروطی
I didn't pause it.
خب متاسفانه ارتباط ما با همکارم خانم شوبیری خبرنگار اعزامی خبرگزاری صدا و سیما به ژنو سوئیس قطع شد. همکاران من در تلاش هستن که مجدد این ارتباط را از سر بگیرن. وزیر
Okay, I need to explain what just happened. But you need some context, okay? Okay. So, yeah, exactly. Look at this. Wait, let me highlight this. Wait, not this one. This one. Yep, that got censored. All right, so guys, what happens is that in every one of these negotiations, so just earlier today, we had the results of the latest rounds of the negotiations between the Islamic Republic and the United States. Arakshi being the main representative of the Islamic Republic, and Witkoff being the main negotiator from the United States side, right? So this is something, by the way, I predicted every time we have these negotiations, the Islamic Republic's narrative, from at least from Arakchi's side, would be always that, hey, so this is how everybody would react. I told you last time that this would repeat again, and I was right. It happened exactly like I predicted. So the Islamic Republic will come out and say, we would never give in to the demands of the United States. That would be the hardliners. The reformers, like Arakchi and the reformers, would say that negotiations were going well. And every time they want to point to the fact, to the idea that the negotiations are going well, they will point these things out. They will say that we had an agreement on what? On the nuclear, on the proxies, on the range of the missiles, on not killing the Iranian people. No, they will keep using the word agreement, but they will use it for this, on the fact that we will meet again, and that they will say that as a win. They will take that as a win. And another thing that they constantly do is like, oh, the negotiations were very well because it was very technical and because it was very respectful. And they will try to sell these as a win. That's what Arakchi will try to do. And the reason why they will do that every time is because, first of all, Arakchi needs to stop the value of the rial, the currency of the Iran, to falling. He needs that, so he needs to put out these positive messages out there, and he also needs to put this out there for internal consumption on the Islamic Republic state media. That's what he needs to do. And as I mentioned before, this is going to happen again, and it happened exactly as I told you in this round of negotiation. However, this reporter did an oopsie. So look, I will translate what she's saying and look at what happens, okay? So this reporter did the mistake of reporting the actual facts on state TV. You're not supposed to do that. You're not. That's not what you get paid for. You don't get paid for reporting the facts. You get paid for repeating the Islamic Republic narrative. So for some reason, this lady all of a sudden thought that she has to actually report what's happening. And for that, they cut her off. Okay, so let me tell you what's. Let me translate.
قضاتی رو مطرح کرده و تعبیر وزارت امور خارجه عمان این هست که دو طرف از پیشنهادهای هم استقبال کردن. اما خب اگر این رو
So she's saying like, okay, so the interpretation of the foreign ministry of Oman is that both sides, like, things went well and both sides accepted.
وزارت امور خارجه عمان این هست که دو طرف از پیشنهادهای هم استقبال کردن.
Oh, so both sides welcomed each other's suggestion. Welcome. So this is the interpretation of Oman's foreign ministry. Guys, that is the insane interpretation, because the United States came into this round of these rounds of negotiation, and what they put on the table is that how about this is what we want. We want 0% enrichment of uranium with no sunset clause, and in return, what you get is not a missile up your bum. How about that? How about these were the terms of the United States, that we won't bomb you, and you do 0% enrichment of uranium with no sunset clause. How about what? And in response, the Islamic Republic pretended like la la la, we didn't hear that. We're gonna pretend like you didn't say that. We're going to negotiate a completely different deal, and we reject talking about with getting rid of our enrichment of uranium completely. I like that's not even on the table, and we want to talk to the United States about removing our sanctions. What the F are you talking about? That's what the Islamic Republic put on the table. And their entire focus on these rounds of negotiations was sanction removal, which was not even something the United States was talking about. So they live in La La Land. They're completely delulu. They were negotiating something that was not even on the table. So this lady right now said that, oh, the foreign minister of Oman said that both sides were welcoming each other's suggestion, according to the foreign ministry of Oman. However, this is the part that she makes a mistake. She says, however,
استقبال کردن. اما خب اگر
she says اما she says however
این رو بذاریم کنار سخنرانی ها و موضع‌گیری هایی که در ساعات گذشته مقامات آمریکایی.
She says, however, if you put this claim next to the speeches and the statements from American officials,
دارن کمی متناقض به نظر.
It seems contradictory. So she's saying, like, the Oman's foreign minister was saying that everybody was welcoming each other's suggestion, but if you put this next to what the Americans are saying, that seems contradictory.
میرسه چرا که صحبت‌هایی کردن شروطی
Because they have said things, they have put conditions, the Americans have put conditions there. And now she got cut. Look at this.
چرا که صحبت‌هایی کردن شروطی
It's cut.
خب متاسفانه ارتباط ما با همکارم خانم شوبیری.
So she's saying, like, unfortunately our connection with my coworker has been disrupted.
خبرنگار اعزامی خبرگزاری صدا و سیما به ژنو سوئیس قطع شد.
So in Geneva, in Switzerland, our connection to our reporter has been, there's something wrong.
کاران من در تلاش هستن که
So she's saying we're having technical difficulties and we're trying to reestablish our connection with our reporter.
این ارتباط رو از سر بگیرن.
So she was basically suggesting that the official narrative of the Islamic Republic is that everything is going fine. We got this. Negotiations are going well. This reporter was suggesting that doesn't seem to be the case. So they immediately cut her making that point, right? Let me actually introduce you to an actual case of Taghiya. Okay, let me put this. This is Pezeshkian, the president of the Islamic Republic. Let's actually listen to this.
میگه مثلا گفته که ایران باید اعلام بکنه ما سلاح هسته‌ای نخواهیم داشت. اینو که ما مقام معظم رهبری اینو فرموده ما اصلا سلاح هسته‌ای نخواهیم داشت. فرق میکنه با من سیاستمدار بگم که ممکنه مثلا حالا مثل ماها که
So let me actually translate because it's a bit like I don't need to go through it twice, okay? So
میگه مثلا گفته که ایران باید اعلام بکنه ما سلاح هسته‌ای نخواهیم داشت.
So he's saying Trump is saying basically that, and by the way, he doesn't mention his name, right? But he says Trump is saying that the Islamic Republic shouldn't have nuclear weapons.
گفته که ایران باید اعلام بکنه ما
He says Iran shouldn't have nuclear
سلاح هسته‌ای نخواهیم داشت. اینو که ما مقام معظم رهبری اینو فرموده ما اصلا
But he said, but our supreme leader has already said that. Our supreme leader has already said that we're not going to have nuclear weapons.
سلاح هسته‌ای نخواهیم داشت. فرق میکنه با من سیاستمدار بگم که ممکنه
He's saying there's a difference between me as a politician saying
مثلا
this.
حالا مثل ماها که اونجوری نیستیم سیاستمدارا راست نمیگن با آدما.
He's saying, I'm honest, but usually politicians don't lie to people. Like, I'm not like that, but usually politicians don't lie. Usually politicians always lie, even though I'm honest, but politicians usually lie.
ولی ممکنه من تصور کنم من مثل اونای سیاستمدارم منم دروغ میگم.
However, it's possible that American politicians might think that because I'm a politician and I lie, so if Iranian politicians lie as well. So because I'm an American politician and I obviously as a politician I lie, so this must also be the case with the Iranian politicians. So they must be lying as well. So he's saying that maybe Americans think we lie because they lie.
ولی رهبر یه جامعه رهبر دینی یه جامعه که نمیتونه دروغ بگه.
He says even if that's true, even if we as politicians lie, the supreme leader of a society, he's not able to lie. He's basically saying, why are Americans so stupid? Why are Americans, even if we are lying, of course our supreme leader never lies. A supreme leader can't lie.
وقتی ایشون اعلام میکنه ما سلاح هسته‌ای نخواهیم داشت یعنی نخواهیم داشت.
When the supreme leader says we're not going to have nuclear weapons, it means we are not going to have nuclear weapons.
اگه بخوام به اون طرف برم نمیتونم داشته باشم از نظر اعتقاد.
So he's saying even me as a politician, if I want to go have a nuclear weapon, I can't anymore because it's now our belief, it's within our belief system that because Khamenei has said that, now we can't have nuclear weapons.
حق ندارم حتی تو ذهن من باشه حق ندارم.
Like we don't even have a right anymore to have nuclear weapon because our supreme leader have said so. It wouldn't even cross our minds anymore to have nuclear weapon. Because the supreme leader said we can't have nuclear weapon, that thought wouldn't even enter our mind.
این کارو بکنم. بعد اینا میگه اعلام نکردن که ما
And then the Americans say that we want nuclear
سلاح
weapons.
نمیخوایم سلاح هسته‌ای داشته باشیم.
So guys, basically it's trust me, bro, our supreme leader doesn't lie. That's what they want you to go by, okay? They're like, guys, our supreme leader said it. What do you guys want? Our supreme leader doesn't lie, which is which is so the opposite of truth, because Khomeini himself has the first leader of the Islamic Republic has in its religious teachings that you could do absolutely anything for the survival of Islamic rule. There's nothing worse than the fall of Islamic rule, meaning that you could kill, you could commit massacre, you could rape, lying is not even a big deal compared to all the things that are allowed. You could curse Allah if it's required to save Islamic rule. You're allowed to do absolutely everything. And Khomeini has a famous speech saying that between the life of the Mahdi, the Imam of your time, and Islamic rule, you have to choose Islamic rule. Meaning that even if you have to kill the Mahdi, like imagine Mahdi comes back and says like, hi guys, I'm back. #1 champion of hide and seek in the world. Miss me? miss me? And he's there, and they're like, if they tell you that to save the Islamic Republic, you have to kill the Mahdi, you have to shoot him right there. Khomeini's teaching means that if you have to kill the Mahdi to save the Islamic Republic, then kill the Mahdi. So if the murder of Mahdi is allowed, do you think lying is not allowed? Everything is allowed. If, guys, based on Khomeini's teaching, if oh, I can't say this. Can I say? No, I can't say that. Okay, so imagine something that only Armin would say, but it's not allowed on Iran Revolution Live, like something very vile and disgusting.
Yeah,
No, I
okay.
didn't say it. Yeah, something very vile and disgusting that is not allowed to say on Iran Revolution Live, and doing that publicly out in the open in front of everybody. If the mullahs will have to do that to save the Islamic Republic, then that becomes Islamically permissible to do live open in front of everybody. Okay, just imagine the most vile thing that publicly in front of everybody. If the mullahs are convinced that you need to do this to save the Islamic Republic, Islamically that will become permissible. Yes, according to Khomeini's teaching. By the way, Goldie, what do you think about, as a politician, what do you think about the strategy of this politician regarding, when it comes to his strategy of convincing America? Trust me, trust us, Khamenei doesn't lie. So that's your guys, Americans, what are you doing? Pack up and go home. You bought all of this Navy, all of this military assets. Khamenei doesn't lie. You wasted all of this time and energy. Go home. Nothing to say here. Amazing. Does that work politically, Goldie? Right. Anyways, I just want to show something happy. I'm gonna mute it because it has a really good music. I wish I could play the music while showing it, but it's copyrighted, so I'm just gonna show it. This is the Shah of Iran's visit of USA in 1962. 1962, our Shah came to the United States, and look how he was welcomed by Americans. So this has a really good music, by the way. I wish I could play it. Man, this is... Oh, there. Oh, yeah. Let's go from the beginning with the music. Look at this. Our queen. Oh, look at them. Our king addressing Congress. Look at this. Look how beautiful our queen was. Amazing. Look at, and is actually. Look at this. Guys, look at us. We were such close friends. Look at the way way Americans came into the streets to welcome the Shah of Iran to America. Isn't this beautiful? We were so close, guys. Iran and America used to be so close. Anyways, so yeah, that's that, Goldie.
I sent you a couple memes of Chief Warren Slover.
Oh, where's that?
To share with our American friends, because I was not exaggerating when I said that he has gone viral. And Texas, I saw, you know what? Texas, I saw your post earlier about how like this was not by accident. I agree with you 100%. There's a reason that President Trump wanted the world to see an American superhero like Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover. 100% there's a reason. And he's gone viral. He's gone viral.
Oh, guys, look at this.
Read the caption first, at least. Like, oh my gosh.
Okay.
Make the tweet big. Like, click on the post. Like, click on the tweet.
But if I click, it's just one image at a
All
time.
right. So just read the caption then.
پخمه سمت چپی به سمت راستی میگه بزدل Wait, what? How do you say this in English? The left side calls the right side coward and weak. Wait, it's not just the left side. Like this, this weakling, this pathetic weakling on the left, consider basically calls this person on the right coward and weak. Yeah, the IRGC, they come out and they just like they say that often. Like IRGC, let's say American soldiers are pathetic, they're weak. There's a narrative by the Islamic Republic that all American soldiers wear diapers because they piss their pants all the time. This is something that has been said by IRGC leaders on state TV. But imagine these people calling these people cowards. Sure, buddy. Sure. Again, I could also imagine him eating a couple of these for breakfast. I mean, ew, I don't know. That's actually not very good for your health. Okay. I don't know. How could you call yourself a myth? Like, why would he wear? Is this real? Is this a real picture or is this AI?
This is real. This is real.
But wouldn't you want to, like, why would you wear that? Why would you make it even more obvious that you're not fit for battle? Like, wear something else. I don't know. I think actually this could be dangerous if you just roll them into enemy soldiers. Like, I don't know. If you throw, like, the only way that this could be considered dangerous if you throw it at the army, then it could do serious damage. Let me see.
Just go through the ones I'm sending you, like, in order. So this is the first one. I sent you another one.
به جان خودم این ترمیناتورهای ترانسفورمری چیزی انسانم مگه اینقدر غول و جدی و ترسناک میشه. Let me see if the English is as good. No, this is the wrong translation. He's saying, let me actually use that. So he's saying, I swear. So this is wrong. This part is wrong.
He's like, I swear on my life.
Yeah, I swear on my life, this Terminator Transformer thing. I mean, can a human really become this much of a giant, serious, and a scary? What's it? It doesn't say monster. Oh, no, it doesn't say monster. It's a more positive term.
Yeah,
like
the translation's not always right. But the context here is that, like, he's very impressed because he's like this guy's like, basically, so Iranians are saying, like, these are the super soldiers that are going to come and, like, destroy the Islamic regime, right? So it's a very positive thing, but the translation is not, like, accurate entirely.
Yeah, he's impressed. It's like, like, how is this possible for somebody to be this badass? Yeah, the badass is basically the term that yeah. What?
Because, guys, like, this has made Iranians, like, very, very excited. They're like, oh my gosh, are these the people who are going to come rescue us? Oh yeah, we're happy. So then someone retweeted that. I thought this was really cute. I thought this one was actually really, really cute.
I don't get it, though. What is happening here?
Okay, but you have to translate it.
ایشون پیش زنش?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Okay,
like
so Armin,
it's saying this next to his wife. Like, what?
Yeah, so because during that during the State of the Union address, he was just, like, super serious. But then at one point, he looked at his wife and he smiled, and so, like, he melted, and then he became human for a moment because his wife was beside him, and then he looked at his wife and he smiled, and then everyone was like, "Oh, this is amazing. So now people are like, this is how he is, when he smiles beside his wife, because he's trying to
Oh,
yeah. So
they're
it's
saying
another
he's like
positive
this in
thing.
real. Okay. They're saying he's all cutesy with his wife, even though he's very serious.
Exactly. So they're saying
Right.
like he's like, he shows his human
He's
side
just-
to his wife, and that was actually a very, very endearing scene. And his wife was beside him, and she was so proud.
Oh.
So basically, you're saying that like the superheroes have a soft side as well.
Oh,
But
that's
like
okay.
this is just, like, so Iranian humor, but also like how Iranians are so impressed, and they're like that. So there's like some Iranian humor there for you with that, because he's super popular. Look here, I'll show you the picture actually. So here's what that Hello Kitty post is referring to. Oh yeah, this one as well.
Oh, should I do this one? Okay, so
Yeah, translate
this
that.
this person is saying that the Islamic Republic should be scared of these things on his hand.
Stripes.
What do we? I don't stripes and the stripes on his hand.
So I'll tell
basically,
you. I'll tell you.
They should be
So-
terrified. They should be terrified of these. Yeah, but go
So
ahead.
each stripe represents 6 months of active duty combat, and I think he has like 9 or 10 of them. 10, I think. He has 10 of them, which is like insane. Like not a lot of people have 10 stripes. So like this is going around, and then people are like the regime needs to be like scared to death of the fact that he has 10 of those stripes on his arm.
Wow. So yeah, it's like she's saying each one of them is basically 6 guys, not 6 months serving your country, 6 months in being in war, like being on the battlefield. Wow, that's okay. Now that makes a lot of sense.
I played the video of his aircraft earlier. Oh yeah, I'm personally very impressed. Yeah, so like that's an insane number of stripes, Armin. Like people not war, just like combat duty.
Yeah, combat. So this person has been into 5 years of combat. Like just 5 years, not training, not just serving your country, 5 years of fighting for your country. Like actually being in combat. That's crazy. Okay, Jesus Christ.
So that's why if you go up and you look at the Persian caption, so now you can translate that.
So yeah, they're saying that they should the Islamic Republic should be scared like it as much of a. I mean, I don't know if that translates to English very well. Like as much of a like a dog. They should be scared like a dog.
It should be more like a chicken though. Scared like a chicken.
Like a chicken. Yes. Oh yeah. So in English they use chicken as the animal for being scared. In Persian, in Persian we use dog as a word for chicken. So yeah. So basically they should be terrified. They should be terrified from the stripes on his arm, on his hand. So, guys, by the way, guys, isn't this so? Look how embarrassing it is for us to have the Islamic Republic occupying Iran, because look how unusual and unnatural our situation is. For Iranian people to be celebrating like this, the army of basically like we should have our own army for us to be able to celebrate this way, right? But this is such a unusual, unnatural situation. I mean, the only thing I could think of is like when how the French must have felt when Nazis were ruling over Nazi Germany. It must have felt like that. But it's just so. We need to like you don't see many times in history where the people of one country are celebrating so much an army of another country that is coming. I mean, this is good, by the way. We need this because it shows how anti-Islamic Republic the Iranian people are and how pro-American they are. But usually you would think that like the people who are not following the news, they would expect the people of Iran to want to support the army that is, in their mind ruling in Iran. But it's not like that. We're celebrating the American soldiers because we have nothing in common with the people who have occupied Iran. Anyways, Goldie, I have only a little bit more time.
That's fine. We're gonna end it anyway. I think I sent you one more because that will provide that'll give context to the Hello Kitty Batman meme.
Ah, this is so cute. Look at this. This is, oh my God, that's so beautiful.
This is one of my favorite moments from the evening where, he's the entire time he's very stoic, very serious, but as soon as he turns to look at his wife, he smiles.
Oh, look at how proud she is. Look at that. Look, she's so proud of him. Oh, yeah. That's adorable.
So that's where the Hello Kitty Batman meme comes from, because now, now that meme's referring to this photo because like the guy's a superhero, but it's like, when he's with his wife, he lets his guard down and he becomes a little bit more feminine-ish, right? So anyways, Iranians.
It's not feminine to love your wife, though. But
I know that's what I know. Yeah, well, that's why, like, it's it's a cute meme because it's like just showing that like he can be confident in wearing anything, and he's confident, like even though he's like the status that he has and like the experience that he has and the fact that he's like a hardcore like military person. And I was looking into him and like his status. So even like among military people, apparently he's considered like a unicorn. Like apparently you don't get to see people who are his rank very often, right? So he's Chief Warrant Officer 5, and that's considered like a unicorn. So very rarely
injured?
These people.
Is he injured?
He is, yes. So he's holding on to a walker. Oh, you don't know his story.
No.
Armin. Okay, let me tell you his story. So he was the hero who was flying like the American chopper, not a helicopter. It's the one that's got like the 2 wheels. I don't know what it's called. I showed the video earlier. I can play it again if you like, but he's the one that basically took the Delta Force team or special ops team to Venezuela, and then let them out. The Chinook. Okay, that's what it was, the Chinook. And then while the rest of the people were out doing their mission, the Venezuelans started shooting at the helicopter. And they shot a whole bunch of times. He actually was shot 4 times in the legs by anti-aircraft. Yeah, anti-aircraft anti-aircraft bullets, which is the same thing as what Iranian people were shot at by the regime, right? So he was shot at
4 times by anti-aircraft. How is he alive? By anti-aircraft bullets?
Yeah. So
4 times.
He was hit in the legs 4 times by anti-aircraft bullets. And then, even though he was bleeding profusely, he still perfectly maneuvered the helicopter, and then he turned it around. And then I guess one of his colleagues was like at the door, and then his colleagues neutralized the people that were shooting him. However, he was still bleeding from the legs, but he never stopped flying the helicopter, and he made sure everyone got back on the helicopter, and he took everyone to safety while he's bleeding profusely from his legs because he was shot 4 times. And he made sure that no one lost their lives.
Amazing.
So that's why he's in a walker, because he's still recovering from those injuries. Like literally like a real life Superman.
Yeah. Okay.
And people are saying, oh, look at this. So I totally forgot. People are saying you need your legs for the pedals. So even though his legs were shot 4 times and he was injured, he still flew the helicopter perfectly with injured legs and made sure everyone got back to the United States safe and sound. So literally a real life hero. Anyway, so this is the photo where, you know, his wife is smiling at him, and like he turns and he looks at his wife and he smiles. So that's where the Hello Kitty like Batman meme comes from. So
Oh my god. Okay.
all right.
Okay. That was nice. Thank you for that. That was beautiful, Goldie.
Yeah.
I appreciate
Anyways, I showed the Voz video though. I was like, Americans need to be scared because you guys might have a superhero who can, you know, fly helicopters even though their legs are injured, but we have, you know, the Voz. We have the Voz.
You know, if the Venezuelans just had one of those Vaz, you know, thrown at the helicopter, that would have been it.
And twerking as well. I also shared the twerking video. All right, guys. Thank you everyone for joining tonight. This was fantastic. And we had a lot of news. And I think honestly, Armin, with the wait, why is someone calling me? I can't speak right now. Why is this person calling me? Anyways, with the political information coming out, I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of interesting developments in the future. So thank you everyone for joining tonight. Really appreciate it. And Armin, thank you for everything.
Thank you, Goldie. Thank you. And I hope I made you proud when it comes to
Absolutely. Your political analysis today was amazing.
Guys, this is such an honor for me to hear this from Goldie.
There you go.
Thank you, Goldie.
All right.
All right,
See you
guys.
guys tomorrow.
I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran.
Love you guys. Take care.
Shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. The night